what you do and what you think you can do. What you are, what you do. Looking out at rebels on the dance floor. Dream machine. Dream machine.
I'd like to know just how you feel. You know you want more. Let's be real. You say goodbye, good riddance. I say amen. We both know it's over. Let's end it again. Come
can it take so long? Doing everything you want to. Isn't it what you want? Doing all the things you like to. How can it take so long? Doing everything you want to. Isn't it what you want? Doing all the things you like to. How can it take so long? Doing everything you want to. Doing all the things you like to. Doing everything you want to. Doing all the things you like to. Isn't it what you want? Doing all the things you like to. How can it take so long? Doing everything you want to. Isn't it what you want? Doing all the things you like to. How can it take so long? Doing everything you want to. if I stay. For you, if I pray, my words, would you fall apart? Would you shut me out? No, I don't know the truth, and I don't want to know. When it comes down to you, there's so much to be told. We are life away from the truth. You know there's no way for us.
Raz, dva, raz, dva. Mělo by to týct do streamu, do streamu, do streamu. Jo? Vypínám.
It's only been a week. The rush of being home and rapid fading, the failing to recall what I was missing all that time in England. They sent me aimlessly on foot or by the help of transportation to knock on windows where a friend no longer live, I had forgotten. something to remind me of another place and time where love that traveled far had found me. We stayed outside till 2, waiting for the light to come back. We didn't talk, I knew, until you asked what I was thinking. Until you asked what I was thinking. Brave men tell the truth. The wise man's fools are analogies and puzzles. The woman holds her tongue, knowing silence will speak for her. Brave men tell the truth. The wise man's tools are analogies and puzzles. The woman holds her tongue, knowing silence will speak for her.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jennifer Baker.
Thank you very much indeed. As indeed you heard, I am Jennifer Baker and I will be your Master of Ceremonies, guiding you through the next 2 days. A very, very warm welcome to all of you to EIT Education and Skills Days. And of course, a warm welcome to those of you joining us online from across Europe and perhaps even around the world. It promises to be an exhilarating and inspiring 2 days, but we will begin right now with our high-level opening 3 speakers, and then I will come back and tell you a bit more about the agenda and what to expect. So please join me in welcoming to the stage Commissioner for Startups, Research and Innovation, Ekaterina Zaryeva. Please.
Okay, maybe it's better without the music. And please, please, it's my request to everybody who organizes such kind of events, really uncomfortable feeling with the micros, with the glasses. So if you have a lecture, maybe it's not bad to put a micro here for us who speaks to feel a bit more comfortable. But sorry that I start with this. I hope the other people who are outside will be able to join during these important days. And it's really a pleasure to be here to discuss this important issue because it's not a cliche. I know that everybody starts to speak that Europe and in the world is at a pivotal moment for us, as we are striving to enhance our position in a very fierce competitive global landscape. And the Competitiveness Compass, the flagship strategy of the current Commission, highlights critical challenges, the innovation gap that Europe faces compared to other major economies. Reports by distinct statements like Draghi, Letta, Ninisto, but also other reports emphasize that our competitiveness suffers from skills shortage, which hinder productivity growth and innovation. In the face of unprecedented geopolitical challenges, Europe now, more than ever, needs to untap its innovation potential. The persistent mismatch between the skills we teach and the skills our labor markets demand needs to be tackled once and for all. Indeed, the shortages we observe in the labor market today are often due to a growing gap between the skills possessed by recent graduates and the existing workforce on one hand, and the specific expertise required in many tech-driven sectors on the other. This is why the European Commission has launched the Union of Skills early this year. This strategy signals the EU's clear commitment to placing education and skills at the heart of our economic and social agenda. The Union of Skills is accompanied by a STEM education strategic plan. It aims to strengthen Europe's talent pipeline in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, subjects that are at the heart of innovation, growth, and strategic autonomy. But just as important as education is, being innovative and bringing our research results to the market. This is where another crucial initiative of this Commission comes in, the recently adopted EU Startup and Scale-up strategy. Startups and scale-ups are at the heart of our competitiveness and ultimately our prosperity. They play a vital role in strengthening Europe's position in the global market. They help reduce dependencies in key sectors and technologies that are essential for EU strategic autonomy. Yet to unlock their full potential, startups and scale-ups need better access to talent. Talent that is not only high-skilled, but that also have an ingrained entrepreneurial mindset. This is where the EIT comes in. And I'm happy to speak to almost full room and so many representatives of the EIT community today, because you bring the world of education and businesses together. Indeed, the EIT has a strong tradition of promoting cooperation between universities, research organizations, and businesses. This cooperation forms the essence of the EIT model, known as the knowledge triangle. The EIT and its knowledge and innovation communities teach our young talents the competencies and the skills that European businesses need so dearly to grow and to innovate. First, you work in strategic sectors like raw materials, energy, digital, climate, manufacturing, mobility, health, food, and climate, where talent and innovation are most needed. Second, the EIT and its KICs embed entrepreneurial education at the core of their education activities, thus training the innovators of tomorrow. People with a mindset that cherishes critical thinking, cross-disciplinary collaboration, problem-solving, communication. People that accept failure as part of innovation journey. Third, we cannot afford leaving half of our talents at the sidelines. A robust gender dimension needs to be integrated into programs to ensure inclusivity and diversity in innovation. And I know that the EIT will contribute to implementing the new education and skills initiatives of the EU through entrepreneurial education and upskilling with, for example, the Blue Carpet Initiative. The EIT Skills Academies have proven to be a robust model in bringing education and the labor market closer together. I see with great pleasure that your entire morning will be dedicated to discussing the EIT Skills Academies, and in particular that you will launch the latest one that will join the family of skills academies, the European Advanced Material Academy. I saw with interest that the other parts of your two-day event will also be dedicated to important education and skills activities which the EIT will carry out in order to implement the STEM education strategic plan, such as the STEM Tech Talent Induction Initiative, the brand new Girls Go STEM Initiative, and the EIT Higher Education Institutions Initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, cooperation between education and businesses is imperative to our competitiveness. With initiatives like those driven by the EIT, we can make sure that Europe has the talents and innovators it needs for a prosperous future. A Europe that is better equipped to face future challenges. Thank you for your commitment and passion. Together, let's continue to build a Europe brimming with innovation, talent, and opportunity. This is not in my talking points. I can tell you I was last 10 days both in Japan and Emirates. And the fierce competition is not about funds. It's about talent. Everybody is trying to propose the best opportunity, because I believe that talent follows the best opportunity. So your work, your 2 days work, it's really important for competitiveness of Europe. It's really important to provide the needed best conditions, as I said, because you know that we started the Choose Europe initiative. We dedicated 500 million euros for next 2 years to attract and retain the best talent in Europe. And it's bring results. Actually, the applications from applicants outside European Union in ERC, for example, are 4 times more compared to the previous year. The Maria Skłodowska-Curie actions break the record since the program exists, since 40 years. We have more than 17,000 applications. This shows that our plan works, but without you, without bringing together education and businesses, we are not going to be truly successful. So thank you so much for your commitment, and I wish you successful 2 days of discussions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for your words and your enthusiasm for setting the tone for these next 2 days. I'm sure you've whetted our appetite for what is to come. Our next high-level speaker for our opening, we are very pleased to welcome Deputy Minister of Research, Innovation and Digital Policy of Cyprus. Please welcome Nikodemos Daminaou, please.
Good morning. I also have to deal with the mic and the glasses. But not the long hair, yes. That's correct. Let me see what's the best way to do this. Commissioner Zakhareva, dear Chairman of the EIT, dear Stefan, distinguished guests, good morning, and I should first say that it is an honor and a pleasure to be with you today, and thank you very much for the kind invitation. We meet today at what many call, and the Commissioner mentioned it as well, a defining moment for Europe. A moment when national power is being reshaped into national digital power on a global scale. The driving force behind this transformation is, of course, the rapid development and adoption of technologies like, and mostly, artificial intelligence. A pitch battle over access to semiconductors, energy, and critical raw materials is already underway. A global race to build the best and greatest infrastructure in order to achieve AI dominance. It seems that many confuse leadership with dominance. Although I dislike the term race, if we continue with that analogy, I would agree with those who say this race is far from over. Actually, it is just beginning. Yet this race is not a marathon, it is a sprint. And the competition is not just about infrastructure, it is about talent, innovation, and the ability to translate technology into societal and economic impact. For us in Europe, the Draghi report that we now use as reference point, amongst other analyses, delivered a clear and urgent message. If Europe is to remain competitive, we must act now and act boldly, investing in innovation, technology, and human capital at a scale that matches our ambition and pushes forward with the dual transition and the single market. That message has sparked an honest reflection on where we stand and where we must go. For perhaps the first time in modern years, the European Union collectively understands both the scale of our competitiveness gap and the depth of transformation required to close it. The vision is clear, the ambition is well documented and clearly articulated. It is part of our deliberations at council meetings and our policy directions, the new startup and scale-up strategy, the upcoming framework program. In my capacity as a minister responsible for research, innovation, and digital policy of the government of Cyprus, I'm privileged to participate in both the competitiveness and the telecom councils. This, I guess, affords me a rather distinctive perspective across the range of policies, files, and interventions around the domains of education, research, innovation, digital transition, and digital infrastructure, which are, of course, becoming part of the same continuum. I am, in that respect, pleased to see the political momentum in the EU building rapidly across all of these domains, and one must acknowledge the very good work done by the Commission and Commissioner Zakhareva in particular, aligned with the ambition and urgency I described earlier. I was recently asked at a panel discussion a simple question. If you had an abundance of the following resources, data, compute power, and skills, what would you choose? The answer is clear, and the Commissioner said it just before. If there is one thing that will matter the most in shaping our digital future, Europe's future, it is skills. Not data, not infrastructure, not funding, but people. We live in an era where the old linear model of education, work, pension is no longer valid. We have entered the age of continuous learning, or micro-learning if you prefer, where the ability to learn, unlearn, and relearn becomes the most valuable currency in the labor market. This shift is not happening in isolation, but is being accelerated by the twin transitions, digital and green. As the AI revolution gains momentum, occupations, and you've heard it before, and skills needs change rapidly, both within the ICT sector, but also beyond. According to the latest World Economic Forum Future of Jobs report, almost 1 in 4 current jobs will undergo major change between now and 2030. This is not a story of loss, but of evolution, a net gain in employment, yet a profound shift in the skills required for our collective future. Europe has no shortage of talent. It has over 2 million researchers, and I am using numbers that the Commission announced, accounting for around 25% of world's total. At the same time, Europe boasts a 30% higher per capita concentration of AI researchers compared to the United States, with some of the best universities in the world located here. However, we must address brain drain, we know that, and the significant gap between education, research, and industry, a mismatch driven by rapidly evolving technology, perhaps outdated curricula, but also lack of entrepreneurial skills and the needed mindset, all of which result in skill shortages, fewer startups, and hindered competitiveness. While progress has been made, according to the latest Digital Decade report, the EU remains far from its target of 20 million ICT specialists by 2030. The gender gap is also striking, with women representing less than 20% of ICT roles. These are not merely gaps in numbers, they represent missed opportunities for inclusion, competitiveness, and resilience, and the Commission is indeed driving forward changes in that respect. In this context of challenge and opportunity, skills and talent have become the strategic thread that ties together major European policies and priorities. The Union of Skills strategy rightly places talent development at the heart of Europe's competitiveness, emphasizing lifelong learning, mobility, inclusion, and gender balance in STEM fields. The Startup and Scale-Up strategy complements this by promoting entrepreneurial education and new academic career paths that reward collaboration, commercialization, and impact, bridging research with the industry and the marketplace. Meanwhile, niche strategies like the life sciences strategy we had discussed last week in Denmark invest in foresight and training for next generation scientists, ensuring that Europe leads not only in discovery but also in capability. These strategic ambitions are backed by significant investment. EU resources are helping member states modernize education systems, strengthen digital infrastructures, and promote lifelong learning and mobility. The new proposed framework program represents an even more ambitious step in this direction. In Cyprus, we are leveraging these resources to drive tangible change. RRF investments, for example, are modernizing our education system with a strong focus on STEM and vocational education and training, and used to reskill and upskill our workforce, particularly in areas linked to the green and digital transitions. At the same time, we have streamlined residence and work permits, introduced targeted tax incentives for relocated professionals, and created dedicated visa pathways for scientific and digital talent. Flagship initiatives like the Minds in Cyprus, I answered my phone on apologies, technology. Flagship initiatives like Minds in Cyprus are helping bring Cypriot talent back from abroad and connect them with meaningful opportunities within our growing tech and innovation ecosystems. Many member states are moving, of course, in the same direction, but if Europe is to meet its full potential, we must all be committed to system-wide change. Offering trainings or expanding academic programs in isolation is not enough. Europe needs flexible, cross-sectoral and practice-oriented learning models better connected with industry and the economy. The updated industrial strategy and skills agenda calls for a stronger skills base to support resilient, future-ready value chains, especially in critical technologies such as clean energy, semiconductors, of advanced materials, quantum, and of course, AI. Dear friends, the European Institute of Innovation and Technology does not replicate what educational organizations already do. It mobilizes a unique ecosystem to build capacity and deliver targeted education aligned with industrial needs, including programs that mark its role as one of Europe's most dynamic vehicles and inclusive vehicles for innovation, entrepreneurship, and skills development, which is what we are here today, to do today. For smaller innovation ecosystems like Cyprus and many others, the EIT provides a vital bridge connecting local talent with continental networks, ensuring that innovation and opportunity is shared across the Union, not concentrated in a few regions. The premise of EIT has strategic importance. It strengthens Europe's technological autonomy, our capacity to design, produce, and maintain critical technologies within the EU. It fosters a partnership model that brings together universities, research centers and companies, the knowledge triangle in action that the Commissioner also mentioned. As Cyprus prepares to assume the presidency of the Council of the European Union in January, it's right around the corner actually, we will carry these priorities forward, maintaining them high on the European agenda. Cyprus is committed to act as an honest broker, aiming to ensure that discussions on the role and contribution of the EIT and its communities during the shaping of the next framework program receive the careful, balanced, and constructive consideration they deserve. Our presidency, and I'm closing, will coincide with key negotiations, including the European Innovation Act, a cornerstone of the broader startup and scale-up strategy. In that context, Cyprus will work to ensure that Europe's innovation policies, from the Union of Skills to the EU Startup and Scale-up strategy, are discussed and implemented cohesively, creating an environment where ideas can flourish, technologies can scale, and new generations of European entrepreneurs can thrive. And this is key to achieving our common ambition and going back to my intro, winning the race. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think you have very clearly underlined the importance of the topics we're going to discuss in the next 2 days. And our final high-level speaker can certainly fill in the details. Please welcome Chair of the EIT Governing Board, Stefan Dobrev.
Good morning, Commissioner Zahareva, Minister Damiano, dear friends. It is a great pleasure to be here and talk about probably the crucial element of success for Europe in European competitiveness. European competitiveness is become existential. To protect our prosperity, to be able to fund standing up for our values, we do need to remain competitive. We do need to remain at the forefront of innovation. The Draghi report, the Commissioner's Competitiveness Compass highlight just how much work we have to do there. Have to work together to accelerate what our businesses bring to the market, what our businesses bring in terms of technologies and knowledge in order to impact all citizens, to impact the bottom line, and to create the wealth we need to defend ourselves and to stand up for ourselves. Innovation, however, depends on a lot more than merely scientific knowledge. Innovation depends on the ability of translating that knowledge into a fertile ground of products, services, ideas. If you look at the Nobel Prizes for economics that were announced just last week, they highlight just how important the practical, commercial, technical skills are for innovation to thrive. If you merely take scientific knowledge, that research highlights, all that happens is it withers away, like Leonardo da Vinci's helicopter, which we all know about, but there was no helicopter at Leonardo's time. It is only when there is a whole ecosystem of artisans, of technicians, of entrepreneurs to take up that knowledge, that the knowledge drives economic growth. Economic growth is not something to be taken for granted. We do need to keep nurturing the soil for knowledge to thrive. And our ability to create this nurturing ecosystem is what we're talking about here. Because those practical, technical, commercial skills, they go across the thematic areas that EIT represents, which is why we're doing this together across all our 10 knowledge innovation communities. And those communities are uniquely suited to provide the fertile grounds for knowledge to hit the market. They are communities of trust, and they build on a very long European tradition of industry aiding the development of practical skills. If you actually look at the most competitive parts of European industry, anything from engineering to chemistry to cars, the vast majority of education and training there has always been vocational. The famous European apprenticeship model that gave us an inside edge since at least the Second World War, if not before, vis-a-vis other regions, was one of skills. Now, the problem is those skills are becoming vastly outdated. They're mechanical, they're relatively established ways of doing things, now more and more replaced by robots. We do need to apply the same model of communities of trust, of industry-academic collaboration to the 21st century. We need to find a way to have the same kind of practical link between industry and academia in things like artificial intelligence, which is why we have the Deep Tech Talent initiatives, across entrepreneurial skills, which is why we have the higher education initiatives. We need to tap into a much bigger labor pool. The reality is we do have an aging population in Europe. We cannot afford to lose half the workforce, which is why, amongst other things, we do want to encourage women as well as men to go for the STEM type of training. Our ability to gather and collectively upgrade the skill set of our workforce will be absolutely essential to fill what, if you look numerically, Professor Draghi highlighted as the main gap in European innovation, and that's the role of the private sector. Our publicly funded research and training is just fine, thank you very much. It's actually ahead of most other regions, and the Commissioner highlighted this at the recent RNI days here. It is our private sector that is, if I may say so, fast asleep. To wake that up, to wake up that sleeping giant, we do need to involve them on the skills level as well. Because often the reason why private companies don't innovate is they simply don't have the people to absorb the new technologies, the innovations which come out of our research universities. And that's why we're here today. This is why the European Institute of Innovation and Technology is built around those communities of trust. This is why we'll continue to focus on making sure those communities of trust feed the signal from industry back to academia and from academia to industry on what is needed and what needs to be done to upgrade our skills base. We'll continue to single-mindedly focus on collaborative innovation because that allows us to work very well together with all other instruments Europe has. And the European Union has truly now an impressive portfolio of mechanism to support pretty much every need that the Competitiveness Compass has identified. So thank you, Commissioner, for leading that kind of initiative. As a governing board, we are privileged to be a representation of both academia, business, and the public sector. So on balance, we're very good at working with the team to bring together a comprehensive view that will truly foster the working together, the collaborative culture we need to solve this. And I'm confident we will. And I thank you all for coming and spending 2 days on discussing what on practice do we do next Monday. With this, thank you very much.
Thank you, and indeed thank you to all of our high-level speakers for really setting the tone for what promises to be a fantastic 2 days. It's 2 days, it's 4 initiatives, and it's one shared goal, building an innovative education and entrepreneurship ecosystem in Europe. That's a lot of E's to fit into one sentence, so I hope you'll remember it throughout the couple of days. It can be our motto as we drive the conversation forward. We're going to start in just a moment with a high-level panel. I think we will get the stage set up now. EIT Director Martin Kern will also look at what the real goals are and what we're trying to achieve. Because Europe's future depends on its people and on their skills. And for the first time, this is the EIT bringing together the 4 flagship education initiatives. There's more than 800 participants over the 2 days, including innovators, educators, decision makers. And the idea is to really get everybody talking to foster this collaboration that will equip learners of all ages with the skills we need to thrive and to drive forward Europe's competitiveness. As we heard in those opening remarks, that is really the key to what we need to achieve. But first, let's have a look at the agenda over the coming days. We're going to start this morning following the panel with the EIT Skills Academies. You'll be hearing about those. We'll talk a little bit more about what's coming up and what's happening. Then this afternoon, it's the EIT Deep Tech Talent Initiative's turn to shine. We will have some panels, we will have keynote speeches, and we will have discussions. And of course, you, the audience, will be invited to ask questions, both digitally and in person, of our great speakers and panelists. Tomorrow morning, to get the scene set already for tomorrow, we will start with the very important topic of women and girls in STEM. And then in the afternoon, we will devote the whole section to the EIT Higher Education Initiative. There will, of course, be lots of opportunity for networking. There will be some surprises and some announcements along the way. We want you also to spend time looking at the installations and really getting to know each other as well. But first, the opening panel will be on building Europe's talent pipeline, driving the union of skills and STEM strategy. I see our panelists are already there, so I'll invite them to come and take a seat on stage and introduce you to Martin Kern, EIT Director, who will be our moderator.
They told me that's my place.
So it's yours. I'm sorry.
So good morning. Once again, on behalf of the EIT from my side, big thanks to Commissioner Sarajeva, Minister Damianu, and Stefan Dobrev for setting so clearly the scene on what is the challenge, outlining how the EU needs to deliver on the union of skills, on the startup and scale-up strategy. We're now going to spend the next 2 days not so much on what is the challenge, but how can we deliver on it. And I'm really happy to welcome and introduce the first panel that exactly is on the dividing line between the policy setting, the policy context, and the delivery of skills. So welcome Ivars Iaps, member of the European Parliament from Latvia, member of the ITRE committee, but also an academic himself, so with relevant background for this panel. Welcome to Antonetta Angelova Krasteva, Director in DG EAC for Education and Culture, and probably the person who knows best about the EIT in the Commission, following the EIT file since many, many years. And you're the Director for Innovation, Digital Education and International Cooperation, to give the correct title. Welcome also to Stephen Engels, who's from DG Employment, also from the European Commission, and he's the head of unit in charge of professional qualifications, skills and competitiveness, and that means also in charge of managing the various skills academies, some of which are implemented already by the EIT and some of them will be implemented. So big thanks for joining us and welcome, Stephen. And we have Yun Lu here, who's the CEO of ROSI, which is a company that is in the recycling field, recycling solar waste, in particular extracting silicon from that. So a big part of the circular economy and very successful company in this field who has been supported by some of our knowledge and innovation communities. So by way of introduction, and then we'll dive directly into the questions. As I already said, I think for the EIT perspective, the union of skills and the startup and scale-up strategy, STEM education strategy are really one. Because the EIT is not about one area, but it's about connecting the research, the business, and the education field in working together. And we want to explore in this panel and the rest of the days how innovation ecosystem, how the knowledge and innovation communities can add in particular in the skills area. And for that, I would like to ask a common question in the first round to all the panelists. You know that the EIT has trained already 1.3 million people in the last years. We have big plans ahead to train at least the same amount until 2028. So we'd like to hear from you where you see the added value of an initiative such as the EIT, in particular of the knowledge innovation communities, innovation ecosystems, to deliver skills which cannot be naturally provided or are not naturally provided by the education sector. So what can we provide on top? What's your experience looking back, what the EIT has delivered, and what are the vital skills going forward that the EIT model could deliver? So maybe we can start with Antonetta and then do the first round.
Yeah, thank you very much, Martin, and a very good morning to all. I'm very happy to see that the focus of this year's event is indeed on education and skills. I have always repeated, and this been very clearly highlighted also in the opening remarks of the Commissioner and the Minister, that one of the distinguished features of the EIT as a model, as an approach, is indeed the combination of education with research and business. And this is extremely important at times when we are all working very ambitiously to boost Europe's competitiveness and strengthen Europe's leadership. Coming to your question, I see it in 3 dimensions, I would say, and they're complementary. The first one linking to education and entrepreneurship, and actually the EIT through its activities, through its model, is boosting entrepreneurship education. With the KICS, it actually in the various education innovation activities, it promotes the embedding of entrepreneurship principles into educational curricula across diverse sectors. What is indeed important and already highlighted by Commissioner Zahareva are the expectations already set in the Union of Skills. But what the Union of Skills is also saying is that education systems very often fall short of delivering on these objectives, and there is a need for modernization, adaptations of education systems. The same for the startup and scale-up strategy, which acknowledges the importance of entrepreneurship when it comes to creation of businesses and startups. This is to say that entrepreneurship education is increasingly becoming a prerequisite, a crucial prerequisite when it comes to boosting Europe's competitiveness. The second point I would like to highlight is the commitment of the EIT and the KICS, which work towards ensuring lifelong learning. And I'm sure it was already announced that during the next 2 days there will be sessions dedicated to that, but let me highlight it. There are excellent examples where the EIT and the KICS put in place actually programs which are aimed to support the upskilling and reskilling. And the benefit of that is that the EIT is actually basing on its experience and the cooperation, it was already highlighted, between education institutions, business industries and the various stakeholders, and this means alignment with the needs and demands of the labor market, which is extremely crucial. And my third point to finish is the focus on STEM. It's been already clarified and highlighted how important it is actually to make sure that there are the necessary STEM skills and training. And the EIT and the KICs, again, most of the KICs are actually operating in fields related to STEM or addressing STEM subjects, which are crucial for actually delivering on innovation in their specific fields. There is an increasing need to equip young people with STEM skills, and this is what the EIT and the KICs are doing through various innovation and education activities, boot camps, and you name them, or also the various skills academies. So this focus on STEM, this alignment with the labor needs, and also the entrepreneurship education are indeed very specific features, very important one, and very crucial for boosting Europe's competitiveness, prosperity, and technological leadership.
Thank you very much, Antonetta. Let's go straight to Ivas Iaps for the same question.
Well, thank you very much, Martin, for having me here. I think that we have been already talking about the fact that skills is really a crucial element of European competitiveness. And I think that documents like the Union of Skills or the STEM education strategy just show that and promote that. At the same time, of course, we could look at it also from the, let's say, more practical perspective. Of course, education in the EU is still largely the national competence. And we all know that public budgets are under stress in many countries. And that's why I think the EU, also with initiatives like the EIT, should come in and improve this situation in many different aspects. First of all, I think that the role of keeping that knowledge triangle at the center is really important, because we all know that there are different teaching strategies in the countries. How do we teach STEM, both in high schools and in universities, but nevertheless to provide that practical angle. This is what is, to my mind, crucial, and where the EIT comes in with this knowledge triangle. And of course, what we have also seen during the last years is this, if you want, the capacity of EIT to bring out the talent everywhere. That's why, for example, this program has this regional innovation scheme, also working not just, well, in some member states, but also thinking about the coverage and bringing out the talent and bringing out the skills everywhere. From that perspective, I think that one of the topics that is going to be covered also in this conference is also women participation in STEM education. And of course, well, I think that we could be also a part of a broader process, which is, well, the very change of how do we think about skills needed in an individual's life in a competitive society. That education, this is not just the early part of your career, but also reskilling and upskilling as a part of your basic whole life. And this is, I think, to my mind, also an important part we should keep into account when thinking about the future of the skills union. And again, well, keeping the knowledge triangle, and this was also mentioned by the commissioner, is really crucial. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivas. Let's hear from Stephen, who's seeing on the ground in practice some of the EIT model delivery with the skills academies.
Not sure where I'm on the ground, but rather close to it. But thanks a lot. No, thanks for having me. I think the topic of today is extremely relevant, and not just because it links to the work that we try to do in the unit, but also for objective reasons. I mean, European companies are hungry for skills, and they're not just hungry for skills like you and I could be hungry for something, but hungry like my kids are when they come back from school at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and they really are extremely desperate for food. And I think the same desperation we also see in the companies. I mean, just to illustrate with a number of figures, we all know that skills and labor shortages are pervasive in all the sectors, especially also in the ones that the EIT is focusing on and are crucial for the green transition.
More than 25% of companies are telling us that they can't hire the right skills. And even more importantly, the ones that do hire are often saying, listen, even if we find good people, they do not necessarily have the training that we need them to have to be immediately operational. So there's a huge need there. At the same time, we are very far removed from our ambitious but still crucial objectives in terms of lifelong learning. So that's the challenge. Now, you answered the question, what is the added value or the distinctive added value of the EIT? And in the way you framed the question, you actually basically answered your own question. I think the main element there is, like the other speakers have also said, like the Commissioner has hinted at, is the fact that they bring industry on board. I mean, the genuine integration of industry in the knowledge triangle, that's crucial, and that's absolutely important. It's also it's important because it ensures the relevance and the immediate operational character of the learning programs that are developed. So that's why it is crucial. I mean, the skills are relevant for both the people taking them up and mastering them, but also for business wanting to hire the people that have those skills. So that is I think, the main added value. It's also this relevance and this alignment with industry needs is also cleverly integrated, if you ask me, in the way the academies are set up, in their governance, in their design, because as you might know, the academies get seed funding from the Commission. The idea is to get them started and to allow them to indeed do some skills intelligence in a very granular way. What is it that businesses need? And then to develop the learning programs that would meet those needs. For a short period, we fund them, 3 years, but after that, the academies are supposed to become self-sufficient. They're supposed to become financially sustainable on their own, which of course gives them a very powerful incentive to ensure the relevance of what they teach. And I think that's really the added value there.
And that's indeed quite unique. Now let's turn to you, Liu, definitely on the ground, because you're CEO of a company who faces the skills challenge every day, I assume. So very curious to hear your perspective.
Thank you. So it's really a great honor for inviting us to be here to share our experience from the ground, day-to-day work on the feedback of what we have benefited from EIT training program. So Rosie is a European startup company. We are engaged in the recycling of end-of-life photovoltaics modules. So today we are at a leading position, not only in Europe, but also in the world, because the recycled materials from our technology have the best purity in the world, and they are all reintegrated in the strategic industries in Europe, like batteries, like electric vehicles, like chips for artificial intelligence. So from the first day of the foundation of Rosie, EIT stood by us. It was by EIT Raw Materials, exactly the first day, then EIT InnoEnergy joined our venture. What we really benefited from all this very challenging venture is not only EIT played as a role of a shareholder or investor, it helped us to get integrated in the ecosystem of marketing, industrialization, and also a very challenging topic is the administration reality. So with all these years development, I'm extremely proud we're at the forefront to fight this circular economy, photovoltaic industry. What makes me as co-founder and the CEO of Rosie most proud is that all our key projects are driven by young talents in the early 30s, and half of them are female engineers. So gender equity is not a plan in Rosie, it's a reality. So this makes us, all of us, very proud. A good part of them went through certain programs of EIT from the first day. And here I would like to share my feedback on what we can work together with this extremely talented young generation. So first of all, young people like to shine on the stage. So what our task, we have changed from technology driving force. What my main task today is to prepare the stage for them, to give them trust, let them feel responsibility of the technology, of the project they are leading. Let them fail also, analyze together. This is the first thing, prepare stage for this young generation. And second second thing that made us think a lot, we benefited, learned a lot with the co-working with EIT colleagues, is also this interdisciplinary skills. So after many years, real exploration, how to run deep tech, startup, technology, industrial integration, what we really understand together with our EIT colleagues is that engineers should understand cost structures. All what they develop should make sense economically. Sales or marketing, commercial people should understand the technology development roadmap to drive the development of technology in a sustainable way, including the financial people. So my financial officers, they all have to understand the sustainability to bring positive impact on the sustainable and healthy financial system for green technologies. So these are my 2 cents for as a feedback.
Thank you very much. That's very valuable feedback, of course, and thanks a lot for your unique perspective. Let's dive a little bit deeper into some of the very concrete challenges which we face in Europe and as European Union with the member states in closing the skills gap, which not by coincidence is one of the 2 focus areas which also the EIT Governing Board proposes to exclusively focus on going forward with the EIT community. So Ivas, EAPS, maybe I can start with you. We'll mix up the order a little bit and maybe also talk to you not just as member of European Parliament, but also with your academic background to ask you directly that universities sometimes struggling to close the skills gap, to provide the skills needed, because naturally they would be the place to deliver that. So where do you see the biggest challenge that may actually prevent higher education institutions to deliver exactly the skills that we need, that especially industry needs nowadays, and what could be done about it to strengthen that capacity in universities and other training providers?
Well, this is a very interesting question. I think that we all know that universities tend to be rather conservative in most countries, in their outlook, if you want. But nevertheless, I think that there is a lot of room for improvement, also because we all know how definitely the new technologies, and especially the AI, is coming in and changing this whole landscape. To my mind, if we really think about the future of the STEM education, it's going to change because also new technologies coming in the education itself with platforms like Khan Academy and so on and so forth, when the very process of acquiring those skills is going to be mediated by the AI. And this is, I think, where the universities really could play a very positive role, in a sense, developing such approaches and so on and so forth. But, yeah, again, and of course the EU has done a lot in terms of, let's say, the European Universities Initiative and things like that, but we are still facing a huge fragmentation of the landscape of the higher education in the EU in general. We all know the old stories about how long the Bologna process has taken and so on and so forth, and it's still very much, lagging. And in that sense, I think the EU also, in terms of providing, for example, European diploma, as was proposed by the Commission in certain STEM-related fields, could just make this fragmentation go away, because right now I think that this is also one of the obstacles that we said, that there's different curricula, different teaching languages in many fields, different academic careers, which is also a problem. We all know that the EU countries are suffering from the brain drain, and it has a lot to do with career patterns that have been developed in the European countries. I think that the EU is, let's say, making more European initiatives in terms of universities, academic careers, research careers, innovation careers, could improve this. But again, taking into account the very fact that we are still dealing with 27 different systems. And in that sense, of course, there is a long way to go if we are thinking about competing with China and the US, we still see a rather different starting positions, because EU is still very much fragmented, and this is what we are suffering from in terms also on research and innovation.
Thank you very much. I turn to Antonetta, because in order to close effectively the skills gap and the innovation gap, it's not only important, of course, to have the right type of skills programs, so to target the right skill sets that are needed for the future and for more innovation, but also to broadly and inclusively target everyone to have the opportunity and to participate in these type of programs. Antonetta knows very well that women entrepreneurship, but also inclusion of other and underrepresented groups has been a focus and a target of the EIT in the last 10 years. And we had whole conferences dedicated to that. So it would be very interesting to hear from your perspective how you assess what the EIT has done in this field, and possibly what more could be done to close also this gender inclusivity gap.
Yeah, thank you very much, Martin, for this question. If you allow me just to complement what was also said by Mr. Jabesh, I think it's also very important to link different initiatives. What was said about the fragmentation is hugely important. The initiative, the European University Alliances are already making progress. And of course, they are linking with what the EIT is doing, the HEI initiative, which is also supporting the efforts of universities of becoming more innovative and entrepreneurial. And from the Commission side, it's always very important to make sure that such successful initiatives complement each other and expand the opportunities for the benefit of learners and equipping them with the skills. But coming to your question, Martin, I think that it was already very clearly highlighted by the Minister that we cannot leave half of Europe's talent on the sideline. And this refers also to the gender inequality. I mean, there is still a gender gap, especially if we look at technical disciplines. And when we look at ICT, the number that was mentioned, 20% of the ICT professionals are women. So we are still a long way to go in order to reach even our own targets in that regard. So this is the first thing I would like to make as a point. And in that regard, I would like to underline the contribution the EIT is already making through various initiatives. Just Girls Go Circular is one that immediately comes to mind. Simply because it's linking the technical knowledge in specific fields relevant to circular economy to also cultivating an entrepreneurial mindset. And we were indeed very happy to see when the achievement of the initial target of 40,000 girls trained was actually attained 3 years ahead of the schedule. I know that right now this number stands at 67,000 girls trained. If you ask me whether there is a potential to do more, definitely, because again, referring to the opening remarks, it is clear that we have to really act very quickly and respond to such needs in terms of addressing the skills mismatches and industry business needs, but also making sure that we benefit of the talent, which is abundant in Europe. So this is the first thing. The second thing, when we think about inclusivity, is to make sure that it's the people, but also the regions that should not be left behind. And this is one thing that the EIT is also doing very well, and it is very well placed to deliver on, is by bringing innovation and European excellence, European ecosystems and networks to the local level and adapting it to the local needs, putting the various actors together in order to either provide the necessary skills, build the necessary skills, or create businesses. The Regional Innovation Scheme is certainly an excellent example of that. And what you are doing, the EIT and the KICS of rolling out the RIS hubs across the various countries and regions is also very important. I believe that there are indeed excellent examples, be it to address the gender gap, talking about the Supernovas program or other training and education activities that you have, or talking about the risk spreading excellence, innovation excellence across Europe. But what is important is really to act ambitiously and with speed, just to make sure that there is scale. And this is where we also have our expectations about the future.
Thank you, Antonetta, and thank you also for highlighting achievements of the EIT and knowing the numbers better than me of the achievements. That's really excellent. And of course, for the audience, we're planting the seed for topics that will be explored in much more detail in the next 2 days, including the gender dimension of the skills gap, but also the capacity of higher education institutions. And with that, I would turn to Stephen for a specific question and one more challenge that we're also discussing a lot at the EIT community, because with those numbers of persons trained, we can only reach them if we go beyond traditional education formats. And that means beyond master programs, PhD programs, which also in the EIT in the beginning were the exclusive focus. But the numbers coming out of that, even those are excellent programs, simply not enough to make a massive impact, and that's what we need in Europe. So Stephen, my question is then also, when we have other type of training formats, of course immediately the question comes about certification, about recognition, especially, industry demand programs. So could you tell us more how you see these challenges, for example, for industry-led micro-credentials? How can they be accepted? How can they be quickly updated so that they are relevant and recognized?
Yeah, no, it's a very good question, because indeed, I mean, when I talked earlier about skills shortages, we are not only thinking and talking about PhDs and masters. I mean, skills shortages are pervasive in all sectors and at all skills levels. So the training program or the training programs that we develop to meet these gaps need to be, first of all, very flexible. Now, talking about the preconditions of successful micro-credentials, I think you can sum them up rather quickly, but it's difficult to put in practice. So summing them up, relevance, I already pointed to that, readability and reliability. The 3 R's are absolutely crucial. So relevance, there I think, I mean, the key, and I already alluded to that earlier, is that you bring on board the industry, you let them have a crucial role in defining their needs. But then, of course, you do that in the context of a triangle, because there's always the temptation to very narrowly define the needs, and you don't want the skills that are part of the learning programs to become obsolete immediately after. Things change, so people also need transversal skills related to critical thinking, problem solving, these kinds of things that allow them to learn elements that they can need in their next job, but also in the one after that. So that's the relevance part. Readability, super crucial. I mean, readability, the recommendation we have on micro-credentials lays out what needs to be in there. If a trainer or a trainee has acquired a number of skills, the recruitment agencies, the companies need to be able to immediately understand what is behind that and to link that to what they know, because people are mobile across sectors, across borders. So this readability is crucial. I think I would even go so far as to say that it needs to be machine readable, because I mean, recruitment companies, public employment services are also using AI tools more and more. And if you then combine several micro-credentials, the machine that first looks at your resume needs to be able to have an idea of what it is that you bring in. And of course, human interaction afterwards comes. But machine readability, I think, is absolutely crucial. And there, for instance, I like the fact that EIT digitalizes the credentials that come with the learning. I mean, that's a conditio sine qua non, if you ask me. And then reliability, obviously, there needs to be quality assurance behind. The employer needs to be able to trust what is there. And therefore, I think embedding micro-credentials in the bigger frameworks that we have to also improve, again, the readability, but also the trust, linking them to the national qualification frameworks, linking them to the European qualification frameworks, all of that, I think, is ahead of us and is what we need to do to make sure that function. And the last element I wanted to mention is portability. So certification is needed for the portability. I already said that people are mobile across sectors and move more frequently between jobs. So being able to capitalize continuously on what you learned at some stage in your career is absolutely crucial.
Thank you, Stephen. And for all the reasons you mentioned, the EIT has also in recent years broadened its EIT label framework to not just provide the EIT label, which is for skills programs with a strong entrepreneurship, creativity dimension, to master and PhD programs, but exactly also to shorter training formats, micro-credentials and others. And that has allowed us, obviously, to scale up the type of training provision that we can deliver through the EIT. Yoon, so if I can turn to you and also dive in a fourth very specific challenge which you face from an industry or business perspective, how to work with universities, how to work with training providers, not just to get the right quality courses for your employees, but also to make sure they are developed. So can you share your experience, how that works in practice?
Sure. Today, what we need for advancing with our industry is clearly beyond traditional knowledge transfer. And this is why I see the added value of EIT program. So we have already started to benefit from the different mindset transmitted in the EIT program. So first of all, it's always this interdisciplinary thought, the added value. So a deep tech company like us, we need excellent chemical engineers, mechanical engineers, but the connection, all this development of technology in a bigger ecosystem, which are very often driven by facility utilities, digitalization, that gives the stability in the operation, finally translated in the cost. It's the cost that make us face this very, very fierce competition. So this seed is embedded in most of the programs of EIT. Then the second, which is, I would say, almost accomplished mission of EIT is all the young people, what we have contact from EIT program, they have very deep understanding of this circular and the sustainability. It's a fiber that is deep in the mind of our young generation. This is really something which makes us very, very happy about that. And then another additional point, I find it's remarkable that started, which is not completely to the end, is this mindset on the co-construction, on the collaboration, not only with industrial partners, suppliers, but also with the competitors, and integrate our development in a much larger landscape. This is also a discussion point that I see a lot of positive impacts. So as one of the first companies, if I allow myself to say, we have benefited from a lot of supporting programs of EIT. I would like to cite an example. So Rosie is building a world's biggest PV recycling site in Spain. And this project has been taken by a very young engineer, graduated from EIT training program. So she's 28 years old. She's going to announce this project next week in the EIT event in Lisbon. So I'm really proud of that.
Fantastic, and we look forward to that. Thank you very much. We're almost out of time, but we'll have one a bit provocative, simplified last question to all of you. What would be the skills program or the sort of super skill you would recommend a young person, a graduate, your children to take, if you have to pick one to be ready, future-proof? Maybe we can start with you, Yoon, and then we come back to Antoinette. Just one, and briefly why, of course.
Okay, so it's not a super skill from technology. I would like to share my thought about the super skill that is courage. I know academics they tend to be very humble, but this is really the legacy, the base, the huge knowledge of European industry. Rosie started from academic knowledge. So this is, without all the support of universities, EIT will not be here today. So it's the courage, how to engage the academic people into uncertainty, that we need a lot of courage to engage ourselves, to explore the industrial world, to try their knowledge, which might work, which might not work. So this courage to face whatever comes uncertain is very important. And the most effective way to empower this route, this uncertainty, is actually the exposure. This is, I think, embedded in the mindset of EIT program, that we combine the academic personnel at very early stage, students to the industrial project. And the tough part is you have to mobilize the industrial partners. This is not the easiest part, but we see that it's going on.
Thank you. Excellent and very thoughtful choice, Stephen. Makes it more difficult for you.
Yeah, very, very briefly. It's also not a technical skill. If you're talking about super skills, I don't think about technical skills. I think they are absolutely essential, but you need something on top. And the one thing I think you need on top, or two things, if I may, problem solving and curiosity. No matter what field you are in, if you're able to analyze a problem from different angles, to develop a problem tree, to think about possible interventions, you get very far. And so if you have that on top of your technical skills, which you obviously need, the technical skills become more sustainable, more durable over time. You can use that again and again and again in different settings. I think that's my super skill, or not the one I have, but the one I wish for everybody else.
Perfect, thank you.
Well, I would like just to echo what was just said about, yes, openness of the mind, curiosity, and the willingness to explore new ways of doing things. And I think this is sometimes, well, much more important than this narrowly commercial focus of innovation, because we all know that all groundbreaking innovations have come actually simply from people's curiosity, whether we can do that, how does it work? And in that sense, keeping that element of curiosity is very important. But if I may add, I think what we sometimes really need in Europe is also the appreciation of our educators, teachers and professors that are really working on this, what we are doing right now, meaning the skills, the preparing people from the future life, which we ourselves might even not experience ourselves. So in that sense, also the appreciation of people who are engaged in education and in this promotion of skills. Thank you.
Thank you. Antoinette.
Yeah, things are even more difficult for me after all this. Really, indeed. No, listening to other speakers and thinking of this super skill, I was thinking of two complementary things, which, to a great extent, actually will probably repeat or refer to what the other speakers say. I was thinking of entrepreneurial mindset. I think that this is encompassing all that curiosity, creativity, openness, because what I think Europe is actually missing is how to turn these great ideas, this crazy thinking into something, into business opportunities, how to commercialize them. And we know European universities are really great, they excel in research, science, in knowledge creation, but where they are lacking are turning all that into very good market products and services, really commercializing it. And I do believe that we need confidence, if I may, and this needs to be taught to young people from a very early age. They have to think creatively, but they need to have also the confidence, the belief in themselves that they can build their dreams, they can realize them, and that they can turn all new ideas into very actionable new innovations.
Thank you, Antoinette. And I think if we put your 4 super skills together, we already have the basis to develop a new EIT training program. So to close this panel, I know we're over time, and sorry about that. First of all, from the EIT side, the super skill I hope we can start to provide in the next 2 days is to navigate through the EIT community programs, through the EIT Campus, which is the website which lists all the different EIT education and skills opportunities, the entrepreneurs, the young talents, young women to the right type of programs that can help them to develop not just that super skill, but also to be the ones who can close the skills gap in Europe. Big thanks to Yun, Stephen, Ivas and Antoinetta for your contributions. I will not once again summarize this panel because the next 2 days provide the opportunity to go much deeper into all the topics that we have planted here today. I hope you found it interesting and enjoy the rest of the program. Thank you very much, and I pass back to Jennifer. Is there?
I won't take up too much of your time because I'm sure everyone is ready for a coffee and to mull over the wise words you've heard here on the panel from Martin and his speakers. We will be back here looking at the EIT Skills Academies at 11:15. So please do join us again then.
Just a kiss away tonight. And we're gonna break up with this time. Cause we're just a kiss away tonight. And we're gonna break up with this time.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, Jennifer Baker.
Thank you. I fear you may be tired of that jingle by the end of the 2 days. But for our next session, we are going to focus on the EIT Skills Academies. Now, I'm sure everyone in this room already knows what they are and why the EIT community continues to lead this large-scale workforce upskilling and reskilling efforts. And of course, it's to align with the green transition and also with industry needs. This includes flagship academies, which of course we have the EIT Skills Academies, the European Battery Alliance Academy, the European Solar Academy, the European Raw Materials Academy, and the European Advanced Materials Academy, which you will learn about in a few moments, co-designed with industry. So all these skills academies operate as part of an ecosystem to deliver cutting-edge training through local providers and create that transferable knowledge to support cross-community mobility. And of course, these are indeed in response to the EU agenda of the Green Deal Industrial Plan and the Net Zero Industry Act. Just to throw some figures at you, the EIT Net Zero Industry Skills Academies have trained so far more than 130,000 learners, with plans to upskill and reskill over 1 million by 2028. So that is quite a tall order. Our next session is going to be 2 panels back to back, and we do want you in the audience to ask questions. And of course, our online audience, we want to include you in this as well. So we will be using Slido. Let's have a look. If you can see on the screen behind me, there is the QR code. Those in the room, use your smart devices to scan the QR code, or you can go directly to slido.com and put in the code 3344263. If you're watching online, you can do the same with your device or by going directly to Slido, and our great moderators will try and put as many of your questions as possible to the speakers in the time allowed. Our first panel is Building Europe's Net Zero Workforce, Lessons, Insight, and What's Next. I already gave you some key figures. They will be able to put more flesh on the bones of that. It will present the InnoEnergy Skills Institute, which plays a leading role in both the European Battery Alliance and the European Solar Academy. So I'd like you to welcome to the stage our moderator, Juana Penu, the InnoEnergy Skills Institute Director of InnoEnergy.
Good morning. Good morning. Okay, good. I had a feeling I should do a jingle or dance a little bit, but no, we will go straight to business. Thank you for having us here today for this panel on the lessons learned from Net Zero Academies from 2022 to date. I am very pleased to be joining and hosting this panel together with my colleagues, Jackie Wigg and Cameron Bure, and with our partners, which are online, really to showcase the spirit of the academies, Michael and Ildiko. Good morning and welcome. So,
good morning.
Good morning. So, let's go straight to business, because we need to be effective, we need to be impactful, and we need to deliver. So, I am here today to talk about skills and sovereignty, not about education as a theoretical concept. InnoEnergy Skills Institute is Europe's operational arm for the Net Zero Industry Academies. We have creating a system turning industrial policy into a trained workforce. We are working very closely aligned with the Net Zero Industry Act objectives and Union of Skills objectives, and in close collaboration with the European Commission, EIT, working together and bringing insights from the industry and incorporated innovation in our content and delivery methods in order to deliver on the targets related to reskilling and upskilling at scale in Europe, and therefore enabling the strategic competitiveness at European level. But instead of telling you a long story, let me show you. We are going to project a short film that captures the human side of European green industrial revolution, the learners, the companies, the impact.
Achieving a net zero economy is a challenge that calls for innovation, commitment, and a skilled workforce. Due to the evolution of technology in clean tech and the emergence of AI, 60% of the global workforce will need upskilling before 2027. The EU's Net Zero Industry Act has set the ambition for 40% of its technologies to be manufactured within Europe, underscoring the necessity for net zero industry academies in upskilling the workforce and creating new jobs to meet growing industry capacities. InnoEnergy Skills Institute's European Battery Academy has trained over 100,000 plus workers, providing upskilling solutions and certifications, and empowering them to compete on a global level. Now, key insights from the battery sector are informing the structure and strategy of academies in other sectors, such as solar, wind, green hydrogen, and critical raw materials. This ensures a comprehensive curriculum that is dynamically aligned with industry needs. With a deep understanding of industrial value chains such as batteries, solar PV, and green hydrogen, the first step is identifying the skills needed to perform various critical jobs in the sector. Only then can learning content be curated and developed, and each learning journey can be tailored. Working closely with key industry partners, member states, and local training providers, and leveraging our robust IT infrastructure and network, training is delivered in person and online in an accessible, practical, and immersive way. This helps the skilled workers enjoy a swift and smooth transition from learning to employment, backed by industry-recognized certifications. Beyond training, we build industry skills intelligence, stimulate investment, create quality jobs, and offer sales and marketing support to local training providers. With this initiative, InnoEnergy Skills Institute has earned widespread recognition and trust from governments and key industry players alike. As plans to roll out the European Net Zero Academy model in other green technology sectors unfold, InnoEnergy is setting the standard for upskilling solutions in the clean tech industry.
So what you have seen, it's not a one-off initiative or project or a pilot. It is really a system that we have started to build in 2022 together with the European Battery Alliance. And we are proud to say that we have delivered so far significantly on this, and the initiative and the support for the battery value chain will continue. The focus to create a pool of talent, reskilling and upskilling workers for this strategic value chain for the competitiveness of Europe will continue. We took what we have learned in the Battery Academy and we have scaled and improved and we are delivering the magic for the solar value chain into the Solar Academy, and we want to continue to serve the industry and bring talent and empower learners in other strategic key value chains for us, such as wind, hydrogen, Hyperloop, and so on and so forth. So this is just the beginning of the journey for us, and we are here especially to deliver impact. And I want to share with you the impact that the European Battery Academy has had so far, and some of the key numbers you have heard already. 100,000 direct learners. That means these direct learners were on our platform. They receive European digital credentials. And our ambition is to continue to do that and have, on an annual basis, over 50,000 learners on our platform, because indeed, our platform has the capacity, we do have the infrastructure to upskill and reskill these volumes. But that is only possible together with our trainer, with our local training providers, with our industry partners, with the collaboration and support of local and national authorities. And that is translated very concretely in a library of 100 courses, and that means around 600 learning hours and content available in over 10 languages. And why is it important, and why choosing the blueprint that InnoEnergy has created is because it is a system that works. Why us? Because we are bridging policy with execution. We operate our own LMS, manage our certified content, and co-design programs directly with industry leaders such as Vercor, Holosolis, Das Solar, Trisan, and so on and so forth. We move faster than the traditional frameworks, but we are in full strategic sync with the European Commission Union of Skills and the tools available at European level to accelerate these processes. And I want to close my introduction with sharing with you a success story from Ireland. And here, this is a real story that I hope you can Google it on your phones. It's a company which is called Electric Avenue Bikes. They are repairing electric bikes, and they realize that they do not have the knowledge or a curricula existing in their country to do so. So they came to us, the owner came to us, we upskilled him in Belgium in partnership with Vito, and then after that, all his workforce went through the European Battery Academy, and we are very happy to continue to be partnering with them, even when the Academy project per se concluded. Again, we continue to deliver to the industry, and we remain committed to its success. And talking about success, I want to invite my colleague Jackie to share the magic and the achievements and the initiatives in the European Solar Academy, and to highlight what and how we are doing things differently for the solar value chain. Jackie?
Thank you, Anna. Yeah, so as Anna said, and just to echo, the European Solar Academy is one of the net zero industry academies. And the project has been running from March 2024, and it will conclude in February 2027. Also, another key point that Oana picked up is that we don't work in isolation. So we work across the solar value chain or life cycle, and we work with key partners to be able to deliver on upskilling initiatives that will really equip Europe for the green transition. And those partners include stakeholders like member states, learning training providers, and industry associations. I think also really importantly is that we need to remain responsive to industry needs so that the upskilling initiatives that are developed really talk to the needs of industry. And we know that one of the big issues within the industry currently is AI. So we're asking ourselves the question of how can we incorporate knowledge and skills that are relevant to this transition so that workers can really move forward into the future with confidence into this new world instead of fear. And really at the foundation, again, this came out in Oana's presentation, but really at the foundation of the European Solar Academy and all our net zero industry academies is the green skills framework. So really working on developing very deep skills intelligence about the value chain. So using sophisticated AI tools that crawl big data, and working to refine that with various types of research and expert panels to identify both the key job roles and what are the key skills that are needed in each of those job roles for the worker in that position to be successful. And so for solar, we've identified the key job roles across the value chain, so all the way from manufacturing to recycling. And as I say, really working to understand what are the key skills within each of those job roles for our workers to be successful, and then developing our upskills initiatives on that basis. And then just to touch very briefly on some of our key initiatives, upskilling initiatives in the Solar Academy. So in our bid to support the reshoring of manufacturing to Europe, of solar manufacturing to Europe, we're working on developing a module manufacturing upskilling initiative. And these courses are relevant to module manufacturing operator and the job role of module manufacturing engineer. The second initiative on the slide I'm going to go into a little bit more detail about in a moment, but just very briefly, it's a harmonized European credential. And the credential is in its pilot phase, and it's relevant to rooftop installer and rooftop installation technician. Operations, I beg your pardon, permitting. We know that in solar, a very critical bottleneck, often in solar projects being approved, is the length of time that it takes for permits to be approved. So this initiative is aimed at local authorities to provide them with the skills and knowledge to be able to help accelerate that permitting process. Operations and maintenance, the third initiative on the slide, is a really important part of the value chain. The workforce grows in this part of the value chain every year because all PV that is implemented needs to be operated and maintained. It's a fairly young initiative for us, but we're in the process of developing training solutions for operations and maintenance technician and operations and maintenance engineer. So all of these initiatives, as you'll see, are targeted at specific job roles, and the green skills framework, which I described, which Oana also described, is the foundation of that. And then finally on this slide is a community outreach project. And this is really just there to help ensure a strong pipeline of talent for solar. This is aimed at young folks, so 18 to 25-year-olds thinking about what to do with their careers, and in a fun and engaging way, it takes them through a day in the life of various different job roles across the solar value chain. Now, I said I'd come back to this initiative. It's our European Installer Credential Initiative. Something important that we've learned from the European Battery Alliance Academy and is echoed in the Pact for Skills is the really important need for certification and how much learners put value on this. So we focused on the installer because it's the biggest job role in the solar value chain. And we know that the way that it's trained in different member states is quite fragmented, which leads to quality and safety issues. And we're currently piloting this credential in 7 member states. And it's issued as a European digital credential. The credential certifies that the holder has successfully completed training aligned with the harmonized European learning framework for solar PV installation. And this framework is based on the requirements of multiple member states. And really it's designed to improve quality, comparability, trust, and worker mobility. And on this important topic of certification, I'm going to hand over to my colleague Cameron, who's the certification manager at the InnoEnergy Skills Institute, who's going to lead a panel discussion with experts in the domain of certification. Thank you, Cameron.
Thank you, Jackie. Good morning, everyone. For the next 20 minutes, I'm going to deep dive into certification and how they can be used to harmonize pathways across borders and make sure that recognition actually works in practice. My name is Cameron Barrett. I'm the Certification Product Manager at InnoEnergy. And here we are. Our panelists joining online are Ildiko Mazar, who supports the European Digital Credentials for Learning at NTT Data. She is a specialist in open education and digital credentials. And we also have Michael Rayner, who is the CEO of ECQA, that is the European Certification Qualification Association, quite a mouthful. He's an expert in European certification and quality management as well. I've had the pleasure of working with both Ildiko and Michael for the last 2 years, and I'm confident they will have a lot of very interesting insight today. I'm less confident about being able to keep them to the allocated time. However, we do have them strategically online, so we can turn them off if needs be. So let's start. We're going to start with the juicy topic of micro-credentials. There's been a lot of talk about micro-credentials as a way for learners to be able to upskill. They're small, flexible chunks of learning which work well from a learner's perspective. But how can we make sure that they create real value for employers too? So I'd like to first ask this to Michael, and then also pass this along to Ildiko afterwards.
Thanks for that. I'll try to keep it short, Cameron. Well, the idea is the micro-credentials or micro-certifications are for users to collect them as a little bit Skrill. So every skill that is there and that they have achieved, they should be getting micro-credentials for that. It makes typically smaller chunks for the exams, and that means if you need to do a retake of these exams, you don't have to fulfill all of them again, but only those that you didn't pass. That's the basic idea behind it. Besides that, it can be kind of compiled in modules and skill sets, which then form the job roles. But the idea is to go there and collect as many as you have, be it with formal learning or informal learning, and then kind of keep a record of that. And I think Ildiko will jump in for the record there.
Yes, thank you. I was going to approach this because the question is how this can provide or give value to the employers. We have heard in the morning panel the importance of lifelong learning and upskilling, which goes way beyond formal programs and degree training. So it is important that we have a standardized approach to these credentials. So wherever these learners during their lifelong learning journey acquire these new skills or strengthen their existing skills, they can express them in a standardized way that provides meaning to employers. For this, there are several initiatives that are already out there. One to mention is beyond the Union of Skills that we already heard about is the recommendation for the micro-credentials for employability and lifelong learning. They provide a little annex with just a handful of mandatory information that a micro-credential, whether digital or analog, should include. And if all micro-credentials would have the same set of information, it would empower the employers as well to compare and compile these micro-credentials of learners. Standardization, by the way, would also apply to the vocabularies that we use. In this particular instance, green skills, but you can just use the more broader ESCO skill taxonomy or digital skills frameworks to express skill sets in multilingual concepts that relate to all kinds of occupation areas as well. That again is very important for the use case that we were told before.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Ildiko. And I guess that brings us nicely onto the question of recognition itself. When it comes to recognizing certifications across borders, what do you see as the biggest hurdles? And we'll direct this one to Ildiko first.
Yeah, so just plugging into what I said before, it's all good that we are able to express the skill information in these reliable micro-credentials, but we know how there's already a big challenge recognizing in a transnational way degrees. If you move on to the quality assurance of smaller credentials from training providers that are not universities or higher education institutions, this challenge is becoming greater. So a barrier could be to be able to read and understand the value of these micro-credentials, to allow these third-party readers of these credentials that are prospective employers or admission officers at other training institutions to trust the value and the underlying quality assurance of the credential. If we can cross this barrier or solve these problems, that would probably accelerate this trust, and it would support more learning and labor mobility for European citizens across EU member states. There are mechanisms for it, for an increasing number of micro-credentials. They are already included in national qualification frameworks and the European qualification framework, but not all of them. So despite this trend, it is really important to be able to document and communicate the value and the quality of these micro-credentials, and digitization and using the above mentioned standards is definitely contributing to that. I don't know if you have something to add, Michael, to my technical analysis?
Well, perhaps a wee bit, because one part which in my perspective is always a barrier is the understanding that there's a big difference between a participation certificate and a real exam certificate. So I know that a lot of companies don't like to give their people to the certification, because if they have certification, they're more valuable to other companies. But on the other hand, it really proves that they fulfill the skill or learning objectives that were set to that. Rather than we're sitting in the classroom when the training was there. We don't mind if the exam or the certification was done on a practical or on a theoretical part, but the industry involvement is very crucial on that, because if the industry understands that what kind of skills they are looking for and how they may change, as Ildiko said, the small training providers have a fair chance of reacting much faster than most of the universities will do. So the idea is really to cooperate there, and then on the other hand, perhaps get the universities to accept those skills, those certificates that they did in a kind of vocational educational training, rather than kind of stating that there's a big difference. There is quite often a big difference, but not everywhere, and that would be kind of a little barrier to overcome here also.
I think this is very important that what you just mentioned, Michael, that the recognition is not just from the certificate to the employer. It's also recognizing prior learning when somebody is retraining or learning new skills. To avoid this redundant learning would be very important to accelerate the reskilling processes and support the job seekers or just those who want to improve within their existing jobs. So let's hope that the mechanisms that we offer, that InnoEnergy already tested, can help and prove to be valuable.
Agreed. And I guess we've covered this a little bit just now, but on the flip side, where are the biggest opportunities to change this? And what EU initiatives are helping us to drive that change? To Ildiko, please.
Okay, again, I think we heard about the Union of Skills, how important it is to recognize learning and support and facilitate the movement of skilled workers across the EU member states. The EU is working with a lot of very important and interlinked initiatives and policies, one of which is we also heard about the European degree, the European University Alliances, and the European Commission has developed a single data model, the European Learning Model, in 2018. On which we build European Digital Credentials for Learning, EDCs, what you have seen on the previous slide from Jackie. And what's also very important to mention here in terms of the opportunities, Michael mentioned the importance of distinguishing between attendance certificates that only prove that somebody sat through a training or an event, such as this conference, and some levels of proof that a person has acquired perceived learning objectives and outcomes. It's one thing to describe the learning outcomes of a learning opportunity, and it's a completely different thing to actually document how the learner has proven the acquisition of these learning outcomes. And when you use this very sophisticated data model, the ELM, and use very rich structured data to describe anything about learning, then you are able to document any aspects of this learning outcome or skill acquisition. You can describe the ways this was assessed, the grades, and how to interpret the grades of a learner. And this is a great opportunity that can be used across EU member states and indeed across different models and standards as well. The European Digital Credentials for Learning are not the first digital credential format. Many people are familiar with open badges, for example. To be able to make these standards interoperable will just empower the individual citizen who is a lifelong learner and a lifelong mobile worker.
And I think additionally to that, the idea of the industry working with the people and sending their people for training is one of the biggest opportunities because, well, they expect some outcome from that. So there's money in it, so there should be a return on invest for that, being kind of business oriented. Whereas a learner typically is self-motivated, says, well, I'm interested in this topic and that topic. So it's not that important where it leads him or her. But on the other hand, these skill tracks should be kind of having an opportunity for the learner to see what other opportunities I have afterwards. So to see, as Ildiko said in the EDC, if you have a skill set with the Europass or kind of the open badges and a certain kind of skill level in different kind of parts, there should be kind of an option for showing them, well, if you additionally do this and this, you could go for that job role, or you do this and this for this job role. So to kind of guide the people rather than having those fixed job roles. So now you're applying for this job, this is what you need to do, but to be more flexible in that, that would be, I think, a big opportunity. Also in terms of, as Ildiko said, lifelong learning and opportunities for my workforce, for them to evolve and to kind of adapt to the needs, because we just talked about artificial intelligence. Nobody knows where this leads us in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years. So we need to have very, very open-minded people that want to change, which is not the typical part that most of the workers have, they want to change. And of course, the industry allowing them to do so. So that would be, I think, a good opportunity for us all.
Okay.
Brilliant, thank you. And the final question, and as a bit of a summary, from an industry perspective, how do we turn these big ideas about recognition and harmonization into something practical on the ground? What do we need to do differently to make these systems actually work for employers on a day-to-day basis?
If I may start, the first step might be to go away from kind of only looking at diplomas and outcomes, but to look at kind of skill sets, no matter where they come from. As good as they need to be described, there's kind of a set for rules for that, but that might be kind of a little bit of a game changer, also in the part that I mentioned beforehand. So to cross accept kind of certifications between the vocational educational training in the universities within the lifelong learning, which we all have.
If I may plug into that, I think it's also important to recognize that it's not just those learning providers who we'll label as learning providers who are important players in this game. When we say lifelong learning, it's also learning on the job. And I do believe that it requires a mindset change from employers as well to embrace credentialing and digital credentials, and to award digital credentials documenting and proving the skills of their workforce, so that they can use those proofs of skills to just progress on the career ladder within the same company, but also in case for whatever reason they need to leave, to be able to carry these skills with them. As we heard before from Mr. Engels, the portability of these credentials and the skills is extremely important.
Great. So yeah, it's really using the tools which we have to help build trust within the industries and with the employers, so that they start adopting these micro certificates and things that we have. Okay, thank you very much, Ildiko and Michael. Thank you all for your attention. I hope you found that interesting. I would now like to invite Oana and Jackie back up, and we'll be happy to answer some questions, if there are any.
Yes, thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed our panel and has given you a view on how we are approaching the learning and upskilling and reskilling processes and methodologies within the InnoEnergy Skills Institute. I hope we have provided you with some food for thought, not only LLM's conversations. Now we are afforded another 7 minutes for questions and answers, and I'm being told there is a microphone in the room here, so please raise your hand, ask for the microphone to raise your questions. Okay, there is a question, gentleman in the
front.
Middle.
Do I have to turn it on? Oh, it's on. Okay, sorry. Sorry for the technical. You mentioned that there's an interest in standardizing how the skills or the content of these digital certificates. Has there been any attempt? Has there been a particular field where you started to categorize and map the skills into some kind of a framework?
I can take that. I mean, I think solar is an obvious one with exactly what we're doing with the installer initiative. It's looking at the real critical skills which are needed and pinpointing it one job role at a time. So really looking at the solar technician, for example, really understanding those skills which are needed and creating standardized assessments and certification around that, which we have our training partners who do on-site training and will do the practical assessment as well. So it's making sure that by doing that, we're building trust with the employers who will then go ahead and hopefully hire them. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah. Is it available somewhere? Is it something that we can already see?
Yep, it is available. Jackie, do you want to maybe?
Sure, I can give a little bit more detail. So we are piloting it in 7 different member states with different local training providers in those different member states. And the idea is they already had successful training initiatives for installers within solar. So it's not about reinventing the wheel, but it's about offering a framework which is based on the requirements of different member states so that we can create harmonization in terms of the recognition of those skills. So we work with those learning training providers, assess their training and their alignment to the framework, and then in certain areas, if necessary, work with them to strengthen certain aspects of it. but it happens on, the training happens on the ground in the different member states, in sort of delivered very locally, but aligned to a framework.
Maybe, Jackie, it's good to mention which are the 7 member states that we are actually actively engaging with.
Sure. So we have partners in Romania. I hope I don't forget any now. So you can keep me honest.
That's on the spot.
Romania, France, Germany, Spain, Italy,
Lithuania, or Finland.
Finland. Thank you. Sorry, I'm on the spot. But yeah, that gives you a sense of the different member states. And it's an open program. We're still inviting other learning training providers to join us. Yeah.
So if you are a learning training provider and you have a solar curricula, you have our contact. Don't hesitate to knock on our door. We are very happy to do so. So again, we are also working with industrial corporation to certify their special, let's say, program, upskilling programs internally, but we have seen that we had such a case which had become actually a national program. So I believe that's really the beauty that Net Zero Industry Academy has, and that is to become flexible, adaptable, and to address the needs at the local level, at the SMEs and employers that need the qualified and productive workforce. And finally, and most importantly, the learner, which is at the center of everything. So we still have 3 minutes.
There's one more question.
And there is one more question in the 2 more questions.
Okay, thanks. Michael, I really liked or maybe loved your remark about this diploma first focus to a talent competence focus, maybe coming up to a kind of a talent passport or talent ID. What would be your advice for taking the first small baby steps in this transition?
That's not an easy question, you know, because I'm also working for a university, and they won't like me saying that universities should always accept kind of the skills and competences that certification companies or vocational education providers issue. The idea is, as Ildiko also said, that we need to have standards for that. And if there's a standard and a description for the learning objective, for the outcome, for the EQF level, and we have all that, and the EQF level and the certification, how it was done, it should be no problem for accepting it vice versa. And why, as a training provider, I need to get people through my whole training. And I know, as Cameron already said, people are working in that field perhaps for 5 years or 10 years. So why not accepting this? This is on the spot training, so they can go to the exams or kind of show in a practical way that they know how to do it. And this needs to be more open and needs to be more documented at the same time in a centralized way for the EDC there. And that's my advice. We need to have small steps. We need to have the first universities to do these steps, besides kind of having the idea of losing money by that.
Thank you very much, Michael, for this short but targeted answer. I know you're very passionate about these topics, and we can continue furthermore. But we had one more question in the back.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I was wondering, you are talking harmonizing and also reflecting on what was said earlier in the morning. How do you find standards for the future, so to say? Or are you saying that, let's say, in aspects of harmonization, this future, we're lagging so far behind that just agreeing on a standard nowadays is already futuristic?
I can jump in.
Thank you.
I think that's just it. Like, we are trying to set the standard right now. So it's building that trust. It's showing that by doing this training course and obtaining this certification, this person has this set of skills which we are saying that they have. A big part of that is the assessment. We need to make sure that the assessment's rigorous, and Michael from ECQA will know this especially, but it's building that trust by having recognized bodies involved, so that an employer recognizes these bodies, recognizes the companies, and knows that that person who's applying for a particular role has the skills they say they have when they show a certificate.
And I would add to that, just in terms of also adding a layer onto that on always being forward-looking. So some of the key themes that we are grappling with are the impact of AI, for instance, and on the solar value chain. There's been some very concrete work done on that by the Becquerel Institute, who recently released a report on the topic. Very concrete insights in terms of how AI is likely to impact the solar value chain. Some of that's unpredictable, but to the best of our ability, how can we incorporate those skills into our training? Another key theme that we see is the need for grid flexibility in solar. So in some instances, battery skills might be relevant within a solar job. So looking at ways to integrate that. So that's just a way that we also have an eye on the future and integrate into our training.
Okay, thank you so much for your time and for your interest. I think we are right on time, and I will leave you now in the capable hands of our host, Jennifer. Thank you.
A big round of applause, please, for our speakers. Well, thank you. I hope that was informative for everyone, and of course, for everyone joining online, as well as the speakers joining online. Our next section is going to look at the future of industry skills. We're going to hear about the next generation skills that we need going forward, from science to industry. This is going to look at the European Raw Materials Academy specifically in action. You'll hear about the impacts, you'll hear about the insights and the practical pathways to workforce excellence. And to guide you through this whole session, complete with all sorts of new information for you, please welcome Dr. Alison Opaiko, Education Manager from EIT Raw Materials.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our session, Resilient by Design, Powering Skills and Talent for Europe's Raw Materials Future. I'm Dr. Alison Opaiko, and it is my pleasure to guide today's session. Europe is rethinking its industrial model to become greener, more digital, and more resilient across industries. But resilience isn't built in factories or in policies. The future of Europe's industry depends on its people. So today, we'll explore how individual components of the sector can work together to power Europe's workforce in the future. The question that we'll tackle today, though, is how? How do we design a resilient workforce, one that's ready for innovation, sustainability, and global competitiveness? To explore this, we've brought together a powerful mix of perspectives, whom I'd like to invite on stage. Julia Meschino, Didier Zimmermann, Rolf Kubi, Enrico Barella, and Séverine Lafont. So let's begin by framing where Europe's industry stands today, as well as the policy environment. Rolf, you are really at the heart of the European mining conversation. How do you see the Critical Raw Materials Act reshaping Europe's industrial landscape? And what kind of workforce transformation does that imply?
Thank you, Alison. And thank you, EIT Raw Materials and the Academy for having me here today. First, I want to put a focus on industry matters, because the Euromines that I represent is the voice of the European mining industry. Mining has a very traditional image, and it is in full contradiction to what modern mining looks like. Mining provides attractive workplaces, allowing a very interdisciplinary exchange with co-workers and links between different working fields. Modern mining requires a blend of traditional and new skills, with a strong emphasis on technical expertise, automation, data analysis, and safety. Key areas include understanding and using new technologies like robotics and automation, analyzing large data sets, and ensuring strict safety and environmental compliance. Engineering and geology is at the core of the activities of mining. But we also need soft skills like problem-solving, communication, adaptability are also crucial for managing projects, collaboration with diverse teams, and navigating an evolving industry. But what do we need to do? The CRMA, the Critical Raw Materials Act, is a good start and provides clear objectives and KPIs till 2030. We need to open 20 to 30 new mines till 2030 to meet the expected KPIs and the raw materials needs for Europe. We expect that a mine needs about 500 to 1,000 employees, and this we need in average 25 mines times 750 employees, roughly 20,000 new employees in the mining industry in Europe, direct employees, not counting all subsidiaries and co-workers that are needed in addition. But what do we need to change? We need to go from a purely academic assessment to make a tangible change on the ground. We need to go out and meet young people and workers instead of only solving the acute need for new workforce. Go out to places where young people take decisions on their future professional careers and ambitions. Universities, schools, fun places like gaming fairs in Cologne, or cinemas and social media. Young people have a broad choice of options, and we need to show that working in mining is an attractive, and I personally am convinced we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Rolf. So let's stay on this governance and technology dimension for a moment. And Enrico, building on Rolf's point, regulation and technology are moving faster than ever. You work closely with equipment manufacturers and suppliers with a front row view of the impact of AI, automation, and regulatory changes in your business. Can you give us a sense of how these shifts are transforming the skills that your members need on the ground, as well as your thoughts on the workforce's ability to adapt to these shifts?
Thank you very much, Alison, and thank you to EIT Academy for inviting me to speak here. So let me first introduce a little bit our industry to the audience because it's probably not so well known. Equipment and technology for construction and mining is a very strong sector in Europe. Actually, it's one of the sectors where Europe is leading the world, with a lot of companies out of Europe operating factories, employing people, and exporting successfully to many countries. So what we do, we engineer, we manufacture, and we sell equipment and technology to construction and mining industry. And as an industry, like many other actors in manufacturing, we suffer from a general shortage in terms of talent and skills. Calculations say that in the coming years we will need hundreds of thousands of jobs to be renewed or staffed, because there will be also new jobs. There are tensions at all levels, from blue collars to high-end managers, and also in engineering. And also as an industry, we suffer from some challenges relating to a certain perception of our industry as being dirty. You work in a dirty environment, dangerous, not so open-minded when it comes to, for example, employing women or people that are not already from the industry. So a bit conservative. So yeah, that's a little bit what we are suffering from. When it comes to sustainability, from regulation to sustainability, regulation is always, of course, a challenge. It means investing in R&D, investing in people to stay compliant, but at the same time staying competitive, which I can assure you is a big challenge for our members. Sustainability requires also reporting, so reporting obligations that don't immediately translate into more business and more revenues. So yeah, what's happening, especially on sustainability, companies are rethinking a bit their way of operating, their way of working. Take, for example, electrification. This is a huge challenge for automotive, but also for equipment, because it requires to shift away from an old supply chain, old model of operating factories and working with your suppliers, negotiating new contracts. So it's a huge movement that our industry is living. On the topic of skills gap, here I think, as everyone else, we will be more and more confronted with digital and AI skills in the future. So this is certainly a must for the workforce of the future, and we will have to invest in that as an industry. Electrification, I already mentioned, is also a big trend disrupting, so requires specific skills, specific people. And because we are providing the tools to the mining industry also, as we want to mine more in Europe, that's clear in the Critical Raw Materials Act, we need probably also new skills and new talent to know how to operate machinery, refining plants, smelting plants. And unfortunately, in some countries, these skills and talent is long gone, so we have to rebuild these skills to avoid that we will be stuck because we will not have the people to staff the plants. So this requires transformation at all levels, from directors, from C-level to blue collars. Everybody will have to get trained. We'll have to learn new skills, in particular about digital. A switch in mindset is also very much required. Here, I think from one of our members, we got a very good example of how investing in sponsoring in motorsport, in Formula One, so you will do some search, you will find who's who, really brought a lot of attention to one of our members, and they saw a spike in the number of applications from new talents, new people that were not applying in the past. And in terms of the role of the academy, I think you are doing already a great job bringing together the community. If I may, I think you should really get yourself more known, because I have to admit that some of our members, they didn't know much about EIT and the academy in particular. So reach out, get yourself noticed, listen to the stakeholders. So create programs, value, training solutions that are really usable and easy to adopt. And make sure for the raw materials industry that talent and skills gap are not going to be the second big bottleneck for our industry, because the first one is, and everybody knows it, permits. So let's hope that when the permits are secured, we will have the people to operate the machinery, the mines, the plants for smelting and refining the raw materials.
Thank you, Enrico.
Thank you very much.
Séverine, you bring the human-focused lens to the discussion as a leader in shaping HR strategy for one of the world's largest mining and processing companies, Sibanye-Stillwater. From your perspective, what are the biggest challenges and opportunities in one of your projects in Europe?
Thank you, Alison, and good afternoon all. Yes, Sibanye-Stillwater Europe is currently handling a major repurposing project in Normandy, close to Le Havre, in the harbor of Le Havre, which is about transforming a refinery nickel plant into a pCAM manufacturer. And this project is highly innovative because it will not use the usual conventional sulfate nickel way to produce PECAM, which is the way Chinese industrials manufactures PECAM. We will use chloride, and this project has already been awarded with the label strategic project by the EU and a grant from the European Innovation Fund. And the second point is that it is a brownfield project which will not only use the assets of the plants, but the people who are in the plants, the workforce, who have very strong skills, especially in hydrometallurgical. So now we have few challenges, and from a people perspective, we have two main challenges. The first one, and I will not dig further into it, is about headcount, because we need to reduce headcount for several months during the time the process is being developed, whilst we would like to maintain the workforce, because these people are highly skilled, and we would like to keep these skills for the future of the plant. And I'm not going to dig into this, but I can tell you that from a France labor law perspective, it's a kind of headache. Now, let's go to the second challenge, which is more on the focus of our event today. This is about skilling and upskilling our people. So it's not only about training technical skills, of course, regarding moving from processing metals to producing a PECAM product, which, as you know, is absolutely key in the cathodes of EV batteries. So it's about learning a lot regarding the EV battery environment, but it's also a change of mindset, because the way EV batteries work is totally different from mining processing. It's totally different in the mode of the plant, which is closer to pharmaceutical environments. And it's very different in the relationship with your customer, because when you product PECAM, you have a qualified product for a very specific OEM. We need to support these people and adapt them to these new environments. And in addition, this training needs to be practical. It's not about PowerPoint training. You know, our people are very qualified. They are between 10 and 20 years experience. They know a lot. And we would like them to have the opportunity to test, train, apply their new skills on new equipment. But the point is that our plant will be put on care and maintenance. So we even cannot use our own plant as a training platform for our people. So this is where we stand at this point. I am at the beginning of this journey, at the starting point. As far as I can see, there is no one single place to find the right upskilling program, which probably sits between Raw Materials Academy and EV Battery Academy. It's between the two, and probably we will have to take some bits from here and there to build up, to design our upskilling program. And I'm very happy to get insights from this event today in Brussels, and thank you for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Severine. Now, Julia, the conversation so far has shown that industry needs agile people who can adapt fast. But I want to turn the conversation and look at education and training providers' perspective. So from the vocational training side, how is the vet landscape responding to these needs?
Sure. Thank you very much, Alison. And good afternoon to everyone. So I'm very happy to be here today, and I'm very happy to hear that the previous panelists have shared some messages that are actually similar to those that I'm going to share with you. This means that all the parties that are sitting at the same table have a common goal. But I want to highlight something stronger. Europe's capacity to lead in critical raw materials will not be decided only in mines, laboratories. It will be decided in our classrooms, in our workshops, in our training centers. It was quoted before the Critical Raw Materials Act as some ambitious goals for 2030. 10% of extraction, 40% of processing, 25% of recycling within Europe. But none of this will happen without the people who make technologies run. So there is no green or digital transition without a skilled workforce. I represent the vocational education and training sector. It's a sector that is of key importance to lead competitiveness and innovation in Europe. And I'm deeply convinced, as all the people that are representing the sector, because we are quite passionate about it, that Europe will be competitive thanks to that and resilient by design. We know that technology tends to evolve faster than curriculum. Unfortunately, we are still like victims of the bureaucracy, and adapting curricula it takes time, especially if we look into the different national systems at the national level. We know that across Europe, 70% of companies report skills shortages in technical fields, yet training systems still move too slowly to meet industrial speed. To succeed, we must make learning as dynamic and portable as work itself. The good news is that there are some innovation in the educational sector that can help us in moving a little bit faster. One was mentioned in the previous panel, micro-credentials. Micro-credentials is something that can make learning modular and flexible. So workers can acquire specific competencies in, for example, battery recycling or data monitoring in weeks and not anymore in years. So this makes learning very faster. But this won't be enough if the learning that happens through micro-credentials is not recognized in a European perspective. There is another important instrument that I would like to mention here is the validation of prior learning. The validation of prior learning allows workers to gain formal recognitions for skills acquired on the jobs, meaning that if you learn something about doing it, you have some capacities to be recognized and to use that competencies in another framework. This is something that allows mobility, inclusion, lifelong learning, but despite being recognized in law or policy across all EU countries, this is unfortunately a tool that is still underused and unevenly implemented. And this makes a missed opportunity for Europe. Now, apart from these two important instruments, there are other 2 points that I would like to make, and I'll be fast, I swear. So something was mentioned before. What we see as the biggest challenge in Europe at the moment, and it's all across the vet sector, is the problem of attractiveness. Attractiveness is something that was mentioned by Enrico before, especially in sectors like those that are working on raw materials. And I want to share here a personal note. I'm the proud daughter of a blacksmith. My father is 80 years old, he's retired, but living in a small community, is still somehow forced to work because there is a lack of people with his skills to do the job that the community needs. So this is something that makes me reflecting, and this is something that should make all of us reflecting. The other point that I would like to make is the fact that through that we are not only building the workforce of the future, but we are shaping the citizens of the future. So that, especially in sectors like those that are working with raw materials, should also consider embedding life competencies like critical thinking, digital literacy, sustainability, and citizenship. I think that the EIT Raw Material Academies are a very crucial initiative for this, because it collects all the partners around the table, so the industry, the higher education, the educational providers, creating an ecosystem that can translate the Critical Raw Materials Act into a skills roadmap. So I think that what we need now, we have everything. We have partners, we have instruments. What we need now is courage. Courage to make our educational pathways more agile and more in line with the needs of the labor market. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Giulia. Thank you, Giulia. So now, Didier, we've heard that the industry has certain needs and that the vet institutions are trying to respond, but can you please give us a sense of your perspective, because you have close relationships with partners, industry, academia, RTOs from EIT Raw Materials. So how do you believe that EIT Raw Materials can bridge the gap?
Thank you, Alison. Thank you, and good afternoon to all of you. We heard many challenges coming from the equipment manufacturing sector, which is one of the biggest in Europe, with a lot of good players, I would say. I will not give the names, but one is Epiroc, for example. Rolf, I mean, you highlighted the fact that the mining industry is changing. Séverine, you highlighted one specific example where we are in, I would say, in between the raw materials and the battery materials, I would say. And I strongly believe that EIT and the academy will be able to tackle this challenge, because I believe that this academy is the perfect systematic connector, but also it has the possibility, it has the potential to react as a catalyst. And why? Because in the last years, I would say, last 8 years, we have been able to build a strong community, which is the EIT Raw Materials community, with more than 300 members. It's a community that is growing every year, and in which we have a good representation of the full value chain, going from exploration to the other end, which is recycling and circular economy, and having the main stakeholders of the raw materials value chain coming from the knowledge triangle, meaning universities, companies, and RTOs. And with this, we have built a nice cement in between all these stakeholders through the many projects we have supported on education. We have supported a master program covering the full range, once again, from exploration to recycling. This will give talents to the industry. We have also been able to develop a specific PhD doctoral school. Why? Because we believe that we can attract scientists from IT, from chemistry, from robotics to the raw material sector. We also have developed a lifelong learning program, because we believe that there is a need for upskilling and reskilling. And all this was always done in the format of consortia, where you have always industry, RTOs, and university participating. Customized courses also, it's into development, because we have some sectors, like for example the energy sector, where this energy sector is moving from the brown energy to the green energy, and they need to transform, and they need to skill their people to understand what is the importance of the critical raw material. So in all, we were able to train more than 80,000 students and professionals over the last 8 years, and I believe this is a strong asset, and it's a strong track record we will use for the future. So you can see that thanks to the universities, we have been able to train many students, because universities act as talent multipliers through research-based learning, through also training of trainers. But on top of that, with the support of research and technology organization, we have been able also to bring in experts, to bring in some infrastructure, to also do what we name the learning by doing. We will not stop here. We have launched another initiative this year, which is named the Strategic Impact Network Group. What does it mean? It means that we will focus on 4 main value chains in the raw materials sector. One is battery materials, from mining to the processing until the recycling. Around a second value chain, which is very, very important for the European industry, which are the rare earth elements and the magnets. You can read every 2 years news in any paper where you can see that this is very important in terms of geopolitics. We also will focus on green and circular metals, because we believe that recycling is important for Europe to keep the value into Europe. And last but not least, we will also have one of these initiatives which will be directed to address, mining equipment and extraction equipment and so on. So with this, I think that we show that we are constantly bringing universities, bringing RTOs, bringing companies together to make sure that what is under development is full alignment with the need of the industry. What else do we have? We have currently a survey, an industry needs assessment survey, to complete our knowledge of what is needed by the industry. We will have an upcoming call for experts that will bridge the needs and what we need to develop, the content development in the future. I heard this morning many numbers. 2-3 years ago, we find out the numbers, which is the fact that we will need 1.2 million jobs by 2030, 2040. And this, I can tell you, is becoming a tangible reality. Why? Because if you look today to the first series of these EU strategic projects, which have been selected by the Commission, 47 projects going from mining to recycling. Today, a new mining facility, it's 1,500 employees. Refining facility, recycling facility, it's 500. And I believe with the next call coming out, we will be around 100 EU strategic projects in Europe by 2027, 2028. So mathematics are easy. If you take an average of 1,000 people, multiply by 100 facilities in the coming 10 years, you will come to this 1 million. So we need 1 million, and we need to act. And I believe that this academy will be a strong support to facilitate the implementation of new facilities in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you, Didier. We've heard really rich insights from a bunch of different perspectives, and I want to just kind of take a moment to try and connect some of the dots. So I want to invite you all into an open conversation and explore some of these topics with the time we have left in a bit more depth. So I'll guide you through by introducing a question, and then I'll just open the floor to you all. So first, what is one action, whether it's a company or policy, an education level, that could make the biggest impact on the workforce in the next 3 years? Who wants to start?
I can start. Well, if I had to choose one action, would definitely be creating a European skills foresight and rapid response mechanism. So a mechanism to investigate what are the emerging competences needed by the market according to the evolution of the technology, and translate these competence needs into training offers in a very quick way. Training offers that can be administered to the EIT Raw Materials Academy and the national VAT providers. So what I see is that our challenge today is not only the shortage of skills, but it's also the speed at which we need to deliver the training and equip the people with the skills. So we need to predict, adapt, and deliver learning at a speed of change. And for this, we need skills intelligence and skills forecast.
from my side, I think the most important is to attract the talents to the raw materials industry. It's not, we cannot build, I mean, the future workforce only with people coming from a PhD or master program. We need also to bring people from the other field of industry, automotive industry and so on, to the raw material sector. How can we do that? I mean, we have to really make sure that they understand the importance of raw material, which is something of great importance, I mean, for our daily work, I would say. It's also to highlight many different jobs. You know that to have, at the end of battery materials, you have to have people that are going to explore. You have people that are going to drill, to mine, to extract, to transform. So it's a series of different jobs coming from, to make it simple, from geology to chemistry and physics. And we also have to highlight that the mining in Europe, I mean the mining and generally the metals and mineral sector is in a totally change. I mean today we are looking for highly skilled people in IT, in robotics, in chemistry and physics and so on. So there is a place, and also to highlight that the mining in Europe will be sustainable because of all this innovation which will be incremented, which will be implemented, and by this they will be able to participate to this transformation of the mining into a sustainable mining industry.
It's okay, it's okay. Yes, maybe I can add just to also congratulate the Academy as being an umbrella, but the umbrella needs concrete KPIs, actions like you say, and one of those actions that I think can materialize quite fast, because you said in the next 3 years, and I don't need to repeat the urgency of the workforce needs as soon as mines open, but it's to engage into something between the different actors and create a mining 101, a kind of very simple course that can allow young people to experience what mining looks like today, something that you could maybe present at a gaming fair, like I said before, in Cologne, where you would reach young people, but you could also use it in traditional courses or with the help of HR teams. We could easily have people, the expertise on the ground, showing what mining looks like. Because the most important issue that we have is the image. And the image comes with showcasing what mining looks like today and what it is and what opportunities there are. I talked about this interdisciplinarity and I understand that young people like this, and I think that will bring, I think, a lot of attractiveness to our sector.
Very interesting question. From my side, I think if I look at where the world is going today, you know, there is AI, there are trade tensions, shifting geopolitical balances, and increasing threats from all sides. So I believe raising the awareness about those topics is very important, even in the workforce of the future, because workers has to be ready to adapt and to respond to these new challenges. And allow me a second, let's say, suggestion or action concretely for our sector. I completely underwrite what Rolf said, but for the manufacturing industry. So I think we should do an effort to let's say, improve the image in the public opinion of what it is to work in manufacturing. It can be rewarding. It can be I mean, interesting from the financial standpoint. You can have a proper career. You can progress throughout your career, so you can become a manager at some point. So yeah, that's another concrete action more for the manufacturing sector. Thank you.
I think a lot have been said on how to support the training of our people. I think we have all the levers to do it, all the tools, and especially Julia and Didier, you outstandingly demonstrated that we are equipped. One point I would just add is about financial support. We need, again, I'm speaking as an industrial on the ground, we need financial support because this energy transition, this transition to a decarbonized mining in a large sense of the word is huge in terms of training needs, and these come in addition to business as usual training, like safety, like quality, like automation, like blah blah. But it's a major transformation, and we need the support. And this financial support, what we are experiencing is that this will come when industrials talk to people like you, EIT, with regulators, with EU, and it's when this ecosystem works together and understands their specific points of view that we can reach innovative, clever, and concrete solutions for the sector.
Absolutely. I completely agree with everything that you all are saying, but I'm going to push a little bit harder because I get asked this question at work every single day. So how do we ensure that this collaboration isn't just theoretical or a good plan? And I'm going to kind of combine this into another question, which is, and then whose responsibility is it for reskilling? Is it companies, policymakers, educators?
Okay, I'll pick it from the first. So, yeah, cooperation is key, especially cooperation between the education and the industry sector. I must say that during the years I saw this growing more and more, but still there is room for improvements. Everything works very well when there is empowerment and ownership of all the parties involved, and that's why before I was pointing out the fact that the resonating messages are quite encouraging at the moment. So what I see as very important is co-designing from the start, so educational providers and industry sector designing together curricula, because talking together, the industry knows what they need, the educational providers know how to teach, and this is a win-win situation. And then co-deliver in practice, because as someone said before, it's not only about theoretical knowledge, it's also about implementing the knowledge in practice. And for this, apprenticeship, dual learning in companies, mobility experiences also in different companies, this is definitely what will make things working. And to go to the second question, whose responsibility is everyone's responsibilities. Is responsibilities of the companies, is responsibilities of the public authorities to ensure that people have lifelong learning opportunities. It's responsibilities also of the educational sector to motivate people to undergo and to go farther than that.
Yes, I think we need long-term collaboration, because we will not be able to move it from one day to the other one. So we need people sitting together. We need also some segment of the industry, speaking together. We have mining companies, they should sit together. They should think about which are the skills gaps they have. We should bring them together and we should simplify. And I think, coming back to Severin's point of view, we need a financial support for this, because I'm pretty sure and I'm convinced that learning by having access to infrastructures, to pilots, to demo is very important, because it's the only way that today, in the industry that is transforming, you can skill people. Mm-hmm. So people need to be into a laboratory, need to be into a pilot facility and so on, and really, learning by doing, because the jobs will change dramatically in the raw material sector, and to adapt, people will need to be with a hand in the equipment.
What we see, and it's probably not specific to the mining, is that when you open a plant or you have a kind of new project, you simply try to find your skills and your workforce around the area where you are. Now, mines are very specific to the location where you are, because they cannot be moved where you want. But every time I see that somebody is opening whatever, a plant, a supermarket or whatever, you just steal the workers next door in the environment. So I don't see that there is a real strategy to meet the needs of reskilling or the needs of a new growing sector. And mining is growing in Europe. Now we have lots of sectors in Europe which are more in a decrease phase. The raw materials are the new kids on the block, and this is where growth and future jobs are going to be. I see also the needs to better understand young people. My two daughters both are studying, but they both have a 20-hour job where they work in a company, and they are very, very happy with that. So they're not fully enjoying their student life like I did for 5-6 years. So they are already working. So I can only encourage young people also to change into that cooperation already, to be maybe looking at what in companies is happening and already engage. So I invite also HR teams to look at opening doors to these opportunities, which is not necessarily maybe the most productive workforce, but it's already engaged into a dialogue with potential new experts and new skilled workers of the future. So I think there is a lot of things that we need to do and better understand how maybe new work-life balances and new work-life ambitions are functioning.
Another very interesting question. I think that, like other speakers mentioned it, cooperation is key here. And I believe that EIT is an excellent platform for all the actors involved to come together and talk more, know each other, understand each other, and then take actions together. So yeah, definitely each participant has to work or to think a bit out of their silo and look at the others. The co-creation concept is also very valuable. I think it's more a bottom-up approach. So it's always it always works. Then specifically from our side, I think that companies, there are a number of companies that are our members that already today, because they are facing the urgency of attracting talent and upskilling their workforce. They are already working with schools, mostly vocational schools, to attract technicians, to even fund, let's say, workshops within the schools. So they have the tools, the modern tools to learn the job. They organize internships, summer internships, to get the chance, to give a chance to the students to experience, like Rolf said, the work in real life. And then also, yeah, for engineers working more with universities. So that's just an example of how companies, they can take their responsibility and participate more in this exchange.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Severin?
Yeah, the initial question was where does sit the responsibility in this cooperation? It's clear that the responsibilities is shared between all the actors. And let me just tell you a little story about my PECAM plant in Le Havre. It's a very small plant. Today, we are 100 employees. But because the project will make the first PECAM plant in France and in Europe, we receive a high attention of the France authorities, as well as EU, of course. I told you we have the Innovation Fund investing in our project. But tomorrow I am visiting the Ministry of Economy in Paris, because they want to help us. And when they meet with us, they say, "What do you want?" Okay, it's not a joke. This is what they ask. It doesn't mean that they will say okay to all our requests, but they are very eager to understand the needs of all of us around the table. And they are very eager to support us, because at the end of the day, it's about the franchise of this industry on the ground, in Europe, in France, and we need to be successful. So, yeah, this is what it is. It doesn't mean that my project is going to be successful. We all hope it will be, but it is so challenging It is so challenging, and it is, there will be lots of ways to move out from it. We know already that if we do not get the support of all people in this ecosystem, and with our strong willingness inside the firms and the industry to move forward and to be successful, we will not get it. And at the end of the day, I would also like all of you in this room to tell to your friends, to tell to your comrades in universities, yes, do join this industry. Have an insight into them. Even if you do not believe they are clean, they are safe, they are ESG compliant, virtuous. Yeah, they are the best in class in terms of ESG. Have discussions with these people, because what we listen outside does not reflect at all what's going on inside. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all, actually. This was such an engaging and grounded discussion, and what we've heard today is clear. Europe's resilience isn't just about materials, it's about people. It's about building a workforce equipped for innovation, sustainability, and purpose. And the European Raw Materials Academy is one of those vehicles aimed at driving this change, connecting learning to labor, ideas to implementation, and ambition to ability. If you'd like to take part in shaping this journey, I also encourage you to contribute to specifically the Academy's Industry Needs Assessment Survey, as your insights will directly inform the training Europe most needs. You can also visit our website for more details about the Academy and updates on our upcoming call for experts. In this call, we'll be inviting trainers, educators, and industry professionals to help co-create the next generation of learning programs. Thank you once again to our phenomenal panelists. Okay. Oh, sorry.
It's fine. I once again will not make you leave the stage, because I have just a few moments to say thank you as well to you for your excellent moderating. And thank you to everyone who brought this session to you on the EIT Academies. There's so many people to thank, but I'm sure we will have a chance to do that all in person, bilaterally, as we join our lunch break. And you can, of course, network and talk to your colleagues and get ready for our afternoon session, which will focus on the EIT Deep Tech Talent Initiative. So please do join us back here in this main room at 2 o'clock.
But before we go to lunch, I do have one more thing. So if you wouldn't mind, please, we will be introducing just a couple of more speakers. I really, really appreciate it. One more round of applause for our panelists. Okay, so despite that, our journey does not stop here. It is about to take a more major step forward. Now we turn our attention to the next chapter, one that will power Europe's technological leadership and its industrial competitiveness for years to come. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome you to the official launch of the European Advanced Materials Academy. This is a bold initiative by the European Commission entrusted to EIT Raw Materials. The Academy is designed to equip the next generation of the workforce with the skills to turn science into industry and innovation into impact. This Academy will be Europe's engine for deep tech and advanced materials excellence. It's designed to connect universities, research centers, and industry partners to prepare more than 200,000 learners for the challenges and opportunities of the twin green and digital transitions. So to mark this moment, it is my great honor to invite Maria Cristina Russo, Director General for Research and Innovation at the European Commission, and Bernd Schaefer, CEO of EIT Raw Materials, to deliver their keynote remarks. Please.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation, and good morning to everybody, or afternoon. I am aware that we are the last obstacle before lunch, so I will be very brief, but certainly I didn't want to miss the occasion to be here to witness the launch of the European Advanced Materials Academy, which is led by the EIT Raw Materials. And I would like to give my special thanks to Bernd Schäfer, the CEO of the EIT Raw Materials. This is a key initiative which has been set by the European Commission in its communication on the Advanced Materials Strategy, which was adopted in 2024. And the aim of this initiative is to tackle the skills gap that is hindering innovation and production of advanced materials in Europe. The European Commission has substantially supported the launching of the Academy, both with the political endeavors, having it in the communication as one of the key actions, but also with a substantial amount of money, which we have transferred within the context of an Horizon Europe program action. No need to underline that collaboration between education and industry is crucial for the competitiveness of Europe, and skills shortages are undermining our competitiveness. Two of my high-level compatriots, Mario Draghi and Enrico Letta, have told it much better than me in their reports. So I just would like to say that this new academy demonstrates our continued commitment to fostering a skilled workforce aligned with the European strategic priorities. This academy will have many benefits, including which the support for the preparation of the Advanced Materials Act, which is going to be presented by the European Commission next year, with the aim to accelerate the development and market introduction of advanced materials by supporting their entire life cycle. And this is important because we do believe that advanced materials are key for strengthening Europeans' productivity, hence competitiveness, but also for strengthening the strategic autonomy of the European Union. Obviously, a crucial prerequisite for achieving this goal is having access to a skilled and talented workforce with the necessary expertise in advanced materials. And that's why we support the Academy. The Academy is in line with the major priorities and initiatives at the level of the European Commission. I will only cite two of them: the Choose Europe for Science, which aims to attract global talent to the European Union, and the Union of Skills agenda. It will be also important to promote the startup and the scale-up, which is also at the core of our activity. The vision of the Academy is to establish a world-class online hub for advanced materials, providing a single comprehensive repository of training and learning materials on advanced materials to address the current skill gap in advanced materials. We want to create a learning and talent hub to develop talent, to support the training of new scientists and professionals, and to enhance the skills of the existing workforces. And indeed, something specific that I want to highlight about this academy is that it is aimed at, it is addressed both to students and workers. This is an important element, and it's a very high ambition of the Academy. We want to train 200,000 learners, students and workers, to develop at least 60 learning courses, but I will not say more. I will leave you to discover. I will let you discover this Academy. The Academy will offer its first trainings by the beginning of 2026. As we discussed with Bernd, we will have an ad hoc event to present the offer of the Academy once it is fully operational. And I count on the continued support and knowledge of the EIT community, which I would like to thank on behalf of the European Commission, to help to make the Academy an encouraging and a resounding success. I encourage all of you to promote the Academy through your networks, helping us to reach a wider audience and maximize the impact of this initiative. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Director General Rousseau, for those powerful words and for the Commission's vision and trust in shaping this new chapter of Europe's innovation capacity. It is now my pleasure to introduce Bert Schaefer, CEO of EIT Raw Materials, to share his keynote perspective and how this academy will turn that vision into action.
Very good. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody, to be here, and good afternoon, colleagues, distinguished guests, and friends. And thank you very much also for bearing with me. I know you must all be hungry, so thank you for your patience. It's a great pleasure to join all you today and to follow the inspiring words of Director Maria Cristina Russo as we mark a milestone moment for Europe's innovation future. Today we launch the European Advanced Materials Academy, a bold initiative entrusted to EIT Raw Materials by the European Commission's Directorate General for Research and Innovation, DGRTD. This is more than a new program. It is a bold statement of intent that Europe is serious about securing its technological leadership, about turning sustainability and innovation into tangible competitive strength. In the 2020s, are the decade of transformation, of clean energy, digitalization, and industrial renewal, then advanced materials are the invisible engine driving it all. From semiconductors and battery materials to lightweight composites, green steel, aluminum, and biodegradable polymers. Materials science is where Europe's innovation ambitions become a reality at the atomic and molecular scale. And behind every breakthrough, there are people with the vision and skills to imagine, design, and build what comes next. That is why we are here today, surrounded by scientists, educators, and innovators to celebrate Europe's next big leap, empowering the people who make innovation happen. The Advanced Materials Academy will serve as Europe's training and talent engine for deep tech and industrial leadership, connecting research, education, and innovation across the entire value chain. It complements and extends the success of the European Raw Materials Academy, which we launched at the EIT Raw Materials Summit in May 2025 in Brussels, forming a seamless pathway from raw materials to advanced materials, from science to scale, and from ambition to execution. Together, they embody the mission of the EIT Innovation Campus to close Europe's skills gap and build the workforce for the twin green and digital transition, offering the best opportunities to develop and progress personally and professionally. Our goal is clear and ambitious: to equip 200,000 students, researchers, engineers, material scientists, managers, analysts, blue-collar workers, and technicians with the skills to design, produce, and scale the materials of the future. But this is not just about education. It is about translating knowledge into impact, ensuring that Europe leads not only in ideas, but in their implementation. Because competitiveness will not be won through strategy or technology alone. It will be won through people who can turn science into industry and innovation into impact. At EIT Raw Materials, we have built one of Europe's largest learning and innovation ecosystem. Over the past decade, we have reached more than 100,000 learners, from master and PhD students to entrepreneurs, professionals, and technicians, empowering all of them to create a real impact. Now, through the Advanced Materials Academy, we are scaling this mission even further with AI-driven learning, circular design principles, and industry-ready micro-credentials that connect education directly to jobs and innovation. But let's be clear, we cannot do this alone. We need the industry to open its doors and co-create the next generation of training. We need universities and research institutions to integrate entrepreneurship and interdisciplinarity into education. And last but not least, we need policymakers to ensure that Europe's talent policies are as ambitious as its innovation goals. Because the materials of the future will not build themselves. They will be built by people, people with purpose, skill and vision. This is what the European Advanced Materials Academy stands for. This is what EIT Raw Materials stands for, together with the European Commission and with partners from across industry, research and academia. We are building the talent backbone of Europe's next competitive advantage. So, let's go to work together to build the skills, technologies and materials that will define Europe's future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rand. And thank you again, Director General Rousseau, for your inspiring words and your leadership. Together, you've captured exactly what this launch represents, a Europe that doesn't just imagine a future, but builds it. So to commemorate this milestone, I'd ask you to step to the front of the stage. I'd now like to invite both of you to officially mark the launch of the European Advanced Materials Academy with a photo.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Very well done.
Thanks.
Thanks for all your support.
Okay. Thank you again. One more round of applause as we celebrate this new exciting chapter. Thank you. Oh.
Thank you.
I switch hands. Thank you. Thank you once again to our speakers and for everyone joining us today. Stay connected with the European Raw Materials Academy and the Advanced Materials Academies at eitrawmaterials.eu. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon, and let's continue to build the skills and science that shape Europe's future.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, Jennifer Baker.
Thank you, welcome back, and welcome to all of you joining us online for this section of our event. This afternoon, we are going to focus on the EIT Deep Tech Talent Initiative. Now, while we get going, I'd like you to thank our members and sponsors, just pay acknowledgement to them. As you can see here on the screen, we have Cyrus, QLearn Labs, Vimy, Alex, Grant Expert, and YSEDU. So thank you very much to them. And we will, of course, be name-checking them. You will hear speakers from some of them during the next few hours of our afternoon. The first section is going to be our opening speaker, Darius Yemelniak. He is going to tell us about scaling up 1 million trained in deep tech to build the next generation of STEM professionals. This introduction is called From Knowledge to Impact. He'll be looking to the future, talking about those aims and how we need them in order to create the skill sets to match the future workforce needs. So please join me in welcoming to the stage Darius Yemelniak, EIT Governing Board member.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends of the EIT, I'm so happy to be here with you. Obviously, this is the worst possible spot right after lunch, but we'll do with what we can. I want to welcome you to the Deep Tech Talent Initiative segment of the program. And as President von der Leyen reminded us in her 2025 State of the Union address, the future prosperity actually very much depends on the technologies that will fuel our technology economy, clean and digital, obviously. Artificial intelligence, quantum, advanced computing are definitely not abstract ambitions. They are the very foundations of our industrial strength. Societal resilience as well, for sure, European independence in the farther future. With the development of the cloud and the AI Development Act, the Quantum Sandbox, the European Commission is having the legislative and technological groundwork. And this is nice, of course, this is a good start, but these efforts will only succeed if we are able to match them with investment in people, in education, and in skills. And here's the challenge that we face today. Europe's skills gap is widening, and it's widening with the rapid pace of technological development. AI obviously is today's hot topic. Everybody and their dog is doing AI, but unfortunately the adoption is very limited. Only 13% of EU companies use AI as of today. And this highlights both the urgency and opportunity of what we're doing. Europe must expand its pool of AI specialists if we want innovation to reach industries and societies at scale. Well, from healthcare, manufacturing, mobility to cultural and creative sectors and industries, we have to do something, and we have to do it now. In cybersecurity, too, the gap is even more pressing. In 2024, the EU was missing nearly 300,000 professionals in this particular sector. And according to Eurobarometer on cyber skills, 81% of companies reported difficulties hiring, and 3 out of 4 employees in cybersecurity roles lack formal qualifications or certified training. So we're basically shooting in the dark. And this leaves businesses and infrastructure exposed at the times of very dire threats. Finally, in quantum technology, Europe has a very strong academic base. No doubt about that. We are producing more than 110,000 graduates each year in physics, ICT, engineering-related fields. But applied quantum skills remain pretty scarce. Our startup and industry struggle to find the talent they need, slowing down the commercialization of research. And according to projections of the Joint Research Center, by 2040, this sector will create thousands of highly skilled jobs and grow to more than 155 billion in value. Obviously, we have to seize this opportunity, but we need to act now to up our game in quantum skills. Filling these particular gaps is at the very heart of the EIT Deep Tech Talent Initiative. And it was launched in 2022 under the European Commission's new European Innovation Agenda and is implemented by the EIT community now. The initiative tackles our growing demand for highly skilled professionals. In deep tech, and obviously it's delivering tailored educational programs in areas such as AI, robotics, clean tech, biotech, in very close collaboration with top universities, research institutions, and industry partners. So this initiative ensures a continuous flow of deep tech talent to support the growth of European ventures. Inclusivity is a core principle, obviously. The initiative actively promotes diversity in tech through its funding calls and program designs. With a mandate to train 1 million European learners in deep tech fields by 2025, the initiative has surpassed its milestone well ahead of schedule. This is a powerful demonstration of the strength of Europe's deep tech community and the impact on cross-sector collaboration. And as Europe's first educational platform dedicated to deep tech skill development, DTTI has set a benchmark for scaling talent development across key technology domains. We are really proud and grateful to the 621 pledgers who have joined us to co-create this talent ecosystem. It's from industry leaders and innovative startups to small and medium-sized entrepreneurships and even training organizations. All have played a very crucial role in building Europe's talent base. And many of them are here with us today. So thank you, if you're in the room, so that we can celebrate the next chapter of this initiative. Building on the success, really unprecedented success of the initiative, we are expanding our ambition to address the wider STEM and skills priorities shaping Europe's future. And addressing the critical skills gaps identified by the European Commission's Competitiveness Compass, the Union of Skills, and the STEM Education Strategic Plan. These will remain central to EIT's mission. And across all of our programs, the EIT aims to train 2.3 million learners by 2028, equipping them with the STEM skills, digital literacy, and entrepreneurial mindset needed to drive innovation and strengthen Europe's competitiveness. And today, it's my great pleasure and honor to announce an important milestone, the official transition of the Deep Tech Talent Initiative into the EIT STEM Tech Talent Induction, as a key contribution to our shared mission of equipping Europe with the skills it needs for the future. The EIT STEM Tech Talent Induction will directly address the STEM skills gaps by responding to Europe's geographical challenges, filling the talent shortage in STEM and deep tech fields. It will also contribute to the broader goal of closing labor gaps and strengthening EU competitiveness, directly and indirectly skilling 1 million learners by 2028. And it will do so by focusing on the cutting-edge areas such as AI, cybersecurity, quantum, biotech, advanced materials, and of course, advanced manufacturing, while improving the quality and relevance of STEM education across Europe, particularly in the green and digital domains. With a budget of 9 million euro, EIT STEM Tech Talent Induction's contribution will focus on several key actions. It will create a modern STEM curriculum connecting entrepreneurship, innovation, and IP, with quality certification, equipping learners at all levels with essential STEM skills in deep tech. It will also work closely with EU members and candidate states to share best practices and integrate EIT courses into national skilling, reskilling, and upskilling programs, while training and certifying trainers to deliver the STEM curriculum widely. The EIT STEM Tech Talent Induction will build on the Deep Tech Talent Initiative's platform to offer diverse, flexible courses for all levels, making obviously STEM education accessible to everyone and also relevant to what we need. It will address gender disparities by designing and launching inclusive programs specifically targeting women to increase their participation in STEM careers. And very importantly, the EIT STEM Tech Talent Induction will ensure that STEM training programs are aligned with the Union of Skills objectives with respect to quality. It will develop standardized qualifications, credentials, recognized across EU member states, establishing lifelong learning pathways with micro-credentials and certification too. Its success will be measured by upskilling 1 million people, as I already mentioned, delivering certified STEM trainings, validating skills, and fostering industry partnership. We invite all of you, all of our valued partners, collaborators, and friends who have supported the Deep Tech Talent Initiative, as well as those who will join us in the future, who will join the renewed mandate under the EIT STEM Tech Talent Induction. And we invite you to be part of this next chapter. Thank you very much from the bottom of my heart for your commitment. Well, and enjoy the rest of today's program. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And of course, congratulations on the STEM Tech Talent, which is much easier to say for people like me. Our first keynote is going to talk about driving impact through collaboration, rethinking STEM education and training for the future. You'll hear about collaboration between academia, industry, and the diverse markets to bridge skills gaps, as well as the role of institutional support and joint strategies in driving this innovation education. It's also going to look at lifelong learning, as well as ensuring quality and recognition across that full lifelong period. So, let me get a little bit of a temperature of the room and maybe wake everyone a bit up after lunch. By a show of hands, how many of you are already part of a partnership or a collaboration that involves training in deep tech or STEM? Who's already involved in that? Okay, quite a lot. I think that's going to make life a little easier for our speakers as we're speaking to a knowledgeable audience. So please welcome Liane Brede, Vice Rector for Innovations at Riga Technical University.
Hello, everyone. I'm a little bit surprised that they welcomed me also this year, because last year I didn't talk about that I was asked for, and this year I will do the same. I said to them, so because today I heard a lot of great information about all the possibilities we have, the plans, the money is there, so there's a lot of things already going on. But I will talk about the main part, about the youngsters, about the young people that we are talking about. And also there was already one exercise. I saw that you already are quite energetic. How many students are here? 1, 3, 4. And what I'm thinking about that sometimes we have a lot of high-level meetings, different kind of meeting, conference about the system. But sometimes during that, we are a little bit forgetting about the main part, right? The young people. So, and the topic was to think about this collaboration between the industry and academia, governance, and it's about EIT, right? So this already holds the EIT main idea to bring this collaboration live. But I, rethink about what exactly we want to achieve, and I asked the question, why we learn? So why we make decision to go to university, to take some course, or spend the time that is basically the most valuable resource we have to learn. And basically the idea is why we learn is to get a better job, to find stability in our lives, get stable career. So basically that's the main reasons why we go and get our education. And it's really related to the future. And then I move forward with the question about the future. Already in previous panels, there was a question about the future. what we are trying to solve. Are we trying to solve now the future demand, or we are still trying to solve our challenges that we have yesterday? And that question is, are we now able to provide something for the future? And future goes together with student needs, or the future student needs. They want to know, they want to a little bit predict the future, if my choice will bring this stability. Are we able to answer to this question? And then we look on this tremendous dynamic what we have now in technology development. You know, this line, the graph, it's huge. In last 5-10 years, this dynamic has been tremendous. And the answer is that we don't know what is the future. And if we don't know what is the future, how we can provide with the right message or encouragement the student to choose the education pathway as the right one that will bring this stability. And then I went even deeper to understand, so what is the difference? And I want to highlight the 4 main, it's not the challenges, I believe it's the concerns of the young people. So first of all, it's the mixture of the hope and anxiety. So in the first, like, if we think about the young people, but they are trying to find the hope in the future, but at the same time, so many events happening globally that they are not sure if the future is there. About economy and career concerns, I believe you have heard about the housing crisis. Our students are able to find a house for their studies. Are they able to really predict that what I have decided today to learn will be needed in industry for tomorrow? And who will support me during that journey? So these are also concerns that young people face. Environmental crisis. So climate change is really impact not only industry, society as such, but young people are really see that there's a big fear because we don't know what will happen. And though there's no enough actions that we really see in place that will somehow limit the climate change that will impact our life or health in the future. And also it brings the question about where I will raise my family, where I will stay, where I will live, and with kind of bricks I will build my life. And what is also quite important, there's differences between young women and young men perceptions about the future. Some of the parts are more optimistic, some is more pessimistic. So it's also raised the question, are diversities here in our pools of students? So, and basically what we are talking all these 2 days about is to provide different kind of possibilities for the students, but how we really can push them forward to make that decision to choose one or another topic. And question is, how can we make decision in condition of fear and pressure? Because these are conditions that we are now. Also you, me, everyone. And I believe it's big question that should be tackled. So a little bit about the situation. We are now in shortage of 2 million in Europe. STEM students. 2 million. It's a lot. And I believe this, what we are providing, I mentioned before, different kind of courses, programs, initiatives, it's great, But the question is, who will use them? Whose are those students who will choose that? Or we are trying to rescale or already existing students or people already in the job market. And then I'm still questioning, because I believe you already heard it, a lot of questioning, but it's extremely important to ask the question, and sometimes uncomfortable questions, to really develop something impactful. And I'm still questioning, so there is a huge plans in Europe to be more competitive, right? It's all about technology development, industry development, to secure our market in critical technologies, and etc. My question is, how you will do that without the people? Because there's no people in the market. So on which base we will scale it? We will bring some people from outside in the trains and buses? It's not clear for me. We can bring the new strategies, but if you don't have enough human capital, then we are a little bit in trouble. And talking about the troubles, so if we think about the STEM, and at the moment, approximately 20% of our students have chosen the STEM. In China, it's 40, or even higher, you know. So there's enough students who choose that pathway. And we see that there's no tremendous changes in that. And again, if we want to develop the Europe as technology leader, at least in some topics, then we need to change this proportion of STEM students. And I a little bit changed the title of this presentation, and I believe we need to talk about how we can rethink the future. It's not about education. Education is just the instrument to help us develop, to help our young people find a way to the better job or stable life, hopefully. But we need to a little bit think about how we can navigate the future, and also a little bit the fears that it goes together with thinking about the future. So, and there's some ideas that I have put in one slide. I'm not talking that, you know, this is the receipt, take a picture, go home, use it. Not really. It's just an idea because I have questioning this one. So first of all, it's about insurance of the choice. Already in panels, several people mentioned that we need to ensure that student has made the choice. It's not for 4, 6, 8 years. It could be changed, and we will help you. So there should be support system that if you have chosen to go this professional pathway, there is a system who will support you, ensure if your decision has been not related to the industry need. The risk tolerance. I believe the young people who is now a little bit afraid to take that risk and choose one another pathway really goes together with the whole Europe risk tolerance. We are not too risky region, right? We better write some regulations than take risks. And I believe, again, if we want the people who believe in their dreams and their ambition, and ambition goes together with risk, with unknown situation and conditions, we need to show that we are the same. The system is the same. So it's okay to take risk and learn from maybe mistakes or just learn from experience. Innovative experimental approach and mindset, I believe this is something that we need to bring in our education system as must have. And I know there's a lot of activities, there's many universities and educational institutions who do it already, But I believe we should highlight that this is one of the most important skill set that we need to develop in our young people to be ready for, again, unexpected situations and problems and challenges, and we are able to solve them. Deep knowledge value grow by applying it. What I mean by that, there's a lot of interesting buzz, I would call it like that, in the information or media about if the science matter, if the scientists do the great job. So we a little bit unvalue the deep knowledge that people who is really with the core of some answers in the complex questions. And I believe it's our whole job to show that this matter, because only with deep and new knowledge we can solve these problems that still exist. Fast track to the industry, in, like incubation, there was also in a panel was one example. The students are learning and at the same time they are getting job, hopefully in the same field that they have chosen. I believe it's also great mix, and it should be somehow be part of the academia. But again, we need to understand the students are still just the people, and there is the limitation of the time, and burnout is also some kind of issue that we are now facing in the youngsters and the youngster generation. And again, industry should be part of our ecosystem and not be afraid that the industry are really loud about that they are need to have. But again, it should be a long-term discussion, not we need for tomorrow 5 engineers in this specific topic. Please bring them as soon as possible. We need to rise the approach that you control the future. So the little bit give this control for the young people so they are able to decide what the future look like. Build your own job. So the spin-off for startup entrepreneurial spirit is still lacking in Europe. So I believe this is, again, extremely important thing to do. So if there's no industry who is welcoming you, build your own industry. And this has happened, and it could happen here in Europe. Navigation the pressure of the need. I believe also the industry here play a huge role. We all the time see the screams. We need 200,000 semiconductor specialists. We are lack of 100,000 cybersecurity. It's give a pressure. So it's give a pressure that maybe your choice hasn't been the right one, and also that you need to be ready for tomorrow, not give a time to gain these knowledge. And I believe this is also a challenge for education system. It's that should be a new ways how we get this experience of education, how we grow. There's a lot of activities already in Europe, but I believe it should be a little bit stabilized, that we don't have many things in the same time. It's also a little bit disorganized, or young people, they don't understand what to choose from all that is already here in the market. And stability. I believe Europe should stand out, that Europe is the most stable place to be, to build your families, to build your career, and the, I don't know, nation, country in Europe will take care of you if you will invest your time and research to build your capacity and impact to the full economy. So very short about my views and my questions, I would say, about the future, and I hope that you will have your own questions to bring home and think about what exactly you can do to bring for young people more peace and ambition to build their career here in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you so much indeed for really giving us a good in-depth view. As you can see from the chairs behind us, we are going to our first panel discussion of the afternoon, Empowering Today's Workforce with AI Skills. You'll hear about the need to design inclusive and accessible training pathways to ensure that no one is left behind in the digital transition. To bridge that, gap between education and innovation, between collaboration with universities, tech transfer ecosystems, vet providers, and how to adapt curricula to real-world needs. So, another quick question for our audience. How many of you have used an AI tool in your work or your studies in the last week? In the last hour? Okay, still quite a lot of you. If no one had put up their hand, I would have known you were lying. So our moderator for this session, please welcome Mirza Pasic, Associate Professor and Vice Dean for International Cooperation at the University of Sarajevo, Faculty of Mechanical Engineering.
I will announce you to. Okay, sit. So, hello everybody, and I really hope that you will enjoy this wonderful discussion with me and my colleagues here. As our Master of Ceremony already said, the name of the panel discussion is Empowering Today's Workforce with AI Skills. So I would first like to introduce our speakers here. First, we have Petja Radeva. She is a professor and head of the Consolidated Research Group on Computer Vision and Machine Learning from University of Barcelona. And also she is EIT Deep Tech Talent Advisory Board, part of. Then we have here Tomáš Hirchel, CEO Generator Pomilson and Program Director of AIDS. Then we have David Timis, Global Communications and Public Affairs Manager from Generation. Siddhi Pal, she is Project Lead AI and Labor from Interface. And then we have Diana Philip, Deputy CEO from JA Europe. So in this panel discussion, we will discuss about needs to design inclusive and accessible training pathways to ensure that no one is left, to bridging the education and innovation through collaboration between universities and vocational educational training providers, to adapt the curricula to real-world needs, and to strengthen the ties between the industry and rapid tech development of AI. So, please, huge applause for my speakers here, and we will start our discussion. So, as a fellow university colleague, I will start with Professor Petja, and I will ask you now the first question to start our discussion. How can universities better connect their research and teaching with the needs of industry so students acquire the skills that companies and society really demand?
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to stay here and to share our experience at the University of Barcelona. I should say that today we have a lot of homework from academy in order to construct this bridge, this bridge between industry, society, and academy. And we are advancing. In fact, the good news are that we are advancing. The message is definitely optimistic, but that we need to make this more stronger and stronger. So there are many different advices I would give. And I would begin first that we really need first to continuously update the curricula. Because at the university, we used to have, in general, some very, very strict programs that are updated maybe every 10 years. So we really, that the society is changing, technology is changing, everything is changing. And our students are asking also for such kind of change. So we really need to update continuously as much as possible, involving industry, involving society, involving different fields of the research and industry. And for this, we really need to review the curricula and involve people from industry to participate in co-advisory boards in order to create different courses, in order to give the message to young people what is really necessary from the society and from the industry. So this is very important to have these people within and collaborating with academia. Today, there is very closer, and we are staying closer and closer between research and academia and industry. And sometimes even the industry is making us in academia the life much stronger, much difficult, because today we have in the industry also very, very strong research groups, and academics should stay on the level in order to provide the next generation for this industry and society. Also, we have some more different formulas in order to make this gap smaller and smaller. We really need first to understand very well what are our students looking for? What is their motivation? Are they going for research or for technology transfers? And adapt our program to construct this program from the very, very middle of there. So we need to have much more subjects where we give room for students to make research for those that want. And we need also to provide them the necessary knowledge if they want to go for the industry. Okay, so this is very important. We need to involve much more the industry. And one very good example are all these industrial doctorates. Today, this is very nice because companies, they really look for very knowledgeable and skillful students. And when we speak about students, we speak about undergraduate and graduate students. And industrial doctorates work very well, and we have very, very good experience in doing such kind of collaboration. And finally, what we need to do is we need to follow up to see where are our students. Did we do a good job? Are our students well positioned in the industry or in the research institutions? And explain this experience to the next one, because this is really motivating them. When they see that some of their colleagues some years ago, today are doing excellent job, are having excellent professional realization, so this is really motivating to them.
Yeah, thank you very much. So yeah, the universities should evolve rapidly as AI is rapidly evolving in order to keep up the pace and keep up with the students and everybody. So thank you. So now, Tomasz, next question for you. From a business perspective, how can organizations design AI training that is engaging for a broad group of participants, from younger people that are just entering the workforce, or also the older people that need some reskilling?
So I'm +1 when it comes to updating materials. I think we had an opportunity to train over 10,000 people, and we are on the extreme other end than a university. We update our course materials every 3 to 4 months. This is the pace, how quickly the technology changes, how quickly the apps change, and we need to give people some insight into it. So +1, I'm sure this is one of the most important things. And the second, I would say, is to make the learning process pragmatic, or to make it personal. Quite often what we focus on is we speak with companies and we ask them questions. Where do you see the potential for this technology? Here, speaking about generative AI, what is the next thing that you would like to see? And we build around it a business case for people to solve with the use of AI tools. And this is something that is engaging for younger generations, older generations, for everyone. Very pragmatic approach. If today I'm building something, I'm not doing it for the sake of learning only. I'm designing a new tool, a new method, a new AI agent, something that is going to be useful for me, for someone else, for my organization. What you also find out is that another element that is really engaging is making it personal. So, for example, we had some participants designing AI agents to create fairy tales, bedtime stories for their children, and to use this kind of, their experiences around which they could build some stories for the kids for good night. So make it personal, focus it around pragmatic challenges that people will focus on designing, building something, And the learning process is going to be somewhere in the shadow, but you know that there is the learning process. And of course, be up to date with what is happening in especially generative AI.
Okay, thank you very much. So AI is for both younger and older people.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
Yes, so great. So David, yeah, everybody is nowadays afraid of AI. So how should education and training systems be reformed to help displaced workers transition into their new roles with the appearance of AI?
Sure. Thank you very much for the question, and thank you for the organizers for bringing us together. I also subscribe to what my co-panelists have mentioned. I try to use my own sort of human capacities to ChatGPT the information already provided, and I would say the education that we would want for the future is one that is pragmatic, personalized, data-informed, and demand-driven. So I think these would be key elements that I definitely subscribe. What I would also like to add is inclusive. And it speaks to the work we do at Generation, which is one of the largest employment nonprofits in the world that I represent here on the stage. We work with vulnerable people who otherwise would be left out of the education or employment spaces. And I think that's one key element, especially since your question touched upon displaced workers, people who are in between jobs, how to make sure that those who need training the most actually get it. One idea that hopefully we'll have a chance to discuss, maybe if not in the Q&A section in the break, because it's a pretty big idea if you think about it, it's having individual learning accounts. I know some member states have this. I think in Scandinavia, the Nordic model has it in some of the members. I think in France, if I'm not mistaken. I first learned about it after a trip in Singapore. And Singapore is one of the countries that is doing an amazing job of skilling its citizens. And they have learning credits. And what these learning credits are, actually, they're an amount of money you as a citizen can use to upskill yourself. Because I think, realistically speaking, we're a workforce development provider. We have representatives from education, from business. At the end of the day, individuals themselves will have to take the first step to skill themselves, as long as they are offered the opportunities to do so, and ideally subsidized opportunities for those who otherwise would not benefit from training. So individual learning credits is my idea that I want to put on the table, and it's just one to add to the great ideas already provided.
Yeah, thank you very much. And the next question will be like an upgrade to your answer there. So now, Sidhi, how can European policymakers better track and classify AI rather than mixing with general STEM statistics?
Great, thank you so much for that question, Mirza. And I think this is one of the most consequential methodological questions in the AI policy debate right now, because what we are doing, there's been a lot of conversation since morning talking about skills gaps, about there not being enough STEM talent. But when we talk about STEM talent and when we talk about ICT talent as aggregated groups, what we are doing is we are missing out on the opportunities to better understand the nuances of upskilling and reskilling patterns, of workforce mobility, of workforce planning, essentially, because what we are doing is when we say AI talent, we are talking about everyone who is, say, a user of, for example, ChatGPT or Claude, to the people who are building ChatGPT and Claude as one big AI talent workforce. And this is something that we are trying to tackle at Interface, where I'm a researcher, and we've come up with a 3-tiered classification system of technical tiers within the AI workforce. So what we've done is we've gone from a scale of 0, 1, and 2, where when we say tier 0, we are referencing AI literate and AI curious people who are users of AI tools in their day-to-day non-technical jobs. Then there's tier 1, which are software engineers, data scientists who are essentially using AI tools for their day-to-day workplace solutions. And then there's the most technical tier, which are AI engineers, AI scientists, who are essentially building these advanced AI capabilities. And why does this granularity matter is something we realized while doing this classification by itself, because we saw that each country in the EU has a very different composition of these technical tiers. And just because you have more technical talent doesn't mean that's what you need. Because we found that, for example, countries like Poland and Germany, there's the highest concentration of technical tier, of the tier 2, the most technical talent. We found that in Portugal, it's more uniform across tier 0, 1, and 2. In Finland, there's actually a lot more tier 1 talent than the other 2 tiers. So we realized that better understanding these nuances of what type of AI workforce you have tells you more about the needs in the AI ecosystem. We also see there are actually there's more talent in tier 1 than there are available jobs. So essentially, it's the two extreme ends where we are talking about AI literate and curious people and specialized AI developers, where most of the need lies. So looking at upskilling in a more targeted rather than a one-size-fits-all way would be a recommendation here. And we also, because inclusion's been brought up already, there's been this one statistic that's been going around since 2018 that there are 22% women in AI. When you actually look at these technical tiers, you find that the majority of those women lie in tier 0 and 1 and not the more advanced specialized building AI workforce. So I would say that's why it's important to look at talent through technical tiers and not just as ICT or STEM talent.
And it looks like that classification and those numbers are much bigger issue than we think.
Exactly.
So thank you very much. And now, Diana, how can entrepreneurship education help younger people, especially those from rural backgrounds, to develop AI and digital skills earlier so that we can close the gap between the younger generations from rural and urban population? And also, how can schools, NGOs, and businesses collaborate to ensure that girls and younger women see AI as a viable career path?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so pleased to represent the first pledger of DTTI, the largest implementer of the Girls Go Circular and the largest entrepreneurship education in the world, which is Junior Achievement. We are active in 120 countries globally, working with schools from the little ones, age of 5, up to the older ones, age of 25. So I'm not going to go and tell you all about the history, but the program that started Junior Achieve was, in fact, our entrepreneurship program, which works also today. Now, the methodology is the same, but we always need to adapt and innovate to stay relevant to the needs of today. So digital skills were implemented, added to it. And 5 years ago, we joined forces with Intel to adapt the program and include AI into it, thanks to the European Commission, who funded it. Now, our strategy is to work with young people everywhere, and especially disadvantaged communities and rural areas. So what we've done, we took this program, we got young people to understand how they can put in practice a technology company using AI, but through an entrepreneurial methodology. So they learn how to put together a business plan, they know how to be creative, how to create an app, all those elements by implementing it into their entrepreneurial journey. And that has really proven to be very, very interesting because anyway, statistics even before that prove that 87% of the young people who've been into our entrepreneurial program were using AI in a way or another. Now, if we guide them to use them for particular tasks, then they learn the practicality of it, and they really understand why is it important. So a concrete example, the AI and Entrepreneurship program, which was, by the way, validated by the EIT Food and labeled as one of the DTTI program. We are working with them, with the EIT Food in rural areas, in agri-food schools, to really get those young people to start up innovative agri-food businesses. And in 2 years, we reached 18,000 young people, which we really saw that there was a huge need because we went into those areas that didn't have those opportunities. So bringing them something very innovative, they were very curious. A lot of people talked about curiosity today. We are all born curious. Young people are curious to really discover new things, and if we really give them those opportunities early on, they really embrace it. Maybe one last thing I wanted to mention about the latest developments that we are working on. We want to create our own AI agent for business plan creation, which is really helping those young people in the disadvantaged communities that maybe do not have access to the business volunteers like others, because our model is always to work with mentors and businesses to really expose young people to the world of work. And then an agent like that will really be able to help them afterwards. And you asked me about also how do we work with the girls. Well, half of those young people are girls. And we have statistics that most of them are really the leading in their companies because they really understand it and they really want to do something with it. So we are very proud when we see them on stage and shining. So we want to really create those role models for them to be able to support them later on and let them really show how they can put in practice what they learn by combining entrepreneurship and AI.
Great, great. Thank you very much. So now, we finished with the first round of questions. We are going to the second round, so we just need to be a little bit careful about time. So, yeah, so that we have time for everything and closing remarks. So now I'd like to continue with Siddhi. So what does Europe risk if it cannot retain its best talents, and how might inclusion policies help address this challenge?
Definitely. There's a lot at risk, to put it simply, because what we are finding in our research right now is that Europe is playing the role of global AI talent nurturer. And what that means is that a lot of international talent comes to Europe to study, and then when it comes to finding jobs, they either move to the US or move back to their home countries. And it's not just for international talent. Even the local European talent that's studying at European universities is choosing to leave Europe to find jobs in other places. And we're not just losing individuals here, right? We're talking about people who build innovation hubs. So there's a lot at stake here. And I've already introduced the 3-tiered classification in my last answer. And what we are finding is that this crisis is not uniform. So in Europe, there are more software engineers and data scientists than there are jobs for software engineers and data scientists. But it's the two ends, the AI literate people and people who can build AI, where there are a lot of vacancies and there's need for attracting and nurturing more talent, essentially. And now would be a very strategic time to do that, especially given the H-1B visa reforms that are happening in the US. A lot of other regions and countries have come up with some sort of quick response to that in trying to attract the talent that would now be essentially looking to figure out which is the next flight they'd want to take. For example, Indian talent, would they want to move from the US back to India, or would they want to come to Europe? So there have been a lot of country-specific policies that have come up to quickly attract this talent, but I don't see any European response to that. And this is also where inclusion comes in, because when the DEI initiatives were removed from the US, we saw a change in trend, talent migration trend, where a lot of the talent, international talent in the US was then looking for opportunities in Europe, looking to even, say, take internal transfers within their companies to the European offices. So now we find that inclusion and diversity is not just and good to have, but it is actually a competitive advantage, where we are finding the top 7 out of the 10 global positions in terms of the female representation in technical AI workforce are for European countries. And there's a reason behind that, and I think it's time to move beyond just rhetoric and come up with systematic policies to ensure that diversity becomes the strength in the AI workforce here, and we're able to build ecosystems where people don't just come to build their resumes, but their careers, essentially.
Yeah, thank you very much. So Europe should be quick to retain its talent and to bring back its talents and to attract talents from all around the world.
Definitely.
So thank you for your answer. Now, Diana, how can European micro-credential frameworks help young people increase their mobility and access labor markets across borders?
Well, a lot has been said today about micro-credential, and maybe I will pick on your last comment, building the right ecosystems. If young people see that those micro-credentials are relevant for industry and will help them to get a job or advance in their career or something, then they will really see the relevance for it. And that's what we've been doing. When we created the first entrepreneurship micro-credential, we wanted to make sure it's backed up by the industry. And they can really use it, and they see that they need the soft skills for for getting a job, because not everyone, when it goes through an entrepreneurship program, will become an entrepreneur, but most of them will become entrepreneurial in the works and in the jobs that they take. So building this ecosystem was very important. And we saw that if you have peers that talk about it and give examples, then they see why it's relevant to take it. I'll give you the example. When we started with 9 countries. Now the micro-credential that we have is active in 54 countries globally. So we always build on it. We added the AI modules into it in order to make sure this still remain relevant, and it's good for them to take it. They put it on the CV, we encourage it, and we said with the young people, when we create this micro-credential, we want it to be as relevant as TOEFL for English. So if you really give them that recognition, the industry recognize it, then they will take it. And it will create the mobility that you ask about, because once they know that they have the qualifications, even if they are from the rural areas or from the urban area, they will have the same chances to get into a job.
Yeah, really insightful. Thank you very much. Now, Tomasz, what mistakes do organizations usually make when they introduce AI training? So, and how can we as people responsible for reskilling avoid them?
So I would focus on one. The biggest is putting everyone into one basket. So designing a curriculum, designing a program, designing a course about AI basics. We all need to have some AI basics. Yes, but as people, we like to feel that it's something that's personalized. So how to solve it? I would say embrace the paradox. So try to build as personalized the experience as possible for the biggest amount of learners that you can reach. And I know this is a challenge, and I see a lot of potential in the technology and actually helping us, but we work with different companies, and we see, even if you're a food industry, the impact of AI is going to be a humongous difference between your marketing team and your production team. And these people feel it. For production teams, maybe they're going to see something in the months or years to come. For marketing teams, if they haven't tested something already, they are falling behind. So the solution from my perspective is actually utilizing the technology and thinking how deep I can go with personalizing the experience. Instead of designing something for the whole company or for the whole industry, how we can have marketing teams here, sales may be there, production may be there. Or maybe we can go even one step lower, maybe different teams and something for managers and something for experts, for seniors, for juniors. So this is the biggest potential that the technology gives. And actually, I can see it as a best solution. Make the learning process, make the learning experience as personalized as possible.
Yes, so it will definitely be a big challenge for all of us. Thank you very much, Petja. So now, maybe an upgrade to this question. Should ethics in AI education be embedded across all courses, not just taught separately from all other courses?
Yeah, exactly. In fact, I remember many years ago when Bologna was installed, and then for first time, university introduced the subject of ethics, and usually still in most of the university, it is a separate subject. But this is like over. This is not anymore valid. Today, ethics is everywhere and in each subject, and we really need to adapt and to train and show to the students that ethics is very important. Ethics is something that you don't do when you finish the project. Ethics is something that you should take into account from the beginning of the project, because when you try to solve a real problem, you should begin about the ethical part in all stages of the design. And this is very important, and that's why ethics should be in all subjects, not only in one separate subject, because most of the problems, and because we are always try to do problem resolution oriented education, most of the problems, if not all, should they have their ethical issue. And this is very important. And sometimes I'm really thinking is, are all the educators, all the professors aware, knowledgeable, familiar with the new AI Act? We can have a lot of very excellent laws, but if professors do not know it, if they do not apply it, if they do not require to students to think about, this will be really very, very, very difficult. So, and it is really, for students, it's really very engaging when you ask them questions like, what do you think about deepfakes? What do you think if you develop an algorithm and it is not able to detect your melanoma just because you are dark skin? What do you think about if you are interviewed by a chatbot for a job? Or what do you want if there is an application that rejects your loan in the bank, right? So all these questions are very important, and students should know, professors should know. And this is what the companies, they want, because the companies, they are looking, the industry is looking for experts, for professionals that are trained to this, that is not something over or on the top, but they should really be knowledgeable and having very critical thinking about all these issues that today are affecting all of us. So definitely ethics, it is very, very important to implement it in the right way in order to have the ethical incorporated in all the subjects, in all the STEM subjects, or most that are related to real problems. And also, it should be also reflected in the evaluation, and not only in like giving kind of nice examples, but seeing and evaluating, assessing the student if they really have this critical thinking and this knowledge about ethics and AI.
Yeah. And let's hope that AI will be ethical. Thank you very much. And now for David, and the last question. And I think that this question is really good to wrap up this whole panel discussion before our closing remarks, is that what types of safety nets can protect workers from temporary labor displacements?
Sure. So I already mentioned one, the individual learning accounts or learning credits, as they're called in Singapore, which is, I think, still the best solution to preempt people for longer times of in their professional lives out of a job. So I think this is a solution that should be implemented hopefully across member states. But now there's increasing research, including European-based research. There was recently a pilot in Germany, a couple of years ago in Finland, that are indicated that potentially in the scenario in which AI continues to progress at the same scale and we see potentially exponential gains in the next 3 to 5 years, which will impact employment in some professions quite a lot, that there might be a need for something similar, if not as it is originally defined as universal basic income. I know this was a taboo topic for many years, but now, again, studies showed that, especially the one in Germany was quite fascinating, because it showed that the people who received this amount of money every month, they were more agile in terms of their professional moves. They had that safety net to pivot if they found their career no longer satisfying or they wanted to go for something which gives them more meaning or salary. And even more interestingly, there was also well-being metrics that were increasing. And for me, my sort of favorite insight from that report is that the people who were part of the experiment, after the UBI, the basic income, was stopped, they developed the habit to be a bit more generous to each other. So this was also something that was measured. And how was this measured? It was they were asked if they were more willing to donate to different causes during the time they received money, but also after. And interestingly enough, after a year of receiving free money, as it would be called, money that was sort of in their pockets without them having to necessarily work for it, after this money stopped, they were still more willing to give more money for, again, associations, NGOs, to help others, which is showing how even in a year, mentalities can change, in this case, for the better. But I know this is, again, a topic that would require a lot of policy changes, systemic changes. There's discussions about everything from taxing robots to the windfall clause, which is taxing tech companies who would make a lot of the sort of gains and profits from these developments in AI. So there's plenty of other steps to do before a UBI, so I'm not pitching it necessarily. But I think at this stage what I'm pitching is to not take any potential solution off the table, given that we live in exponential times.
Yes, yes, definitely. Thank you very much. So this is the end of our questions at this discussion. So we are we are near the end of our panel. So I'd just like to ask all of you for some closing remarks. So it doesn't necessarily have to be with your questions here, just some general conclusion based on this topic. All of your questions, all of your answers. So first we'll start with Petja.
Yeah, well, my message is that we are in a very special moment where things are going so fast for good and for bad, but it is a really very interesting moment because this is giving a lot of power to the young people, and when you involve them and when you are able to wake them from the first years of the university, this really can help them to find the right professional realization. And when you look back, all these people, how excellent they and how happy they are, so this is really great. But we really need to work together, industry, society, and academy together in order to show them all these opportunities, involve them, engage them, because young people, they have a lot of power, and if we help them open some doors, then really the society can be much better.
Thank you very much. Tomasz?
Based on my experience, I would say treat this as an opportunity to actually make a difference. What we noticed, we had a number, hundreds of people who actually took the next step and devoted a lot of time and a lot of engagement, their personal time, their personal engagement to actually dig deeper, to follow their curiosity, to have interpersonal relationships that were built with people who didn't know each other at the beginning of the whole program. We had engineers who started with the statement, I went to work with data, not to work with people. And they finished the program with, okay, now I can be a coordinator. I can work with people to gather them around an idea that we want to build. So I believe we all see that the topic is energizing. It's something that people are curious about. I see a lot of potential in actually making the learning process, the learning experience, to be transformational, meaning taking people to the next level.
Yes, thank you very much.
I know I'm preaching to the choir, so I'll not insist on using AI because I've heard most of you use it to some degree. But my closing remarks will be what Europe should do, because I think it's really important to remember in this AI race with the US and China that we often hear about how Europe is lagging behind, and on many metrics we are, let's be honest. We're not developing these LLMs here. We don't have the same capacity to develop semiconductors, nuclear plants that are needed to power the data centers. But what we do have, and I think it was mentioned here, I think by all of us to some degree, is talent. And the key question for us as citizens, but also for our European officials, working just around the corner, the idea is how do we first retain some of the talent, or in some other cases, because we do have talent that wants to travel, that wants to explore the world, how can we attract it back? How can we do a sort of a brain regain? Because there's plenty of talented engineers, AI ethicists, AI philosophers who are in the US or in Southeast Asia, who are European, who might want to come back and work here if we provide them with the right ecosystem to do so. So I think that should be, for all of us living in Brussels and advocating here, that should be our focus in the next few years, creating a right ecosystem.
Yes. Thank you, David, very much. Siti?
I would just echo what's been said so far, and I think just this morning, Commissioner Minzatu said that you can't, firstly, she didn't say that, but you can't end a panel without using the word competitiveness nowadays. So you have to say it. She said competitiveness is not just about having more talent, but also what type of talent, right? The quality of talent. And I would say, yes, dig deeper into that and let's move beyond. We need more STEM talent and focus on the nuances. And I think a lot of the nuances were brought up in this panel. So let's keep asking those questions and go from there.
I agree with you on competitiveness.
Thank you very much. And now, Diana?
Maybe I go back to the beginning. We said that we want no person to be left behind. Now, if we want to really achieve that, we need a systemic change. And that needs to start, as you said, at the European level to see what we could all do to embed AI literacy. I would say, why not in all schools? but in a practical way, so that they understand that AI is not only to help them solve the exam, but also how to analyze the Excels, how to understand data, how to make presentations, how to use it to put their creativity in practice, because we talked about that before. So we need to all work together, and I think the bold ambition will be everywhere.
Yes, thank you very much. So definitely after this wonderful discussion here, we can maybe conclude that lots of things have been said, so it's hard to find one sentence that can conclude this whole discussion, but we can definitely say that we live in some exciting times, definitely, and that we are yet still to see what will be the product, the fruit of this time that is happening right now, because the rapid change that is happening, the big news from day to day, the rapid development of AI. So we definitely need to focus on creating more AI talents. And what I heard that you said that we need to distinguish the AI users from the creators of AI models. There's the big difference. So big things are ahead of us. So we definitely need to be prepared, but definitely we don't need to be scared too much, because we as humans will definitely win over technology, and we will know how to use it in ethical way. So we still have time for a few questions from maybe one or two questions from the public. So does anybody have a question for the speakers here? Please. Here's one in the 5th, 6th row. Please address just your question and to whom you are asking the question.
Hello, everybody. I want to ask a question to all of you, anyone who can respond. How do you plan to integrate students in that initiative? How to improve the curriculum, the collaboration with industry? How do you plan to involve students in that?
Okay, thank you very much for your question. So, who is willing to answer?
Maybe I can begin. We are doing this. In fact, what we do is, for example, at our university, and not only now, at our, we are showing that it's real problems during the different subjects, very from the beginning. And we are showing continuously that that many real problems can be solved, and you don't need to study work 20 years in order to work on a real problem. So usually many students, they are incorporated in research projects from the 3rd year, right? And when they come and they really are interested in real problem, we incorporate in our research groups, in teams. It's very important to feel part of a team that is solving real problems. And in our problems, that 99% are multidisciplinary, they need to communicate with experts from different levels, from hospitals, other fields, we are collaborating with people from philosophy, ethics, biology, and they work together, and they are feeling part of this team. And they get this power that they are really looking, that they're really doing something useful, right? So all this happens already. There are, as I mentioned, we incorporate them in research programs. We show them that there are ways also to go if they want to go for a spin-off or internship. We motivate very much in doing practices in companies. We collaborate, we organize together courses with companies. We have a research project or industrial project with companies, so that they are at the universities, they are already seeing what could be their future and if they like it or not. And this is very important, because some people prefer to do research, some people prefer to do industry. Not always people with the highest grades go for research, not necessarily. Yeah, so they really need to look and to find themselves during the academy. And the academy is this test bed that is showing them different possibilities and different activities, and they can find better in the best way where they can be more useful. So we always say, okay, here at the university, you have some subjects. This is like the minimum, but when you finish, you should have much more than these subjects approved. You should know what you want to do in the future, right?
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we are out of time, so if anybody has any questions, feel free to ask our panelists at the coffee break. So please, one round of applause for our speakers here. And thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Mirza, for the great conversation, and indeed, well done in reminding everyone, do network during those coffee breaks. That's what they're there for, to ask follow-up questions. We're going to change the speed a little bit, and we're going to celebrate impact. You're going to hear 3 impact stories over the rest of this afternoon. These are going to be 15-minute sessions about the tangible outcomes of EIT community education initiatives. You'll have a brief pitch from the person, from the winning impact story, from the Deep Tech Talent Initiative, and then we'll have some sort of interaction. So each one of those is going to hopefully bring you involved, and it'll be snappy and hopefully provide you with a really good takeaway and a shot in the arm full of energy for the rest of this afternoon. So for our first impact speaker, I'd like to call back to the stage, please, Thomas Kirkil, the CEO, Generator, Pomislov, and Program Director of AIDEAS. Thank you. Welcome back.
Thanks.
So we're going to start, Thomas. I mean, we've heard from you in the last panel, but we're going to start this section with a Slido question to our audience and to you as well in a moment. So let's have a look. We'll get the Slido up there. Of course, you can join the Slido using that code 3344263 or by scanning that QR code as well. So the question, if you were to learn a new deep tech skill like AI, which factor would be your #1 priority to motivate you to participate? Would it be a prestigious certificate, solving a real-world problem, lowest possible cost, fully flexible or online schedule, or the opportunity to work in groups? So I'm voting as well on my tablet. Let's see what's happening. Thomas, what would you have voted for?
I think we have a clear winner.
Yes, and is that what you would have chosen as well?
Yes, for sure.
So I can see that around 65, 67, it keeps going up, % of people have voted for solving a real world problem. That's what I voted for as well. So I think it's by far the most popular choice. A prestigious certificate is also important. And of course it is if you are looking to gain skills and go out in the world. Fully flexible, opportunity to work in groups. No one has let cost be the driving motivator. 0% of people saying cost is the motivator. So I think that's an interesting point to take as I hand over to you. You've got slides for us, I think. Let's have a look at your presentation, and then we'll have another couple of Slido questions if we've time.
Perfect. Thank you. So, allow me to tell you a story of ideas. My name is Tom. On a regular day basis, I work as an innovation manager. I manage engineering teams that build, develop, and deploy AI apps. And I'm also a program manager of one of the most successful initiatives we were able to deliver in Poland when it comes to deep tech skills. But before we go into the details, I would like to ask you a question. Anyone here likes mountain hikes? Please raise your hands. Mountain hiking. Do we have people who love mountain hiking? Okay, so this is going to be easy for you. For the rest of you, I assume you have some experience with mountain hiking, right? At least one in your lifetime you had an opportunity to hike for a little bit. So imagine something with me. Imagine that you're going for a hike, right? You're packing your backpack, you're putting it on, and you're going for a hike. It's a beautiful sunny weather. It's a little bit chilly, but it's nice for hiking, right? You walk for the first hour, for the second, for the third. So you are deep into the forest, and you meet a group of 30 people who are very thirsty. And this is the amount of water that you can spare. How do you decide who gets the water? This is a metaphor of the dilemma we had at the AIDEAS, because we planned this program, this experience to be for 600 learners, 600 alumni. We planned to recruit around 3,000 participants, and 3 weeks after we started the communication and the promotion, we had over 35,000 people interested and registered for participation. How do you decide who goes in? We couldn't. We decided to try to find more water. And when it comes to the program, so what's AIDEAS? It's an educational experience for non-engineers. So we wanted business experts, talents to learn a bit of prompting, AI ethics, regulations, a bit of course, AI Act, how to build AI agents and how to build teams of agents. In total, it was around 75 hours of work, and as of September 2025, we have over 10,000 people who finished the course. These people worked in teams. We had over 800 teams working together. In the program, they designed, built, and tested over 300,000 agents, and we've calculated during the whole program, they've prompted over 5.5 billions of tokens when it comes to generative AI. It was fascinating for us how engaged people were, and you can see this all over the internet, people posting, sharing their experience, what is the kind of a key takeaway they have from the project. And if you would ask me, okay, so Tom, what is the secret sauce? What made this program so engaging for people? I would say three things. First, pragmatic business problem, as you voted, then teamwork, and then last but not least, sandbox experience and creative play. And by business problem, I mean we engaged business partners. We asked them to tell us, listen, where do you see the potential in the generative AI technology? What is the one business case you would like to solve to see whether this is something for you? And together with them, we've built business cases, briefs with synthetic data, with particular goals we gave to people so they can practice on something. They didn't know the technology, but they had frames they can work into. Then second, we wanted people to work together. Teamwork. We designed an algorithm that is able to match people together in teams. So they had first 3 weeks of experience of asynchronous work, so working individually, learning, doing some materials, quizzes, exercises. And then after 3 weeks, we joined them together in groups of 5 to 6 people. We showed them here are the business cases. Pick one you like the most, work together, solve the problem. Build an AI agent or team of agents that solves the problem. Build a proof of concept. And the proof of concept is the last element, so the sandbox experience. So we told them, listen, your job is not to build something perfect. Your job is to learn in the process, but we want you to build something that can validate whether there is a potential of this technology in this particular use case, in this particular industry. And what we noticed, this was really invigorating for people, that they had an opportunity to make mistakes, that they had the opportunity to see, okay, I don't have to make something perfect from the scratch. I can test it. I can validate it. All in all, from my perspective, the biggest impact is not the number. We're able to contribute to EIT Deep Tech Talent Initiative. Well, I like it. The numbers were pretty nice. But we were able to start a really vibrant community, a talent pool that Polish industry is actually clamoring for. Because we see there is a huge interest in people who actually participated in the program from organizations that are working with us. And actually, this is a little bit of the future. Right now, the community is 55,000 people strong and growing. We have a number of organizations who are working with us, designing the business challenge, the cases we can give to people, so that I hope most of them will go through the course, get the certificate, and will have the AIDEAS experience. So if I would be to share one thing with you for trainers, mentors, program managers, anyone who's interested in the future of next generation learning, let's have a chat. You can find me. Let's have a chat here, because these are the places that sprout innovation, these ideas that we can work together on. And I believe this is something that really can give us a lot of potential, the talent we are discussing the whole day today. And in general, for all of us, I would say when it comes to AI, let's spend more time on building these sandboxes, because we can see this is something that people really, really value, where we have a safe environment, where we can test a few things, try what's working for me, what's not working for me, and actually where do I want to begin my journey with the technology. And last but not least, let's connect our industries directly to our talent we have in our countries and we have in the whole EU. Thank you very much.
So let's go, Thomas. I think that was clearly an enlightening presentation. I mean, I have a couple of questions for you. I mean, the overriding one is, what's the secret sauce?
So when it comes to the secret sauce, the one was the teamwork, the second was the pragmatic experience, the third was the sandbox, and last but not least is personalization. People actually having an opportunity to work on something that is interesting for them, that is connected to either what they're doing on a regular day basis at work, and they had an experience to also have kind of exchange with others, the perspective, or that they had an opportunity during the program to work also around their personal use cases. We have a great story. To make it short, we had one of the participants to design a team of agents that is actually building bedtime stories for kids, as I mentioned, right? And this was fascinating because this person used the whole concept of the hero journey that we use in cinema, that we use to tell stories. He designed this, kind of put the know-how into the team of agents and created, in like 3 weeks, something that was had a really that was really impactful, because we've heard that kindergartens came to him after the program and asked whether they can use it to tell bedtime stories to kids.
That's very sweet. So we'll finally wrap up with another one of those Slido questions before you can all go for your coffee. Once again, if you go to Slido, you should see the question there. This is a scale of 1 to 10. How well would the industry-led challenges model work as a blueprint for the tech education in your community or your country? Niche is 1 and 10 is absolutely essential. So you can select your star rating and send. Let's have a look and see what is coming in the results. Okay, there we go. I think we can see them on the big screen behind us as well, Thomas. We can see that
at least pretty good.
Pretty good. No one is saying 1 or 2 or 3, and only 4 and 5 or so. People are generally more than half positive and generally well disposed towards this idea as how to use this as a blueprint. So, a big round of applause for Thomas.
Thank you very much.
Do go and enjoy the networking, have a cup of coffee, check out the installation. We will resume here at 4 o'clock with a keynote on how to strengthen Europe's quantum ecosystem.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, Jennifer Baker.
Thank you very much. Now, I know we're reaching that point in the afternoon where people are a little bit tired. You've just had a coffee, maybe some sugar, so hopefully we can energize you at this late stage in the afternoon by talking about how to strengthen Europe's quantum ecosystem. It's a big, meaty topic. And I'm going to ask for a show of hands. Be honest, how many of you feel you really understand what quantum skills means? Who's 100% sure that you could define quantum skills? That's maybe 2.5, 3.5 people. Yeah, I see a lot of this. So perhaps you can explain the quantum part, but then defining what is a quantum skill and what indeed might be the quantum skills of the future is an awful lot harder. But fortunately, we have to explain the strategic role of skills and talent within Europe's quantum ecosystem. Please welcome Almudena Justo Martinez, Director of the International Quantum Center at EFSAS Technologies in Spain, a Fujitsu company. Thank you.
So hello and good afternoon, everybody. And I'm Almudena Justo. I'm the director of the Fujitsu EFSAS Technologies International Quantum Center, the hardware division of Fujitsu, the division for data center, including supercomputing and quantum. So I would like to start talking about the quantum worldwide trend. And you can see here some figures, and the quantum business is growing really fast, as you can see in this slide with IDC and McKinsey data. So it means that we have to be prepared. According to Mario Draghi report, quantum will represent more than 850,000 million euros to the EU economy in the following 15 to 30 years. So these figures gives you an idea of the impact that quantum will have in our economy, will have in our lives. So, and when? The real situation is that nobody knows, okay? But some experts are saying that we will have the quantum, that so-called quantum advantage, or some quantum advantages. It means that quantum will be implemented in real cases to solve real problems, and it seems that it could happen for some of these problems in around 2030. It means that skills and talent will be key in just a few years, and we have to be prepared for that, okay? You can see here some data from Eureka, and we have now in year 2025 around 30,000 jobs, and in 2030 it is expected that will be 3 times the jobs we have now, okay? So as I have said, we have to be prepared for this. And how could we strengthen the Europe's quantum ecosystem? So fostering the collaboration with the empowering universities, startups, and public bodies working together by also including the collaboration with the European Union associated countries to grow fast. And of course, helping the end users and helping the industry in the adoption of these quantum technologies. As I have said, around 2030 we will have probably some quantum advantages. So it is really important in Europe that to develop technology, but it is also important that the end users start adopting this technology. So we have to help them to learn. And this is exactly what we are doing in my center, in the International Quantum Center. We are based in Spain, but working around Europe to help our customers, partners, and different stakeholders in the adoption of quantum technologies. We are part of the EIT Deep Tech Talent Initiative, and we are also part of the Quantum Network of the World Economic Forum. Just to mention that there is a joint statement signed between the European Union and the Japanese government to collaborate, among other issues, around quantum. So we are a partner to help Europe grow in quantum technologies. You can see here our research collaborations. We have several research collaborations in Japan. Of course, we are a Japanese company. And also in Europe, and in particular, we developed with the TU Delft one of our technologies, that is the diamond spin technology. We're working in digital annealer, also in emulation, and in quantum computing itself, in diamond spin and superconducting. And the diamond spin technology is a IP co-share between Japan and Europe, developed with the TU Delft. We also have some developments with the Barcelona Supercomputing Center in Spain and the Galician Supercomputing Center. So I always include this slide in my presentations, not because we are in an EIT event. I include this slide because I fully believe in the knowledge triangle. It is essential, the collaboration with the business actors, with the research actors, and with the higher education actors to boost entrepreneurship, to create jobs, and to grow. And we are exactly combining this, combining our quantum portfolio, hardware portfolio, with the applications and with the ecosystem development, helping the stakeholders in this adoption. We work with the business actors in different proof of concepts directly with the industry so that they can learn about quantum. We also collaborate with several startups, in particular in algorithms development, to address different verticals such as material science, chemistry, health issues, genomics, and other work. So we are empowering these startups using our hardware to continue growing in Europe. And of course, we are working in upskilling and reskilling of professional profiles to be prepared for the future. We collaborate with more than 10 entities. We have started in Spain, but we are now working also around Europe with the industry, technological and supercomputing centers, and with universities. This year, we have trained more than 350 people in quantum technologies now in 2025. So strengthening this collaboration between business, research, and education, we collaborate in several R&D projects funded by the European Commission, also by national ministries, to work in different verticals, such as, for example, energy or healthcare. But we know that a business is its people, so I would like to show you now. This is my team, and all I have told you. It is possible, it is feasible, thanks to their work every day. So we work every day to be a great place to work. So that's all, and just I would like to invite you to the International Quantum Business Conference, the second edition that we will hold in Santiago de Compostela the 17th and 18th of December this year. Last year edition, we have more than 200 people working around quantum, and I think that is a very good opportunity to collaborate and to strengthen the relations between business, academia, and the research actors to continue with our work our work for the adoption of quantum technologies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, I think you've set the scene for our first panel in this final quantum session of the event. So you're going to hear about building talents for cybersecurity and quantum together, talking about building inclusive training programs to open up futures for more careers in quantum. You're also going to hear about quantum technologies as a strategic frontier and how they can open breakthroughs in computing, sensing, communication, and security. So linking those real-world applications with the need for skills and training. Let me ask you once again, how many of you think that Europe currently has enough skilled professionals in cybersecurity or quantum to stay competitive? Hands up if you think we have enough. Okay. Hands up if you think we don't have enough. Okay, that is a very clear announcement that we don't have enough. So that's what we're going to talk about now. That's what we're going to talk about, how to drive getting more of those much needed professionals into the workplace with the right skills that they need. And to lead the panel, please welcome our moderator, Andrea Moga, lead founding partner at QLearn Labs.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. I hope you're still holding on to the last session of today. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Andrea, and I'm currently representing QLearn Labs, which is a training accelerator for quantum technologies and advanced computing skills from the Netherlands. And today I'm very much honored to actually have this distinguished panelists today, and I would like to introduce them one by one. First of all, we have Aurel Gabriš. He's the deputy head of the Department of Physics of Czech Technical University of Prague. And at the same time, he's the chair of Q-World Association. And secondly, we have Victoria Strokan. She is the chief marketing officer of SET University from Kiev, Ukraine, which stands for Science, Entrepreneurship, Technology. Then we have Giulia Meschino. She's the Secretary General of European Vocational Training Association, and she's actually located here with the association in Brussels. So thank you so much for joining. What we're going to do today, actually, our panel is going to be focused on 4 major topics. First of all, is going to be focused on quantum technologies as a strategic frontier, enabling breakthroughs in computing. As we know, Europe is almost number 2 in patents in quantum. After China, we're very great at doing scientific breakthroughs. However, we lack commercialization. So I think we're going to have a major topic discussion on the application development on that. The second topic we're going to address today is going to be connecting academic research with industry needs. The third one is going to be creating inclusive and future-ready training. And the fourth one is going to be supporting EU, European-wide standards, and maybe global standards. So I would like to invite you to give a round of applause to our panelists. All right, so maybe I would like to get started with a major topic, challenges and threats. And I'd like to start with Victoria from the cybersecurity angle. Because cybersecurity is often the entry point where quantum is discussed in terms of risk. And what do you think are the most pressing threats in Europe that we have to prepare talent for? But at the same time, how can universities like SET adapt curricula to these challenges?
Indeed, Europe is experiencing an extremely growing number of threats. And they are all connected with evolving technologies like quantum. And for example, quantum can breach current encryptions. It can expose sensitive data. There is also AI that can make more convincing phishing and automated attacks. There are other attacks like supply chain attacks, critical infrastructure attacks, hybrid hacks, which combine hacking and disinformation. And all of those, the advancement of all of those technologies, it definitely makes the cyber attacks more sophisticated, and this is definitely a challenge for all of us. On the other side, we don't have enough people who can protect us. There's a huge shortage of talent in cybersecurity talent, especially. There's a Cisco Cybersecurity Readiness Index report that was done this year, and it indicates that this year, Europe needs 300,000 more cybersecurity experts, and 82% of the companies reported that they have unfilled cyber jobs. And also, most of those jobs are technical ones that are connected with things like incident response or protecting the infrastructure. So we as educators, we need to make sure that we can bridge this gap as soon as possible. And the training that we provide, it's up to date and it's relevant to the challenges that we are facing. At SET University, we're doing that by introducing programs like quantum safe cybersecurity programs and cryptography. We're also doing AI for cybersecurity. There's also a huge part about how to make those programs as practical as possible. And there are two ways how we can do that, at least at SET University. We are inviting experts from the field with the real hands-on experience in defending against the cyber attacks daily. And those are people from the private companies in Ukraine, Europe, the US, but also Ukrainian cyber defenders. And also we are trying to create this immersive experience of how people can defend and act against the cyber attack. We create the simulations, like scenarios of the attacks that reflect the real life attacks that are happening. Also, a big part is the startups in cybersecurity. It's not easy to launch a startup in cyber, but we definitely see the rise of the founders who are doing startups in cybersecurity, and we launch accelerator programs for them.
All right, thank you so much. So it is very interesting to see how you keep up with adapting to the technological challenges as well, and adapting the curricula as well. So is there anyone who'd like to comment on how you're keeping up with your organization with the curricula to these challenges?
Well, when it comes about adapting curricula, I must say that in theory, it's what we really need in order to make sure that we match what are the requests of the labor market. But in practice, we are still kind of binded by bureaucracy, and especially when it comes about education and training, the fact that in Europe we have different training systems, this complicates the situation, and also not only in adapting curriculum, but also then in the recognition of competencies. It's a very interesting topic for discussion, and unfortunately, although we have a lot of frameworks that can help us and a lot of instruments that can facilitate this process, we still lag a little bit behind, and I think this is the major challenge for Europe. And if we do not overcome this, our competitiveness will not be fully achieved. At least this is the perspective from the VET sector.
So we talked about the challenges, and maybe I would like to look a bit on the promises and opportunities around the quantum education and skills. And I would like to start with you, Aurel. You are both a physicist and a leader of Q-World Association, right? And how do we move beyond purely academic research and create pathways or learning pathways that prepare engineers or software developers for quantum-enabled industries? Or what is your view on that, or how do you do it?
I can probably first explain what is the challenge that we're facing here, and I can say a few words about what has been done so far, and then what I think would be a good idea to do next. But my first comment, that quantum technologies, quantum in general, which is not only quantum computing, it's also sensing, imaging, and communication. So it's a much broader field than just quantum computing. It's relatively new, so we are just adopting how how to teach and where to teach this. And in fact, we have to create the pipeline, the entire pipeline. So it's not like that that's why I couldn't really relate to the previous question so much, because it's not about upgrading the curricula. It's about first figuring out what the curricula should be in the first place. And it all has to start from high school or from school level. And we need to break this barrier that many people perceive quantum to be somehow exotic, somehow inaccessible. And it's probably, and what I find or what I believe is that we can't directly go and address these tiny problems because we have in the middle of the pipeline, we have master's education. That's where all the special skills are now concentrated. And also when it comes to new knowledge and skills, this has to come from academia. They come from academic researchers. These people are there at the universities. And that's where this transfer can actually happen. So I believe that master's education is where we need to start, and this is the formal part of education, and that's where I can report that the Commission has recognized this. I'm part of leading the European project for a pan-European project on masters in quantum technologies. And what we are at this stage is really the point when this needs to connect to the rest of the pipeline, and involving industry, mapping out industry needs, having the conversations, establishing the connections, and that's exactly the right moment for EIT to step in with the network.
Yes, you touched upon a very important bit. So working together with academia, industry, and research is key. And I would like to follow up with a question to Victoria, also in the area of promises and opportunities, because you're working a lot with startups, spin-offs. How can startups and spin-offs, you think, can give students early exposure to applied cybersecurity and quantum opportunities?
Well, if I talk from the Ukrainian perspective, we have a very strong community of scientists historically with deep roots in physics and mathematics. We have lots of engineers. On the other side, our entrepreneurial culture is very young because during the Soviet Union, entrepreneurship was banned, and Ukrainians started again creating companies, businesses only when Ukraine became independent. And now what we see now is that we have a huge spark of businesses, startups, even in innovation, even in the extreme circumstances of the war, because we call it innovation by necessity when we need to innovate to survive. At SET University, we see that entrepreneurial culture can and should be taught. There's a debate like whether you can teach a founder or not, but all founders need to have certain skills like pitching or how to build a business plan, and those skills can be taught. At our university, we make sure that we have an entrepreneurship track at every technical program that we have. Our students can have an option to create a startup within the master thesis and have their teachers who are founders or top managers at the tech companies to be their mentors. We also have separate initiatives. For example, there's a Science to Market Accelerator. It's not only in Ukraine, I think I can say for all of Europe that scientists are very good at discoveries and researches, and they need help in transferring that to commercial products. And this is why we launched this acceleration program to bridge the gap and to help them to learn how to commercialize the discoveries. So projects like that can definitely bridge this gap between academia and entrepreneurship, and also sparkle more entrepreneurship and provide a better access to deep tech technologies. So I would say the key to success is academic excellence, technology, and business skills.
All right, so now we've listened to the university angle. I would like to first maybe go to Julia to learn more about the training pathways and inclusion of it, and maybe from your perspective, how can vocational training keep pace with the rapid evolution of technology? Because technology is advancing faster than what the educational system, than what a traditional education system can keep up with it. So how do you do that while staying aligned with what the industry needs?
Thank you for this question, Andrea. First of all, I would like to start by saying that when we talk about cybersecurity and quantum, we talk about trust, trust in our systems, in our institutions, in our democracy. And trust is not only a technological feature, it is a human achievement. So starting by saying this, we have in Europe strong foundations like the European Cybersecurity Skills Frameworks that gives us a common language for competencies in the sector. We have the Cybersecurity Skills Academies. We have council recommendation on micro-credentials that are actually a very powerful tool in order to speed up the learning process and getting recognition of competencies that are needed by the labor market. But we need to make sure that all these frameworks we have, they can put into practice and they don't lag behind bureaucracy and obstacles. So when it comes about the VET sector, what I would like to stress here is that there are three main points that I see as important for VET in order to keep pace with the evolution of the digital sector and in particular with cybersecurity and quantum. The first step is for us to embed these competencies in cybersecurity, in digitalization, into structured skills agenda and, for example, into initiatives like the Pact for Skills, but not just as pilot projects or pilot initiatives. They need to be essential pillars of these kind of initiatives because those are contexts where different players are coming in together and they can collaborate together in order to identify what is needed and how to react to the gaps of the labor market. A second step is pretty much related to the first, connecting the ecosystem. We had the chance to collaborate in a project called Rewire. It was a sector skills alliance aimed at identifying what are the skills needed in the cybersecurity sector. The partnership was mainly composed by university, and the fact that VET representatives were also part of it showed already the interest of the different players to have also the perspective from the vocational education and training sector. And in this context, we managed to build bridges with the academia and with companies, and this was extremely helpful in identifying not only the skills that are needed, how to make the difference between those skills that are more advanced and maybe taught more at the university level, while there are still skills that are more kind of basic and can be taught in vocational education and training. But it gave us also the possibility to come up with policy recommendations for changing the policy dynamics around the sector. And finally, there is one thing that I want to stress, which is something very dear to me. It's the human dimension. Let's not forget that we are talking about people, and people are not just machines that have to execute something. People, they have their own critical thinking, mindset, they need communication skills, they need to understand the ethical engagement behind the use of the digital tools, especially for cybersecurity. So, Victoria mentioned before a Cisco report. I would like to mention another one, the AI Workforce Consortium that led to the Cisco report. They identified the fact that governance, ethics, and human problem solving are now some of the fastest growing skills in demand. So let's not forget that we are not only building workforce for the future, we are shaping citizens for the future.
Yes, that's a really great point. And all of this in a fast-moving, landscape and also geopolitically sensitive landscape, and at the same time keeping the human element and human-centered technology development. And this leads me to the next question that's related to the lifelong learning and responsibility at the same time.
Yeah.
And maybe everyone can answer the question. Maybe you, Julia, you could start. So talking about, fast-moving and geopolitically sensitive field that we're in at the moment, how can we foster lifelong learning while promoting responsible innovation technology at the same time, not just industry competitiveness? How do you see that?
Well, how do I see that? I think I've actually replied to the fact that there is a need not to have only people that are deep in their area of expertise, but also people that understand what is the purpose of what they are doing. So the opinion of the vet sector is that we need to make life easier to people, in the sense that if we lower the barriers and the challenges to lifelong learning opportunities, then people, I'm pretty sure, would be more than happy to undergo training and to perfectionate. But if we keep on maintaining high barriers and complicate life through processes for recognition of skills, or by also not facilitating small and medium enterprises to access incentives to retrain or to upskill the skills of their workers, then definitely we are not achieving lifelong learning purposes. So to me, what is essential is to be agile in the way we set training. And I said it before, we have already all the instruments that are needed. Micro-credentials is a big opportunity because through a modular and flexible learning, people can acquire skills in weeks and not anymore in years as it used to be before. So we should really take advantage of these frameworks and use them in a smart way in order to facilitate people and to be competitive, and also close a little bit the gap with the fast evolution of the technology.
Right. Thank you so much for sharing. Maybe Victoria, would you like to share about lifelong learning opportunities?
I agree with Julia, and maybe I can add that lifelong learning is becoming a necessity for everyone to be relevant as a professional. So I don't think we need to, on basic human level, I'm not sure we need to actively promote it, because everyone feels the need, because AI is changing a lot right now, and the lifetime of our professional skills, it used to be around 10 years, now it's decreasing to 5, 2, 3, 2 years. It means learning throughout our life is becoming a part of a life of every professional. I think our job is to make sure that it's effective, that what they learn and how they learn it, it's really effective, and they also have access to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So lifelong learning should become a habit, like any other habit.
And that's a huge question also, how the soft skills need to be taught. I agree that problem solving, communication skills, creative skills, those are becoming the most important skills right now. So how do we teach that? Maybe things like project-based learning, team-based learning, things, but we need to focus on that as well, not just technology.
Thank you for sharing. Aurel, how do you see this at the Q-World or the quantum communities you're running?
Yeah, so from the quantum point of view, the quantum education needs to be invented. So everything that we do requires a lot of creativity and innovation, and that's where the formal large institutions are probably less agile, connecting to what you mentioned, and definitely leaves the room for the SMEs and the small companies to where the innovation is likely to be coming from, and. The other thing I wanted to mention is regarding the innovation of the pipeline as well. So I think that that quantum can also be the area for experimenting, also how we can certify, how do we establish the certifications and the accreditations. One of the things that we pioneered in DGQ, which is the Quantum Technologies Masters, on how to create a pan-European master's program in a way that we can essentially accredit without going through the complicated joint master's accreditation programs. So I think I would like to see that quantum can also lead somehow the way on how we might be, how we should be structuring the institutional structures in Europe as well.
Yeah, that's a really good point, structure. So you touched upon a really important aspect, so structures and standards and wide adoption across EU level, maybe even global level. So I want to talk a little bit about standards and micro-credentials. I've heard Julia mentioning, also Victoria as well, micro-credentials. They're gaining a lot of traction, right? All over the world, in Europe, micro-credentials. And how can we make sure that these micro-credentials ensure both trust from industry and recognition across borders or in Europe in general? Or should we aim even to set standards? So I don't know if anyone would like to start sharing your view on that.
Well, what we believe is that in order to make micro-credentials effective, we need a process of co-design and co-creation. So if we really put all the parties around the table together and we empower them to work together and collaborate, then we are sure that micro-credentials can be effective. So for example, when it comes about co-design, okay, we have some guidelines like the Council recommendation on micro-credentials, but then we need the industry and the companies to be part of the process because they know what they need on the market. And they need to collaborate with those that are in the research and the academia in order to be able to build the curriculum. But then they need the providers, the educational providers, to deliver the trainings, deliver the lectures. So as you can see, co-design, co-creation, but also co-implementation. And then another important condition is the recognition. Recognition, we know we have the European Digital Credentials for Learning platform, which is a tool that can really support and can provide people that are undertaking training, for example, in Tallinn on cybersecurity. They can have their certification recognized in Italy, for example. So if this is effective, if this is done by putting together all the players, then it's sure that the recognition is also simplified, because if you're part of something, if you're part of a process and you collaborate in it, then of course you are empowered and you recognize what you participate in. And there is another element that I made also before, another point, it's agility. Agility is important. We saw it in the Rewire project, that putting together all the players and having also the opportunity to have skills observatories, this also helped because the skills forecast is an important part of the game, and having a good understanding of what are the skills needed, and also being able to anticipate, especially in sectors like AI, cybersecurity, digitalization. That's key, that's crucial in my opinion.
Right. Yes, thank you for sharing. Anyone would like to add anything about the micro-credentials and EU-wide framework you're working on?
Yeah, I would be very happy to do that. Standards are good, but good standards are such that people are happy to adopt it. I think that's very important. So when we think of standards within quantum education, then our focus has been to develop a language, a vocabulary. We call this the Quantum Technologies Competence Framework. And this is essentially a categorization of areas and topics which are describing the set of skills and knowledge that people have or need, or what the industry can identify as their requirements. So I think that this is still an experiment. The competence framework has been completed, but this is a living document, of course, because new things are being discovered and new things become in demand, and it's also very difficult for people to go through and identify every little detail. I really enjoyed the answer from in the morning when about the solar panels. That for their micro credentials they have identified something similar, and I understood how detailed you can go down into really defining what an individual engineer needs to have. So the quantum competence framework is much more coarse-grained at this moment, but I absolutely believe that this can break down into smaller sections, and then it can be the language of communicating to the students of what they're going to get, and to the future employers to see what skills the workforce has. And it also helps us to identify the gaps and also the demand, so that we on the educational side, we can adopt and then make sure that our programs actually respond to what is needed by the industry.
All right, so quantum technologies competence framework. It's something that training providers, academia, anyone who's doing training in quantum can actually benchmark against, let's say, or at least assess the level of the quantum skills they're educating. Is there anything like this for the cybersecurity or entrepreneurship, Victoria?
Yeah, but it's all in. I liked your point that it is a living document, right? So everything is changing so fast right now that I think the most important thing is how do we make sure that we adapt those standards as fast as possible to respond to the evolving challenges, evolving requests from the markets. Because the worst, when we see that the students devaluate higher education or any type of training, when they see that the skills that they learn are not enough when they start working for the company. And so it's important to have standards, but it's also important to make sure that they get updated from time to time. And to do that, we need to invite people from the companies, from the hiring companies, the experts on the other side, not just educators, but also people who will be hiring later, to make sure that the curriculum that we build is relevant to them.
Right, so inviting hands-on industry experts coming to lecture, mentor, or educating from what they're actually working with, give relevant experiences. Okay, yes, go ahead, Aura.
If I can add to this, there's one more. You only alluded to it, but when it comes to standards, one very important thing about standards is that they should not become an obstacle to innovation.
Yes.
And as we hear, we are also innovating education. So I think whatever standards we establish within education, they should also be such that they don't become an obstacle for innovation. And really, it is the small providers that can educate, and we need to make sure that there are flexible elements that they can adopt. But it would be really nice if institutions like universities, I see how slow-moving universities are. I think it would be very nice if the higher education and accreditation also had some aspects. I don't know how to do it, but it would be super nice if there were ways how they could be also more flexible in adjusting their way of delivering education and knowledge and teaching skills.
This is some really great food for thought, because we are talking about adapting. How fast can we adapt the training curricula? But I think we need to also adapt how fast can we adapt the standards and the regulation around this whole ecosystem. So that's a really great point you're raising, Aurel.
Yeah. And I want to build on that because the point you make, it's totally fair. We need standards, we need to make them flexible, but we need to make them flexible also to allow people to be capable to enter these kind of sectors, because a standard sometimes might be also an obstacle for people to join sector. And we already know that we have some groups that are less represented in this sector. Like, for example, women are less than 25% of the cybersecurity workforce in Europe. And this is something that, with some initiatives that I would like to mention here, we are trying to tackle. For example, we are now involved in a project called Connecting Women in Digital. It's a project funded by the European Commission through the Digital Europe program. And with this, we are building a forum to analyze the inclusion of women in digital, starting from STEM education to leadership careers, passing through VET and higher education. This forum will be an opportunity for everyone to come together to discuss what are the real challenges that are preventing women to be more involved in sectors like cybersecurity, and what could be the actionable recommendations for policymakers to, let's say, tackle the problem and find viable solutions. So I think that standards, we need to keep into account that they might be a burden for innovation, so we need to make them agile, but they might be also an obstacle for people, so we need to make them in a way that this is not going to impact people in accessing.
Great, so just because we're getting close to the final round, so we talked about threats, challenges, opportunities, then inclusion, lifelong learning opportunities, as well as standards. Now, maybe I want to talk about the collaboration across all levels, industry, research, academia, and also with the next steps with a new EIT STEM initiative, STEM Tech Talent Initiative, that's beyond the TTI. So as a next step for collaboration, like, do you have any call to action or a message to people in the room here to follow up on any initiative or any other message that you would like to share? Who would like to start first? Victoria.
I can start. I was talking today about cybersecurity and startups. So my message will be about that. Cyber wars have no borders, and innovation should also not have any borders. And innovation, startups, and cyber, those are the areas that are first strategically important for Europe as a whole. And secondly, there are so many ways to collaborate, starting from the acceleration programs and joint educational programs. There are many ways how different organizations can partner in those areas. As a Ukrainian, I can say that Ukraine is ready to share its experience, what we have learned hands-on with the whole Europe, and make sure that the Europe becomes stronger. And I think the goal of all the collaboration that we built is that how do we make our organization, but also our alliance stronger.
All right, so innovation has no borders. Thank you so much for sharing. Anyone would like to share another call to action or message to people in the audience? Aurel?
Yeah, I think what I could reflect on what I've been saying earlier, focusing specifically on quantum education and specialized programs or specialized courses or curricula. On the other hand, what the future is going to need a quantum-enabled workforce, which is not someone specialized on quantum, but people who are able to apply quantum into their domain of knowledge. And this is what I would like to invite everyone to explore the ways, find partners, and then integrate quantum knowledge into whatever activities, whatever educational activities they currently have running, and be part of these pioneers who are preparing the European quantum-ready workforce for the future.
That's a really great way to put it. Quantum-enabled workforce, more like interdisciplinary as well, not only focused on the technology part. All right, Julia.
Well, my call to action is raising awareness on the cybersecurity and quantum sectors, because although we are here and we are talking about it, I still have the impression that there is no global awareness on what they really are and what the opportunities they can offer can be, especially for youngsters. I mean, our youngsters, our young generations, they were born already equipped with digital tools, but still they might not be fully aware of what this means and what can be the opportunities, but also the threats behind. So I think that raising awareness about cybersecurity and quantum is something that I would definitely support as a call to action. And not only, again, to go back to what I was saying before, not only for the work opportunities that they can bring, but also for sort of a ethical and personal understanding on what this tool can mean for our everyday life. So I think that awareness is what I would suggest at this point.
Thank you so much, Julia. So just to conclude, call to action message: innovation has no borders. Then we want to build a quantum-enabled workforce and raising more awareness in cybersecurity and quantum to the youth, but also to the rest of us. So with this, I would like to conclude our panel today. Thank you so much for sharing, and thank you so much for your contribution to the audience and to this event. So I would like to give the floor to you and give a round of applause.
Thank you very much, and thank you for setting the scene, because we are time for another impact story, this time focusing on scalability and transferability. Now, you heard one of the speakers already from QLearn Labs. QLearn Labs is one of the winners of the 2024 EIT Call for Proposals, selected to educate and empower learners in deep tech fields. Since launching earlier this year, they've grown to an impressive community with more than 2,000 applicants. And now we have 3 members of their team on stage to share more about their mission and impact. So we have co-founder Josephine Daly-Templar, mentor Ankita Chakrabarti, and marketing and mentor intern Ilya Fazeli, who are going to give you a very dynamic performance.
All right, I want to start off first by asking you all a question. Has anyone here ever started an online course and never completed it? Raise your hand. Okay, I see. So have I. We wanted to change that, and that's exactly why we started QLearn Labs. 10 months ago, we gathered a small and completely remote team with people from 5 different countries, cultures, and disciplines, united by this one mission: to make deep tech education accessible and fun for everyone. Our first goal was to educate 1,000 learners, and thanks to the EIT Deep Tech Talent community, we managed to get the momentum and structure we needed to grow, and grow we did. Today we stand here with over 2,000 applicants spanning from 70 different countries worldwide, with different education levels, with everything from PhDs to high school graduates. And together, we have helped 500 carefully selected and highly motivated learners start their deep tech journey. A little buzzer. Yes, so here you can see our really impressive statistics. So how did we do this, you might be wondering? Social media growth hacking. 77% of all our applicants came directly from LinkedIn. This is such a clear proof of impact within the EIT Deep Tech talent community. It's with programs like ours, the ASEC program, where you combine high-quality training with inclusive outreach, we can really make a difference in terms of giving people the opportunity in careers, but also contributing to the European Deep Tech talent pipeline. But we don't just measure success in numbers. It's all about seeing our learners grow, finding new opportunities, and in some cases, returning as mentors, leading others on their same path. That's why I'm so excited to be joined here today by our two alumni, Ankita and Ilya. I've invited them to the stage to share their journeys.
Thank you, Josephine. I am Ankita. I come from a research background. I did my PhD in quantum many-body physics, followed by postdoctoral stints in France and Singapore. After relocating to the Netherlands, I was eager to transition from the academic world into the industry in the growing quantum computing sector. That's when I came across the AISEQ program from Cullen Labs online, and this really provided structure to my transition. So it was a fun introduction to tech basics, and more importantly, it connected me to a very valuable network of co-learners, quantum enthusiasts, industry experts, and mentors in the Cullen Lab team. So after this experience, I realized that the intersection of education and technology is an area where I thrive. So I approached the Cullen Labs team, and I was thrilled to be selected to join them as a mentor. In this new role, I get to participate in designing learning material and exploring new learning platforms, which is quite exciting. So I can utilize my expertise to enrich the learning experience for others. And more importantly, I get to build a diverse network within the quantum computing industry. To conclude, Cullen Labs' experience has been instrumental in shaping my journey from academia to the industry, providing both purpose and direction. Thank you. Up to you.
Thanks, Ankita. The AISEC program has helped me rediscover my passion for quantum software development. And combining that with my interest from my bachelor's specialization in quantum education, as well as an interest to build a strong quantum community about technology, I decided to join Cullen Labs as a marketing and mentoring intern. Being part of the team and seeing everything up close, from our outreach to people to our educating the learners, made me realize how important AISEC's and Cullen Labs' role is in the quantum ecosystem, both European and international. Flash forward to my own story, I have now achieved multiple quantum software development milestones, and I regularly engage with the Cullen Labs community to educate learners with my knowledge, and also reach out of the community to tell people why it's important to learn about quantum in this day and age. Overall, Cullen Labs has made a massive impact on my academic and professional career, and it's been amazing. Yeah.
We are so extremely proud of these two and their journeys, and it only goes to show how much talent there is out there. So what does the future look like? Well, in 2026, Cullen Labs is looking to incorporate, and we will continue our mission to make deep tech education accessible and fun for everyone. But we want you guys to join our journey. If you are interested in kickstarting your deep tech career, please check out our website, follow us on LinkedIn, and apply for upcoming cohorts starting in January. If you're in policy or governance, please make sure that education remains accessible and fun for everyone. And lastly, if you're industry, reach out to us. Let's collaborate and work together to fill the talent gap here in Europe. And before we go, just want to say to everyone in here, never stop learning. Thank you.
Well, you don't get to go that quickly. Let's grab a seat. It's the first time I get to sit down on stage all day. So I have obviously some prepared questions for you. But I'm also interested to hear, your real side of the story. So let me start, Josephine, with you. I mean, how do you see shaping the broader European deep tech talent ecosystem beyond your immediate learners? What can you do that extends your reach?
Well, we're already seeing the impact in our immediate ecosystem. Not only are we seeing learners, transform into new job opportunities or career roles. We're also seeing that same industry where they're turning, coming to us, looking for talent and looking to collaborate. So that's really interesting how, a little splash in the sea has really evolved into bigger waves.
And Ankita, what lessons from the first 2 cohorts would you share with other organizations looking to run similar programs?
Yes, so maybe one of the big lessons would be that online presence, that really is important to grab the right talents. And then also like the live mentoring sessions that we have in our cohort that brings together a community with a varying range of expertise, and that can really make online learning fun.
This mentoring sounds great. And Ilya, I think the question to you is, how do you maintain engagement and momentum among the graduates once they've completed the program? I presume that is one of the ways.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have an online and alumni community where we try to maintain engagement with the alumni from the cohorts. We do it through initiatives and through sharing job opportunities. For example, a couple of weeks ago, we had this initiative where we essentially requested for the learners to send us blog posts that they write about quantum software development. And through that, we try to select a few of them and publish it on our own website to maintain this collaboration between us.
Gives people a real buzz when they see it up there. Do we have any questions in the audience for our excellent speakers at this point? I know that we do have a microphone here at the back. If anyone has a question or a comment they want to ask, I don't.
Otherwise, you're always welcome to reach out to us directly or just catch us after this.
Oh, I see one here in the middle. We'll just get you a microphone.
Thank you. Do I have to stand up? Can you hear me?
We can hear you perfectly.
I really love your idea and the fact that you are so young and you take an opportunity to materialize your talents, because this is how you learn. What kind of companies, from the industry from the industry's standpoint, reach you right now?
What type of companies from the industry is reaching us right now?
In quantum computing.
Yeah, IBM is a big example of that. We've worked together with them in Amsterdam, but we're seeing we're getting a little bit more of international traction. So for everyone here, we are based in the Netherlands.
Yeah. Okay.
And Joseph,
what type of roles they are approaching you?
Pardon?
What type of
roles? What type of executives you are approaching you? What side of the business is approaching you? Is it the HR or is the strategy teams or it's something? Have you seen what type of personas are approaching your business from IBM?
So from IBM, it has been mostly consultancy, and we have also researchers who are working in the industry coming and joining us for the mentoring sessions. So they also make us aware of the openings in their team.
Okay, brilliant.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It is great. Any other questions from the floor? I don't see it, but so Ankita, I mean, what role did the mentorship and community element and the networking play in helping the participants into jobs or into internships alongside the push and pull, the pull from Microsoft and so on?
Yes, so community networking, it really has prepared the beginners, the absolute beginners, the job seekers, to get a broader perspective of the job market out there. So there's a lot of inflow of information that they gain from our program. So that gives them idea about the job pages, the kind of skill sets that they need, because they learn from the mentors and the industry experts that what are the toolkits that they need to prepare, and also like the open source resources which they may not be aware of. So yeah, that helps them.
And Josephine, how can those industry partners that we're talking about support initiatives like yours to ensure graduates are job ready?
Well, there's many ways to do it. One way we see is to help co-create courses with us together and, develop that expertise that is needed in industry. But we also see it with people from industry coming and joining us as mentors or even as guest lecturers in our weekly live sessions. So there really is a lot of ways that you can work with us.
Now, I asked before the previous session for people to show their hands, and I asked whether they felt there was enough skills in the cybersecurity and in the quantum areas. to drive Europe to the sort of competitiveness we want. I'm going to ask each of you the same question. Do you think, yes or no, that there are sufficient skilled people out there? And then one takeaway that you would like this audience to bear in mind about how you and your team go about changing that.
Well, definitely not. I think there is definitely some lacking workforce out there. And I mean, I think it's just very important to broaden your perspective, to take, if you're even not remotely close to, you know, the quantum industry, it's good to take into account what the developments of quantum technology would look like for your industry in the future. And I think that's really important to keep in mind, really. Yeah.
Yeah, we need like more skilled people who develop these technologies, but more importantly, we need more awareness and a basic level of idea amongst the broader industry people, like the audience who will actually be utilizing these technologies. So there's scope for both, and we need like improvement in both areas.
Well, I second everything that these two say. I definitely think the talent is out there, for sure. But it is, you know, really important to be collaborating with industry just to make sure that they are work ready. And I think that's something that we're really working hard on doing. And I hope that a lot of you want to join us on that journey.
I hope so too. A big round of applause, please, for our 3 leaders from Q Learn Labs.
Thank you.
I think if we could bottle their energy, I would buy it. Now, in order to get ourselves a bit more energy, however, we have the traditional coffee outside. So please go grab a cup and be back here in half an hour. We will finish off our day one after the coffee break at 17:45 with another impact story and a Trainer of the Year announcement. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back Jennifer Baker.
Thank you very much. Well, we are almost at 6 o'clock in the evening, so you are the hardcore deep tech people. You have made it through the very end of today's long session. So I want everyone to have a big stretch. Put your hands up in the air, stretch them. Yes? Yes, big stretch. And pat yourselves on the back. Because we are having our final impact story, and it's a really good one. It is a story about innovation and collaboration. At the EIT Deep Tech Skills Days last year in 2024 in Warsaw, a keynote by SET University on Ukraine's frontline tested security education sparked interest from an Italian partner, Your Science EDU. And what began as an informal exchange at an event just like this quickly grew into a really fruitful cross-border collaboration, leading to a memorandum of understanding to co-create on information and security management programs, the very first in Italy to merge Ukrainian cyber resilience expertise with Italy's SME-driven innovation ecosystem. So a great story coming from the roots of an event like this, and to inspire us more to enjoy these sessions where we can network, please welcome Victoria Strachan, Chief Marketing Officer from SET, Science, Entrepreneurship and Technology University.
Hi everyone, my name is Victoria Strachan. I am a Chief Marketing Officer at SET University. And I'd like to start my presentation by a very quick reality check. And I suggest us to play a very simple game of Never Have I Ever. I will ask you to raise a hand if you have done something that I will mention next. The first question, have you ever pressed or clicked remind me later on the software update notification for the 10th time? Okay, thank you. Have you ever used the same password for more than one account? More hands. Have you ever thought that cybersecurity attacks happen to other people somewhere in other countries? You can see how many hands were raised, and this shows how vulnerable we are in terms of the cyber attacks and how are we protected in the cyberspace. We know I'm here to represent SET, and I'm also here to represent Ukraine. And Ukraine, as you probably know, is the most attacked country in the world right now. According to our cybersecurity agency, CERT-UA, 4,300 attacks happened last year, which is 70% more than the previous year. We see that the scale of the attacks increases. We see that the attacks become more sophisticated. They also target power grids, critical infrastructure, banks, private companies, everything. We also see that not only companies, but also individuals can be a target. And regular citizens, teachers, accountants, even the cleaning lady in the office can be a potential vulnerability or vulnerable link for this strong company. And at SET University, we are a nonprofit private university. SET stands for Science, Entrepreneurship, Technology. And we teach students and professionals how to learn technologies, how to use them, how to create startups using those technologies. We partner with governments, private companies, and experts around the world in terms of cybersecurity, AI, and digital resilience. And I'm here today to talk about the success story. This is the story that happened a year ago. So this started a year ago when I went to Warsaw last year, and I was talking about cybersecurity at the Skills Days in also another EIT event in Warsaw. And after that, shortly, I met with Italian team of Euroscience EDU. It's an Italian deep tech education company. And what started as just a networking quickly turned into the very first Italy-Ukraine collaboration and creation of the educational program in cybersecurity. So what we created is the hands-on course for professionals that are creating digital infrastructure in Europe, also leaders at the organizations. And we invited experts with the hands-on experience to co-create the curriculum and to teach. And those are the experts who have built the cybersecurity programs at the corporations like Tesla and Uber and Salesforce, CIA officers, and also Ukrainian defenders who are defending against the cyber attacks daily. So practical experience is one big part of our course. Another part is also the hands-on experience. How did we achieve that? We made sure that the students can have the access to the immersive experience, so-called attack simulations that reflect how the real-life attacks are happening, and so that they can learn how to defend their organization against it. Our goal, together with Euroscience EDU, is that to make sure that the leaders that complete this program can return to their organizations and they can implement personalized cybersecurity strategies to protect their organizations. We also want small and medium businesses to learn how to build defense systems inside of their organization, in-house, instead of outsourcing it. And the research shows that more than 40% of the SMBs in Europe are not ready for the cyber attack. And if they get hacked, they will not survive financially. We see a huge recognition around European countries about cyber threats and how badly it can affect companies' reputation, but also financial situation. But we still see that it's not the companies, either especially SMBs, they either outsource cybersecurity defense, or they do not allocate enough budgets to protect themselves. So we want that to change. And overall, we build the program that is adaptable and scalable. It means that it can be adapted to other markets, it can be scaled to other countries, and what we would like to see that this program, which is called Information and Cybersecurity Management, that is going to be not just a collaboration between our two organizations, but also the starting point for the initiative that can help European companies, European organizations strengthen their cyber defense. So my final message would be, let's collaborate, and cyber wars, they have no borders. Attacks have no borders. They can happen everywhere. They can be scaled to any countries. We need to share our experience. We need to share things that we've learned. And as a Ukrainian, I can say that Ukrainians took everything that we've learned, and we want to share it in terms of tools, in terms of knowledge, in terms of talent, and help to strengthen the whole of Europe. Thank you very much. I would also like to thank Euroscience EDU for joining us in creating this initiative. I would like to thank EIT for creating this opportunity, also to Natalie Chernetska for making this happen. And thank you to all of you for being here today in the end of the day and joining us here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victoria, but we have just enough for, I think, one quick follow-up question, because it's an inspiring story, but I'm sure people here in the room and those watching online would like to know what's the secret sauce. So for other EIT pledgers watching this or thinking about similar cross-border initiatives, what's the one lesson you would share from your experience to help them turn collaboration into a real measurable impact such as you've had?
Well, our collaboration with Euroscience EDU started with just one conversation. So I guess my very first lesson would be to think about who we would like to talk to after this session, after my presentation. Who would you like to drink coffee with? And how can you turn that conversation into something meaningful and can make an impact?
Okay, if we're going to go out and have conversations, which we are when we finish up here today, what's your go-to icebreaker when you go and see someone at one of these events?
Honestly, here I think everyone comes from a different organization and a different country. So that's what I would ask. I would just ask, what do you do and where are you from? The simplest thing, but it usually works the best.
Okay, thank you very much. It certainly worked for you. A round of applause again for Victoria. Thank you. So that brings us up to the proceedings where we have a sort of an awards announcement. It's the Trainer of the Year 2025. It's the Oscars of the trainers, if you like. It's an interactive session, so we want to celebrate the most prolific training pledgers. You're going to be asked to answer some quiz questions. It's going to hopefully get everyone involved. We're going to guess the numbers in the areas where the most talents are trained, but I will let our hosts of this session explain that to you further. And then we're going to meet individually all those excellent trainers and pledgers to give away their certificates. So please welcome to host this session, Natalie Czernecka, EIT Deep Tech Talent Initiative Manager, and helping her as well, Cynthia Esposito, the Communications and Digital Marketing Officer.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the most fun part of this event, Trainer of the Year 2025. And I will give you, it's an opportunity for us to celebrate the training, the pledges that trained most talents in different categories. And let me give you some background about how this came about. So, Deep Tech Talent Initiative is driven by partners. Partners train talents, partners create courses, partners are in touch with industry needs. And for us, they need to do just one thing. They need to report twice a year. So people usually do not like reporting. And so last year, we decided to make reporting more enticing for people of our community and introduce this idea of Train of the Year, that those organizations that trained most talents across different categories would come on stage together with us to celebrate. And today is the second edition of Train of the Year. This time is Train of the Year 2025. And we are going to celebrate 9 organizations across 5 different categories, which is university, then enterprise, NGO association, SME or startup, and above and beyond, organizations that really went above and beyond the numbers that they pledged. And we are very happy that our Trainers of the Year of this year are geographically very diverse bunch of people. They come from Turkey, from Spain, from Romania, from Belgium, from Italy, from Finland, and from Georgia. So really, you can see the full geography of Europe. But before we call them on stage so that they can introduce themselves and tell how they feel about being Trainers of the Year, we would like you to do a bit of intellectual work with Slido. And to help me with Slido, I have my dear colleague Cynthia, who will guide you through this creative process. Cynthia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Natalie. So as it was mentioned, this is an interactive session with Slido. And I think we can all agree that the accomplishments of our pledgers are remarkable. We have trained more than 1 million people in less than 2.5 years. And we all know that, but now we want to know how well you know the community and the impact that they've had. So I'm going to show you 3 statements, and we're going to play a game that's called Two Truths and a Lie. So the 3 statements, basically, as the name says it, there's a lie. So without further ado, the first statement is, they have trained twice as many people as the average stadium can hold. So for reference, an average stadium can hold between 17 and 55,000 people. Then our second statement is that they have trained talents in biotechnology and life sciences and electronics and photonics. And third is that they come from neighboring countries that share borders within the EU. So if you paid attention to Natalie, you actually have kind of a hint. And now it's time to vote. So if you can go to Slido and scan the QR code. And here you need to select the one that you believe is a lie. Yeah. Okay. Gonna give a few more seconds. A bit more, I think we are done. And let's go with the answers. So the first statement is true. They have trained more than 350,000 talents. Our second statement is also true. They have trained talents in many fields, such as biotechnology, life sciences, electronics, photonics, AI, quantum technologies, blockchain, and more, which means that you were right, and they are not all from neighboring countries, but rather from all around Europe and Horizon Europe countries, which means that they have spread their impact far and wide and well beyond European borders. So I hope you enjoyed this little warm-up that we did, and now we're ready to reveal the winners. So, Natalie?
Right, and now we are ready to reveal the winners, and your help will be very much needed because you will have now to use your hands to give them a big round of applause. We will start with the first category, university, and the first prize in the category Trainer of the Year is awarded to Middle East Technical University from Turkey. Please, on stage. Big round of applause. Thank you so much, and you can tell about your university and your achievements.
Thank you very much. I have a short talk.
I can hold the certificate for you.
Thank you. So, good afternoon, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is a profound honor to be here in Brussels and to accept the EIT Deep Tech Talents Trainer of the Year Award on behalf of Middle East Technical University, or shortly METU. I would like to sincerely thank our rector, Professor Ahmet Yozgatlıgil, the EIT Deep Tech Talent Initiative, and the METU Technocant for their support and contribution for fostering deep tech talent and innovation. This recognition is a powerful validation of our role as a leading international research university, especially as we approach our 17th anniversary. Our success in training high-impact talent is the direct result of our entire ecosystem. We dedicate this award to the METU community, our highly qualified academic staff, our pioneering researchers, and our extensive entrepreneurship ecosystem. Thank you, EIT, for recognition this holistic approach to building Europe's future workforce. We are ready to turn more ideas into global impact. As our motto of METU, we can change the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us, for being such a dedicated pledger, and for training so many people. So let's take a pictures. Don't disappear. When the photographer is there, we will send the pictures to you. Thank you so much. And please take your seat there. And we Continuing with our next pledger, now next awardee. Again, university, second place in the university category is awarded to University of Barcelona. Big round of applause, University of Barcelona. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Congratulations on this achievement, and please tell us about your work. I can hold the certificate.
Yeah, well, I just want to thank first the EIT and the DTTI for trusting us with this such an important task of training this new generation of STEM talents. And I also want to dedicate this award first to the students who trusted us with their education and to the teachers who delivered it with such an excellence. I also want to thank a few key people from the University of Barcelona for their continuous support and commitment with these initiatives. So I want to thank Montse Cruz, Peti Radeva, our Vice Rector of Innovation and Transfer, and also our Rector. I also want to thank finally the Institute of Neurosciences for they made possible some of the most promising and also challenging projects, such as the Master in Quantum Technology or the Deep Tech Brain program. So I thank also Marta Turró, Cristina Pulido, and Jordi Alberg. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ruben. And thank you very much. Don't disappear. We'll take pictures. Don't disappear. And thank you very much, University of Barcelona, that has been our supporter from very early days. We truly value your contribution. Thank you. Please take your seat in the first row. Now, still category university, and the third place in this category is awarded to Business and Technology University from Georgia. Please, very, very big round of applause. Thank you so much for your contributions, and please tell us about your university.
Thank you very much to EIT community. First of all, it's really an honor for Business and Technology University to be named among top 3 universities as the trainers of the year. This year we celebrate 10 years anniversary, so it's actually really a young institution. And it's a very big achievement not only for our university, but actually for a small European country which I represent in Georgia. We truly believe that education and innovations can change people's lives, and we share European values, which is most important for us. I think that the biggest contribution made towards these initiatives, towards multiple and various training programs, firstly go to our partners, to our stakeholders who believed in us, who gave us an opportunity to contribute and to share the knowledge we have. And also a very important contribution has been made by our staff, academic and administrative staff as well. Every second person in our team contributed a lot with their hard work and belief that our mission can somehow develop the innovations ecosystem, not only in our country, but in Europe overall. This is the result because of which we have upskilled and reskilled more than 7,000 beneficiaries already. So this is just the beginning. So thank you once again for the appreciation. We are really honored to have this opportunity. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Nino. We really appreciate that you came here, and we really appreciate to work with Georgia. Take a picture, and let's look at the photographer. Thanks a lot. Please take a seat. So now, from the category of university, we are moving to the category of enterprise, and we have one winner, UiPass from Romania. Please come on stage. Here you are. Congratulations. Thank you so much. And would you say a few words?
I will. Thank you. You know, I was born in communist Romania, and I grew up during transition between the state-planned economy to free market. So it was a time full of promises, but it was also a time of disruption, because we've noticed an entire generation, our parents' generation, that needed to reskill overnight without any kind of support. So it feels a bit surreal to be here today with you because I feel we're in a similar moment. Europe is in the middle of a skills crisis, but this time caused by, deep tech, automation. I think there's another big difference. I think we are much better prepared now. Even if, compared to the numbers that we've seen from our colleagues in the university sector, I think, I want to assure you that at UiPath Academy, we worked to make sure that we've lowered the barriers. And the people that you see here trained are people for which normally deep tech education is not necessarily available. So it was mostly about reskilling and all that. Moreover, as a company which was founded in Romania, so in Eastern Europe, we kind of feel the duty to, help that region and generally Europe to gain some more competitiveness. So in the end, I want to thank EIT not only because it helped us kind of be in the middle of the deep tech wave, but also that it's helping the public sector, the academics, and the private sector to ride it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Razvan. Really appreciate your contribution and what you're saying about the deep skill crisis, and I'm sure with partners like you, we will resolve it. Let's take a picture. Thanks a lot. We need to move us. Okay. Thanks a lot. Please take a seat. And now we are moving to the new category, NGO or associations, where we also have 3 winners. And the first place goes to organization that's been with us with very early days, one of our largest pledges, the greatest contributor to EIT Deep Tech Talent Initiative, GA Europe. Please on stage. Big round of applause for such a big pledger. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please say a few words about GA Europe, your contributions.
Sure, thank you so much. We are so grateful to EIT for the great collaboration over the years and for the opportunity to allow young people to learn about entrepreneurship, but not only to develop the skills that they need for the future, for their future careers and jobs, and to make our societies better. We wanted to share the short story of 3 young boys in a rural area outside of Madrid, 16 years old, who started to take part in the program and very quickly wanted to help their dads, who are farmers, quite traditional farmers outside in a very rural area, and came up with an idea to help their dads and their neighbors to have much better yields and much better crops and better businesses. And so this story for us is important because it shows that entrepreneurship education with AI, with deep tech, allows people to grow and bring with them their communities and build better societies. So thank you so much again, and well done to our colleagues in the GA Europe network who deliver the programs and who are the true heroes.
Indeed. Just to add what Sophie mentioned, as an early pledgers, it's a great honor for us to get this recognition, and also it's a great honor for our network, and of course the teachers on the ground who are delivering the program. So indeed, the program is really focusing on merging deep tech skills with entrepreneurship education. So by the end of the program and during program, learners are actually creating their own AI solutions. So it's really focusing on learning by doing and with a huge impact. And thanks a lot for EIT for this recognition.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, GA Europe, and with everything you're doing to promote not only deep tech skills, but skills on intersection of deep tech and entrepreneurship. I think it's where the magic happens. Let's take a picture together. Okay, please take seats in the first row. And we are moving to the next winner in a category NGO and association. and this win is special because they are winning second year in the row. Kodli Yorus, please on stage. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's please say a few words about your wonderful work.
Thanks a lot. My name is Berat Kamili.
And I'm Esra.
I'm one of the co-founders of Kodluyoruz WeCode, and I'm also the president. Do you know the percentage of youth unemployment in Turkey? If you guess what it will be, actually it's like 1 out of 5 young people in Turkey faces unemployment. But it's not only in Turkey, but we also see the similar trends in Europe as well. And nowadays we also have youth neither in employment nor in education. And when we solve this problem as Kodluyoruz, we didn't complain about it, but we started a social enterprise to give free education for everyone in Turkey who wants to get a job. And successfully, we have trained over 300,000 people in Turkey. What we do basically is we provide AI education, software and coding education blended with social skills. After universities, young people come to our boot camps, they graduate, and we help them find a job. Because we work with private sector as well as public sector, such as IBM, Microsoft, and similar organizations. So, in this organization, when they come to our boot camps, they don't only learn coding, but they can also learn how to start a company, how to make a public speaking, and how to work with other team members, which help them find a job. We also increase their confidence levels because we work with women in Turkey in the rural parts. We also work with disadvantaged communities in Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Balkan region. So this year with EIT, we are winning it for second time in a row, which we are so proud. And we have trained 20,000 people for deep tech education in Turkey. So nowadays we live in AI disruption time. You know, we talk about how many jobs are we going to lose, what we're going to do, how we're going to save Europe. And every time when we discuss this, we as Kodluyoruz, we believe that young people are the solution. And if we give them adaptation of AI skills, technical knowledge to code the AI, I guess we can make Europe a technology talent hub. And we are so proud to do our part as Kodluyoruz. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for everything you're doing, for your pioneering work on intersection of deep tech, entrepreneurship, and also very much needed social skills. And thank you for winning second year in a row. We really appreciate your loyalty and contribution. Let's take a picture together. The photographers will direct us where we need to stay, right? Thank you so much. Please take seats. Now, we are still in the category of NGO and associations, and our next winner also a repeat winner, and it's Generation. Generation, please on stage. Here you are. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We'll give you a microphone.
Thank you very much. Thank you, EIT, DDTI, for this recognition. And actually, all the credits go to the team that work day in, day out on the ground, supporting the learners and connecting them to jobs. So thanks a lot for that.
Thank you very much. Let's take a picture together. They want us to move. All right. Somewhere. The photographers direct. Okay. Thank you. Please take your seats. And we are moving now to a new category, the category SME or startup, which the recognition is awarded to Paidea from Italy. Paidea, please on stage. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We'll give you a microphone. for a few words on your work.
Thank you so much. It's very important for us as for our work in this year. It's very important for the educational and the skill harbor. It's very important. I dedicate this award to our team. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, my dear. We are really happy that you're with us. And let's take pictures. Thanks a lot. Please take a seat. And so these were 4 major categories. And now we have one more category, which is called Above and Beyond. It means that it's given to pledger which somehow exceeded our expectations and maybe their own expectations. And this year, the award goes of Trainer of the Year 2025, Above and Beyond, goes to Minna Learn from Finland. Minna Learn doesn't need introduction. They trained already millions of people with their course Elements of AI, and they're so busy training people somewhere that they could not come here. We accept their excuses, and given that we live in an age of technology, you know, they recorded a message. Please, all attention on screen.
Hello, my name is Ville, and I'm the founder and CEO of Minna Learn. I'm very honored to receive this award, especially as I know that there are so many great organizations participating in the pledge. We have been working in AI training for the past 8 years, and it is easy to forget that even though we have daily challenges, thousands of people get inspiration and skills from our products every day. The training enables them to switch careers or to get a raise at their current jobs. Knowing this keeps us going. I would like to leave you with a message. Deep tech training is not something that is done after we have reached 1 million students. This is only the beginning. Europe needs you. We cannot afford to be left behind. I'm so sorry I couldn't be there in person, but wishing you all a great event.
Thank you very much, Ville. We cannot invite you on stage to take pictures, but I can invite all other trainers of the year to come here to take a joint picture together, just because people like pictures and they drive engagement on social media, which is very important. And for those of you who are not pledges yet and who would like maybe to participate in a similar ceremony in a year, think about it, just think about it. Please, let's put ourselves in some harmonious hall, and maybe people who are shorter go in the first row, and people who are a bit longer goes behind. The photographers are going to tell us whether we can fit or not. Please, here. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. And please, once again, give a very big round of applause to this amazing group of people. We are a partner-driven organization, partner-driven initiative, and it's thanks to people like you we achieve our results. Thanks a lot. Thank you. With this, we are concluding our Trainer of the Year ceremony and inviting the Master of Ceremony back on stage for the next slot on the program, which is the last slot between us and, I guess, reception.
Thank you very much, and a big round of applause and a big well done to all our trainers as well. Some of you still here, you're going to watch from the front row for our final few moments of this important day. We're going to look to the future, as is fitting as we draw to the end of day one. It's outlook and next steps for the STEM Tech Talent Induction. Natalie is staying with us and will be giving us a presentation, and then we'll be joined by Rolf Hughes, Director of Education, EIT Culture and Creativity. So Natalie, I hand the floor to you, and then Roger will join us.
So I guess I don't need to come on stage because I'm already on stage. So, how many of you were at the last year at EIT Deep Tech Skills Day event in Warsaw? All right. So we have some catch up to do. So last year in Warsaw, I was also on stage giving concluding remarks. The EIT Deep Tech Talent Initiative was just halfway. We had trained 500,000 people already, and we just had awarded fundings to some of the projects to train people in the areas which are particularly highly in demand. And then we obviously celebrated Trainer of the Year. Amazing memories from that event. So today, we have many more things to celebrate. And you see the numbers behind on screen. And we actually mentioned these numbers in a bit of nonchalant way, because we achieved and exceeded our target of training 1 million people in Europe. As of today, you can also check on our website, we trained over 1.3 million people. We grew the community from 60 pledgers 2 years ago to over 600. We have 235 plus courses on the platform. And when we look at the people trained, 36% of them are women. Other interesting statistics are which are the fields in which we have trained most talents. Perhaps unsurprisingly, artificial intelligence, big data, machine learning is top 1, followed by advanced and quantum computing. We're extremely happy about it. It's International Year of Quantum Technologies. You have heard quantum skills is the next frontier, and Europe does have a competitive advantage here. Innovation and entrepreneurship in deep tech, which is very much needed skills. Number of our pledges are very active in this field, and the number of talents trained also shows there is a high demand in this area. Cybersecurity and data protection, critical skills of Europe, particularly in this dangerous geopolitical situation. And robotics, also very highly in demand skill on intersection of manufacturing, AI, and the need for reindustrialization. So these fields are not surprising for us. What is surprising actually was top 5 countries of talents trained: Norway, Poland. Here, no surprise, Poland is a very big powerhouse in the Deep Tech Talent Initiative. Greece, also fantastic courses, Austria and Germany. So really, we would like to thank everyone who contributed to these impressive numbers, to our community of 620 pledgers, to some of them who actually are sponsors of this event, and I would like to mention their names. It's Vaimi, Alex, Usain Sedu, Grant Expert, Cyrus, EQ Learn Labs. Let's give them also a big round of applause. Now, these are the numbers, but the key driver of EIT Deep Tech Talent Initiative is impact. There is impact behind these numbers. There is impact on talents. These 1.3 million people, these are real people. Some of them got new skills to advance in their career, or to change into a new job, or to find a job because they were not unemployed or underemployed. There is an impact on partners, and you have heard some stories where 2 organizations, 2 different parts of Europe, they didn't know about each other's existence, and thanks to our community, they started doing business together. And I think this is the power of this open pan-European community like ours. And obviously, impact on training providers who, thanks to our funding, which frankly is modest, were able to scale up to advance some new programs which were very much in demand. And you heard some of those impact stories today. So I would like to thank everyone who contributed to this success. 2 years ago, the project was still its very beginning. And this year, we have achieved and exceeded our target. And people have been asking us ever since, what is a secret sauce behind the Deep Tech Talent Initiative? What made this, what was known as kamikaze project, into a resounding success with far-reaching impact across the board, across the deep tech skills and also European? And I don't think there is a secret sauce to any success. I think if you do quite boring basic things, day in, day out, year in, year out, you actually will achieve pretty remarkable results. But if there is one word, I would like to say this word is trust. It's trust of community of our partners. You know, our partners are connected to us through a pledge, which is legally non-binding. They just pledge. They promise to train deep tech talents. And I think it's very symbolic that in such a highly technical field, we are basically still doing business with a handshake. Trust is priceless. Also, it's a trust of the members of the team. You know, we have a very small agile team of 10 people, of 10 different nationalities, and they work together, trusting each other to deliver their part of the program. And if we make mistake, we do lessons learned, we trust each other not to kill each other, and continue. So again, trust has been fundamentally important in success of EIT Deep Tech Talent Initiative. Finally, trust of our funder, our initiator, EIT, which trusted us to deliver this program, and it trusts us even further because EIT Deep Tech Talent Initiative is going to be continued in somewhat different shape, but with all key elements present. And it trusts us in such a way that the program is going to expand its scope, moving not from deep tech also to STEM. Because STEM, as you know, as you have heard today many occasions, STEM is the foundation of deep tech innovation. So, as I said, program is going to continue under the different name, EIT STEM Tech Talent Induction. We received funding for the next 3 years. And I think there is something symbolic that will also happen in the next year. We talked a lot about STEM, tech, AI. We're living in a very technocratic age. But many speakers here emphasize the role of such skills as creativity, as critical thinking, as collaboration, as entrepreneurial spirit, what we call soft skills or essential skills. And I think it's very much symbolic that we will have EIT culture and creativity coming on board and leading this EIT STEM Tech Talent Induction. And I would like to invite Rolf, Director of Education of EIT Culture and Creativity, to tell you why it is so important, why culture and creativity is important in the STEM age, and what is next for EIT STEM Tech Talent Induction. Please give him a big round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Natalie, and thank you for this gift of trust, which I think is really a key word, and one that we will respect taking over. I won't use the word handover because I don't think that's right. I think we're talking about a continuity of the achievements of Natalie and her DTTI team. So I'd like to start by just doing another round of applause for the incredible achievements of Natalie and her team with DTTI. Well, as Natalie mentioned, we've heard a lot about the threat to our competitiveness and resilience arising from a lack of skills, of critical thinking, of problem solving. We've heard a lot about the need for digital inclusion, for AI literacy, for adult upskilling, learning, unlearning, relearning. And around the edges, we've heard the idea of creative thinking, which I would say also embodies critical thinking as part of its practice. So happily, there is a kick for that. And I'm here really to say that the culture and creative sectors and industries are not peripheral to these challenges, but rather they are central to the triple transition that we've been discussing a lot this morning especially. That is to say that we are, within the culture and creative sectors and industries, we are early adapters of new technology, early adopters of new technology, sorry. We are shapers of systemic innovation. And when I heard Lien Breed, the Vice Director for Innovations at Riga Technical University, speak about the STEM educational strategic plan and mention key elements such as risk tolerance, innovative and experimental mindset, deep knowledge, the need to control one's future, the need to navigate uncertainty, and the many variations of an educational path, I recognize these elements, these characteristics of being very typical of the paths of practitioners within the creative industries, whether they be artists, designers, craftspeople, and so on. So the future of innovation, one could say, hinges on integrating technical mastery with transversal skills, specifically creating critical thinking and entrepreneurial thinking and intellectual property literacy. So we could say when we talk about STEM, as we've been talking all day about STEM, to my ears, the A is silent in that word. The culture and creative sectors and industries are worth over 509 billion euros and employs 7.6 million Europeans. So these are not niche players, but strategic sectors that are central to the triple transition. They're early adopters and shapers of systemic innovation in green transformation, digital creativity, and social cohesion. And yet, we remain underrepresented in horizontal innovation strategies. But culture and creativity is more than an economic equation. Culture and creativity touch every aspect of daily life across Europe. They give the KIC a unique advantage in driving awareness, participation, and adoption of EIT STEM education and training. Leveraging this reach, EIT Culture and Creativity can position EIT STEM as a dynamic engine for developing STEM and ultimately STEAM talent, equipping learners with both technical expertise and transversal skills that meet Europe's future workforce needs. In this way, we can define Europe's talent readiness for the innovation economy over the next decade. The European Innovation Act makes clear that our competitive edge will come from marrying STEM excellence with creativity, entrepreneurial thinking, and inclusivity. EIT Culture and Creativity can deliver that integration while meeting the objectives of the work package, from platform repurposing to industrial partnerships, from quality-assured micro-credentials to systemic gender inclusion. And here I'm reminded of the words of Commissioner Zarieva this morning. It's not just more talent we need, but the right kind of talent. And again, Victoria Stroken's comments about soft skills, that the most important skills we need are creativity, communication, critical thinking. These again are all integral to the practice of culture and creativity. So by placing the EIT STEM Tech Talent Induction under the leadership of EIT Culture and Creativity, we are humbled at this responsibility. We're touched by this bond of trust that's created. And we want to ensure that Europe's deep tech talent strategy embeds creativity as a competitive multiplier. We'll mobilize diverse talent pipelines, paying special attention to attracting women and underrepresented groups. And this is how we will ensure that our future workforce is not only abundant in STEM skills or STEAM skills, but also adaptive, agile, entrepreneurial, and future-proof in an era when navigating uncertainty is an increasingly important skill. So thank you for this honor, and thank you for your attention. I'll hand over to the Master of Ceremonies to wrap things up. It's been a long day, so thank you for staying to the end.
Thank you very much, Rolf, and thank you for highlighting the importance of the culture of EIT and creativity. I think if I was to pick one word that I've heard over and over again today, it would begin with another C, and that would be collaboration. It's what underpins those startups, it's what underpins those fruitful discussions that happen that lead to the results that we want to see in Europe and in the ecosystem as a whole. I won't labour the point any further. You heard some great speakers today. We heard all about the EIT Skills Academy and the launch of the new Skills Academy. We've talked all this afternoon about deep tech, and I know it is intense, but I see so many interested faces in the audience still, and I'm sure those still joining us online. So you've stayed to the bitter end of today to really get the knowledge that we're sharing with you here at the EIT Skills Days. That's it for today. However, there is the opportunity for final networking over a reception. That will take place not in this building, but out in the main building. So you leave through the main exit that you came in, turn right, follow up onto the main road, and then you will go into the absolutely beautiful museum proper, where you will be treated to networking opportunities to your heart's content and have a drink and whet your appetite for tomorrow. Please do not forget your bags and coats if you're going to the reception, because you will not be able to get them back in here. Please, please do not forget your badges for tomorrow, because we have a great agenda for you tomorrow. We can have a quick look at that. We will start with the very important topic, as I said, of women and girls in STEM. And in the afternoon, we'll look at the EIT Higher Education Initiative. So I hope you're all ready for that, and we will see you tomorrow. But for now, have a great evening.